Copyright Web Novel. Chapter 1, Chapter 1 Awakening. Chapter 1 Awakening. Level 1 Alert. Level 1 Alert. A massive surge of unknown dark energy has appeared in the Cairngorm Mountains. All Aurors deploy immediately. Prepare for combat. Amid the shrill blare of alarms, the atmosphere inside the British Ministry of Magic was extremely tense. Dozens of Aurors, their expressions grave, quickly formed into squads and began using portkeys to travel to the Cairngorm Mountains, where the surge of dark energy had been detected. Before long, all of the Aurors had entered the shadowy mountain range, advancing swiftly and methodically through the darkness. Among their ranks, however, a young Auror with pink hair accidentally lost track of her squad and became separated in the complex terrain of the mountains. Nymphadora Tonks was a newly graduated trainee Auror. This was her first time participating in such a large-scale operation, and in the chaos and nervousness of the moment, she had inadvertently fallen behind the team. She tried to locate her teammates, but within the thick mist that had begun to rise, she quickly lost her sense of direction. Before she realized it, she had wandered even deeper into the dark mountain range. After walking aimlessly through the fog for what felt like ages, Tonks' spirits had sunk to their lowest point when, suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared ahead of her, its outline faintly visible within the dense mist. The young trainee Auror immediately reacted according to her training. She raised her wand and took a defensive stance. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Tonks called out loudly. Hearing her voice, the figure slowly turned around. As he moved, the mist before Tonks strangely parted, as though making way for him and opening a wide path through the fog. The miraculous sight eased some of the extreme tension in Tonks' heart. By the time the figure walked closer, the mist had already retreated entirely to both sides. Behind it stood two towering mountain peaks, and between them hung a massive, radiant full moon. Under the silver moonlight stood a man with long silver hair and an eerily handsome face. He looked to be only in his 20s, yet within his deep eyes lay a sense of ancient weariness, as though they carried the weight of epic centuries. He spoke slowly and awkwardly, as if he had not used his voice for a very long time. "Hello. Could you tell me what time it is now?" His voice began low and hoarse but gradually became clearer, as though it had traveled across hundreds, perhaps thousands of years before finally reaching the ears of the young Auror. Tonks' pink hair instantly turned a bright, flustered red. She stammered as she replied, Hello. It's about 1 in the morning right now." "I mean the current time," he clarified. "The current time?" Tonks froze for a moment. "I'm asking what year, month, and day it is." "July 31st, 1991. Tonks stood there blankly, barely realizing what she had just said. "I see. Thank you." A faint smile curved the corner of the man's lips as he began walking toward the exit of the mountain range. Only then did the young trainee Auror remember her identity and mission. "Sir, the Cairngorm Mountains are very dangerous right now. Please don't wander around." She hurried after him and quickly pulled out her ministry identification. "I'm a trainee Auror from the British Ministry of Magic. I can ensure your safety." Hearing Tonks' confident declaration, the silver-haired man's lips curled into an amused smile as he turned to look at her. "Oh," he asked with interest. "What danger is there here?" "According to the Ministry's detection spells, a huge amount of dark energy has appeared in the Cairngorm Mountains. Something evil must be about to emerge, some kind of dark magical creature," Tonks said firmly. "So we have to be very careful." "I see." He seemed barely able to suppress his laughter, the smile on his face growing even wider. "I'm being completely serious, sir." Tonks protested unhappily. Her hair immediately turned black. The silver-haired man finally suppressed his amusement. Pointing ahead, he spoke calmly. "I appreciate your concern, but the exit of the mountain range is just ahead. Doesn't that mean I'm already safe?" Only then did Tonks realize that, at some point, the two of them had already returned to the very place where the Auror squad had first entered the mountains. Hey! She turned around and looked back at the maze-like mountain paths behind them, her expression blank with confusion. How did you find the correct path? The man smiled faintly and seemed about to say something. But then his eyes shifted slightly, and he changed his mind. The time is about right. I'm very glad to have met you today, kind lady. After casually waving his hand, he stepped out of the valley's exit and soon disappeared into the darkness of the night. Tonks stared blankly into the night ahead, still in a daze. At that moment, a rugged wizard with graying hair and a body that looked as though every inch of his skin had been scarred approached her. One of his legs was wooden, and it struck the ground with heavy thud sounds, breaking Tonks out of her thoughts. Tonks! Have you forgotten everything you learned in Auror training? The moment he saw the trainee Auror who had gotten lost, he first let out a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward began scolding her harshly. You couldn't even manage the most basic rule keeping up with your squad during an operation. I'm sorry, Instructor Moody. Tonks said awkwardly. You know my stealth and tracking class has never been very good. I accidentally lost sight of the main group. Considering this is your first mission and you handled the emergency situation fairly reasonably, I'll let it slide this time, Instructor Moody said gruffly. Returning to the safe entrance after getting separated from the team was at least a wise decision. Instructor Moody, actually, I was lost before that, Tonks said honestly with her head lowered. But I met a really handsome man in the valley, and he led me back here. Hearing Tonks' explanation, Moody frowned. Anyone appearing in the valley at this hour is suspicious no matter how you think about it, he said seriously. It's very possible that the eruption of dark energy this time is connected to that man. Tonks, which direction did he go? We'll pursue him. However, the mysterious figure had long since vanished into the cover of the night, leaving no trace behind. The man whom the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were tirelessly searching for was, at that very moment, strolling about leisurely, curiously observing the scenery and landscape of modern-day Scotland. His name was Vlad Dracula, a vampire who had lived for more than 1,000 years. After slumbering for a full century, he had only just awakened. In truth, Moody's judgment had not been wrong. This sudden outbreak of dark energy was indeed closely connected to him. Dracula had spent an entire 100 years in deep sleep, during which the dark energy within his body had accumulated to an extremely powerful level. When he first awakened, he had momentarily failed to control it, allowing a portion of it to leak out. It was precisely because of this that his awakening had drawn the attention of the Ministry of Magic. However, Dracula paid little attention to the matter. He casually straightened his black and crimson robes, which showed no signs of decay even after 100 years of slumber, and pulled an ancient bronze mirror from his pocket. On the back of the mirror was an intricate gilded phoenix relief, from which emanated an aura of ancient age and history. A nostalgic smile appeared on Dracula's face. Looking into the mirror, he spoke lightly with a chuckle. You're not dead yet, are you, old man? Doing just fine. At least I don't have to sleep in a coffin for a whole century like some old relic, a hoarse elderly voice replied from the mirror, laughing without the slightest courtesy. Old man, it's only been 100 years, and your tongue has gotten much sharper, Dracula said with a smile. I'll come visit you. You can tell me in detail about all the interesting things that have happened over the past 100 years. Chapter 2, Chapter 2 Reunion. Chapter 2 Reunion. At number 21 Rue Montmorency, inside a medieval-style room filled with a strong, strange aura, Dracula lounged comfortably by the window, leaning against the frame while slowly swirling the goblet in his hand. So you're saying that many interesting things happened during the 100 years I was asleep, he mused, taking a sip of the crimson liquid in his glass. A global wizarding war, the love-hate entanglement between two genius wizards, an amusing magical creature expert and his muggle friend, and that infamous Dark Lord who strikes fear into everyone. Damn it! Just how many interesting things did I miss during my 100 years of slumber? Then he turned to the old man sitting across from him and asked irritably. Old man, why didn't you wake me up? Sitting opposite Dracula was an elderly man with completely white hair and a deeply wrinkled face. At the moment, he was looking helplessly at the vampire leaning against the window. You never told me where you placed your coffin. Where was I supposed to find you to wake you up? He replied. Dracula glanced silently at the large crystal ball sitting on the workbench by the window and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. We've known each other for hundreds of years. Do you think I don't know you? You were obviously afraid I'd join forces with that fellow Grindelwald, he retorted, draining the remaining wine from his goblet in one gulp. Otherwise, what's the point of your divination abilities? At that moment, another elderly woman with white hair approached and refilled Dracula's goblet with the deep red liquid. She then said with a gentle smile. It's been 100 years since you last met. Even if neither of you burst into tears from joy, why start arguing the moment you see each other? Pernell, you came at the right time. Judge this fairly, Dracula said with a word of thanks as he lifted his glass again, complaining. Don't you think Nicholas deliberately left me asleep so I'd miss all these interesting events? The elderly woman, Pernell Flamel, merely smiled without giving any judgment. All right. I knew you'd complain sooner or later, so I prepared another interesting place for you, Nicholas Flamel said with a sheepish grin, seemingly aware that he was somewhat at fault. Dracula paused mid-sip, the goblet frozen in the air as he turned his head to look at him. In recent years, something unusual has been happening at Hogwarts that I think you'll find interesting, Nicholas said. It's said that the subject defense against the dark arts has been cursed by the Dark Lord. For the past 50 years, not a single professor assigned to that position has managed to remain there safely for a full year. Nicholas watched Dracula's expression and teased. So, what do you think? Would the legendary Count Dracula be afraid of such a curse? A faint, intriguing smile slowly spread across Dracula's lips. Interesting. With a clang, the goblet filled with crimson wine was set down firmly on the windowsill. Then he pushed open the nearby window and stepped up onto the window frame. Nicholas, Pernell, until we meet again. Dracula turned back toward the couple, who had not yet reacted, and flashed them a cheerful smile. The next moment, he leapt from Nicholas's window. With the fluttering shadows of countless bats dispersing into the air, Dracula's figure vanished into the night sky, leaving only the goblet on the windowsill, its red wine swaying gently within. Reflected on the surface of the wine, the full moon appeared dyed in a deep crimson hue, strikingly vivid. The Flamel couple stood there in stunned silence, exchanging glances. He didn't even stay for dinner? Pernell asked with a helpless laugh. Don't you know Dracula by now? Nicholas shook his head slightly and sighed. Whenever he discovers something interesting, he will go see it for himself no matter what. After all, 1,000 years is simply too long, and far too dull. In the quiet night, a towering castle stood silently beneath the darkness. The castle's towers rose sharply into the sky, their spires standing in clusters. The lights shining from countless windows blended with the starlight above. In the distance, the first hint of dawn slowly climbed over the horizon, casting a faint purplish-red glow along the edges of the castle and adding an even deeper sense of mystery and solemn grandeur. Inside the candlelit Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dracula dressed in black and crimson robes quietly appeared by the window, calmly examining the layout of the room. The phoenix that had been lazily resting suddenly sensed his presence and gave a startled flutter of its wings. It quickly flew over and landed cautiously on the shoulder of the white-haired old man seated behind the desk. The old man was tall and slender, dressed in a purple wizard's robe. His silver hair and beard were so long that they could easily be tucked into the belt of his robes. Seeing the unexpected visitor appear, he did not seem surprised in the slightest. Instead, he gently stroked the phoenix fox, calming its nervousness. Then he turned to Dracula and smiled, gesturing toward several cups placed on the desk. "Good morning, Sir Dracula. Nicholas often speaks of you, he said in the tone of someone welcoming a friend. Tea, juice, or coffee? Dracula frowned slightly as he looked at the drinks before him and shook his head. That won't be necessary. He pulled out a chair in front of the desk and sat down before addressing the old man. You must be the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. At the same time, his hands continued rummaging through one of the desk drawers. After a moment, he pulled out a bright red lollipop. I nearly forgot vampires probably aren't very fond of ordinary beverages. As he spoke, he extended the lollipop toward Dracula with a cheerful smile. You might like this, it came as a bonus in a Honeydukes Sweets gift box, a blood-flavored lollipop. Dracula stared at the lollipop in Dumbledore's hand, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Headmaster Dumbledore, I came here to discuss something very important with you. I would appreciate it if you could take this more seriously. He decisively declined the crimson candy and, with a solemn expression, pulled a piece of parchment covered in complex runes from his pocket. This is the land deed for Hogwarts. Back then, Slytherin set the lease for Hogwarts at 1,000 years, beginning in the year 991. And now it is 1991, exactly 1,000 years later. Headmaster, Dracula said, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, the lease on Hogwarts has expired. You wouldn't want the students of Hogwarts to end up homeless, would you? For a brief moment, surprise appeared on Dumbledore's face, replacing his earlier composure. He adjusted his glasses and took the parchment, examining it carefully. From Dumbledore's perspective, he could clearly sense that the magical fluctuations on the parchment shared the same origin as the castle itself. It also bore the magical signatures left behind by the four founders. There was absolutely no possibility that it was a forgery. Considering the era in which Dracula had been born, along with the legendary connection between him and Salazar Slytherin, Dumbledore had no choice but to acknowledge the authenticity of the document. Sir Dracula, I have heard that you were very close friends with the four founders, he said, his tone softening slightly as he chose his words carefully. Hogwarts was their life's work. Surely you wouldn't simply reclaim it so easily. That depends on your performance. Dracula leaned back comfortably in his chair and chuckled lightly. If you can provide me with something interesting to do, perhaps if I'm in a good mood I might consider extending the deadline a little. That, at least, is easy enough. Dumbledore let out a quiet sigh of relief and took out a prepared letter of appointment from the side of his desk. We happen to have an opening for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. The professor in that position tends to change every year due to various accidents. I imagine that might be something that interests you, Sir Dracula. Chapter 3, Coffin Lid. Chapter 3, Coffin Lid. Dumbledore thoughtfully attached a statistical report of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's accidents along with the appointment letter. He placed it on the desk and slid it toward Dracula. Dracula picked up the long list and began reading it with great interest. Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor accident statistics: trampled to death by a wild boar, blown up by their own spell during class, got lost in the castle and starved to death, tripped over their own foot and smashed their head on the lectern. Hat, it seems even the number of people who manage to leave this position alive is quite small. Dracula laughed with obvious amusement, revealing two sharp fangs. Ahem. Seeing Dracula so entertained, Dumbledore quickly coughed twice as a reminder and pointed him toward one of the entries further down the list. Dracula shifted his gaze to the line indicated and immediately stopped laughing. On the parchment it read: "Listened to a student tell a joke and laughed for half an hour before literally dying of laughter." He tossed the accident report aside, picked up the appointment letter, and casually signed his name. All right. Aside from their causes of death, is there anything else I need to know about being a professor? Dracula asked, looking toward Dumbledore. Since you've agreed to the position, we are now colleagues. Before even answering Dracula's question, Dumbledore eagerly stood up and warmly shook his hand. Everything you need to prepare is already written in the appointment letter. As for the teaching content, that will be something you must consider yourself. I imagine the legendary Count Dracula must be quite skilled at defense against dark magic. Dumbledore deliberately emphasized the word defense, as if reminding him that this class was defense against the dark arts, not a course on practicing dark magic. Don't worry, Headmaster, Dracula said, casually waving his hand as he strolled toward the window of the headmaster's office. After only a few steps, however, he suddenly turned back. He took the blood-flavored lollipop from Dumbledore's hand, then returned to the window and leapt out once again. Dumbledore glanced at the open window and couldn't help spreading his hands helplessly. Then he looked at the appointment letter lying on the desk and chuckled happily. Nicholas, thanks to you, Hogwarts has finally managed to recruit a reasonably reliable defense against the dark arts professor this time. With a cheerful expression, Dumbledore took out a bronze mirror bearing a phoenix relief, strikingly similar to Dracula's own mirror, and spoke toward it. Meanwhile, the resume bearing the name Quirinus Quirrell, lying in the corner of the desk, was subconsciously ignored. London Diagon Alley. With the blood-flavored lollipop in his mouth, Dracula lazily examined the supply list that had come with the appointment letter. To think a professor even needs to prepare a wand. What a hassle! Although he grumbled about it, in order to experience the fun of being a defense against the dark arts professor, Dracula had no choice but to head toward Ollivander's wand shop in the depths of Diagon Alley. The development of the wizarding world had always been slow. Aside from a few small shops changing owners and some storefront signs looking even more worn out than before, the layout of Diagon Alley was almost identical to how it had been 100 years ago. And Ollivander's was still, as always, the finest wand shop. However, Diagon Alley seemed unusually lively today. Many people were crowding toward the direction of the leaky cauldron. Dracula's wine-red eyes shifted slightly as he looked deeper into the crowd. He saw a group of wizards surrounding a small child wearing tattered round glasses, speaking to him with curiosity and reverence, some even bowing. The thin little wizard seemed completely overwhelmed, doing his best to respond to everyone's enthusiasm, constantly shaking hands with them like a puppet being passed around. Seeing the chaotic scene, Dracula immediately lost interest. He turned around and continued walking toward Ollivander's wand shop. Accompanied by a series of jingling bells, Dracula stepped into the small, shabby shop. Looking around at the thin layer of dust covering nearly everything, he subtly frowned. Hearing the arrival of a customer, an old man with pale skin and light, almost colorless eyes quietly slid out from the back. "Good afternoon," he said softly. But after seeing Dracula, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Strange, very strange. Dracula found this kind of mysterious pretense and time-wasting behavior rather irritating. He stared at the man expressionlessly. A subtle ripple of dark power stirred in the air, and his crimson and black cloak fluttered even though there was no wind. Ollivander was startled and immediately stopped trying to act mysterious. "Sir, it's like this. I remember every wand I've ever sold. Every single one," he quickly explained. "But I have no recollection of ever selling you a wand. Perhaps you purchased your wand from another wand maker." "No. I've never bought a wand." Dracula folded his arms and fixed his gaze on Ollivander's pale eyes. "I've come to purchase my first wand." Ollivander looked shocked. "You mean to say you've never used a wand in your entire life?" "I've used one before, but I'm not very accustomed to it." In truth, the craft of wand making had only fully matured within the past few centuries. Dracula had long since grown accustomed to wandless magic, as well as using a vampire's innate magical abilities for both combat and daily life. If he hadn't once experimented with someone else's wand out of curiosity, he might not even know how to properly use one. If it weren't for the fact that he now had to teach students, Dracula likely would never have considered purchasing a wand for the rest of his life. "Oh, then you have missed one of the greatest arts in the world," Ollivander said instinctively. But noticing Dracula's displeased expression, he quickly corrected himself. Of course, everyone has the freedom to decide whether or not to use a wand. As he spoke, he took a wand down from a shelf and placed it into Dracula's hand. Straight-grained pine, unicorn hair core, 14 weight. Before he could finish the introduction, Ollivander suddenly snatched the wand back in panic and immediately began performing a careful maintenance charm on it. How could this be? I can feel this wand trembling, he exclaimed in disbelief. Dracula merely shrugged. There was nothing surprising about it. Unicorns and dark creatures like vampires were naturally incompatible, and an ancient vampire like him had an even stronger influence on unicorn-related materials. After properly stabilizing the wand with the unicorn hair core, Ollivander became far more cautious. He brought out wand after wand with dragon heartstring and phoenix feather cores for Dracula to try. Yet none of them could properly resonate with his magic. Using these wands felt even less comfortable than casting magic without one. Forget it. There's no need to keep trying. After repeating the same motions for what felt like ages, Dracula had long since grown completely bored. When he saw Ollivander preparing to go upstairs to fetch even more wands, he firmly stopped him. With a loud bang, a thick slab of black wood was suddenly slammed onto the floor of Ollivander's wand shop. Use this wood instead. Make me a new wand from it. Leaning casually against the wooden board, Dracula spoke calmly while holding the lid of his own coffin. Chapter 4, Chapter 4 Encounter. Chapter 4 Encounter. What is this? Eerie wood. Looking at the wooden board that Dracula had taken out, a look of astonishment appeared on Ollivander's face. This is one of the materials recorded in the archives as being most suitable for necromancy and dark magic. He then scratched his chin, puzzled. But as far as I know, this kind of wood has been extinct for many years. Ollivander stared at the hexagonal wooden board in Dracula's hand. As he studied its shape large enough to cover a single person, his eyes gradually widened. You didn't happen to pry this off someone's coffin, did you? Dracula's expression darkened. Enough nonsense. Just tell me whether you're making the wand or not. Make it. Of course I'll make it. Ollivander said excitedly. How could I pass up such a rare material? What wand core do you want? Dragon heartstring or phoenix feather? Unicorn tail hair is out of the question, it doesn't suit you. The moment the topic of wand making came up, Ollivander immediately began chattering non-stop. Dracula raised a hand, cutting off his rambling. I'm not interested in those 3 cores. Are there any other options? Speaking responsibly, Ollivander said confidently, after decades of testing, I have reached a conclusion: unicorn tail hair, dragon heartstring, and phoenix feather are the most stable wand cores of all. So I never use any other materials as wand cores. Hearing this, Dracula curled his lips in amusement. Would extra money change your mind? He asked. Sorry, I'm a man of principles. I think you've mistaken me for someone else, Ollivander replied firmly. Principles can change, can't they? Dracula spoke softly as he pinched the little finger of his right hand. With a crack, the finger snapped off and was pulled free. A streak of pitch black, chilling flame swept across it. When the fire faded, all that remained of the finger was a slender white bone, smooth and jade-like. Ollivander's eyes widened as he watched Dracula calmly, almost indifferently hold out the finger bone, as though he were merely an observer. Meanwhile, Dracula's severed little finger began regenerating at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had grown back completely, returning to its pale and slender form as if nothing had happened. You are... Looking at Dracula's deep wine-red eyes and long silver hair, Ollivander seemed to realize something. Watch your mouth. Dracula's gaze turned dangerous. No, I meant to continue what I was saying earlier. Ollivander hurriedly corrected himself with a fawning smile. What I meant was, you really do judge people well. As he spoke, he enthusiastically accepted both Dracula's coffin board and the finger bone. A wand made from eerie wood, with the finger bone of a powerful magical creature as the core. What a perfect combination! Ollivander exclaimed in admiration. Rest assured, a wand produced by Ollivander will never disappoint you. At that moment, a series of jingling chimes rang out. This meant that a new customer had arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Seeing this, Ollivander immediately wiped the smile from his face and once again adopted his mysterious, inscrutable demeanor. Dracula curiously glanced toward the shop entrance and saw two figures, one large and one small, hesitantly stepping into the narrow space. The contrast in their sizes was extremely exaggerated. The smaller one was a boy, short and thin, giving the impression of poor nourishment. Meanwhile, the larger figure looked as though two burly men had been stacked together both horizontally and vertically. When he squeezed into the cramped shop, he nearly knocked the doorframe off its hinges. "Good afternoon," Ollivander said softly. Yes, I knew I would be seeing you very soon, Harry Potter. This is no problem. Your eyes. Hey? Aren't you the kid who was surrounded by a bunch of people earlier?" Dracula looked curiously at the thin boy wearing round glasses, casually interrupting the atmosphere Ollivander had just begun building. "You don't recognize me?" the boy asked in surprise. "Should I?" Dracula replied with an amused smile. Before the boy could answer, the enormous man beside him exclaimed in shock. "What? You don't recognize Harry Potter, the boy who lived?" His voice was so loud that the stacks of wand boxes in Ollivander's shop piled nearly to the ceiling began to wobble precariously. Dracula glanced at the dust drifting through the shop with clear distaste. With a slight flick of his sleeve, a gentle breeze swept through the room, blowing the dust out the door. Then he walked over to the boy and examined the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, mostly hidden beneath his hair. "So you're the famous savior, Harry Potter?" Dracula said, studying the boy's thin frame and worn clothing with interest. "Judging by appearances alone, it's rather hard to tell. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be your defense against the dark arts professor once you start school. You may call me Professor Dracula." The dedicated vampire instantly slipped into the role of a professor, addressing the first student he had encountered. "When the time comes, we'll have plenty of time to study exactly how you managed to defeat Voldemort." At the sound of Dracula speaking Voldemort's name so openly, both the large man and Ollivander shivered involuntarily. Harry, however, reacted differently. He looked up at the tall, handsome man with silver hair standing before him and even felt a little moved. In the single day since he had come from the Muggle world into the magical world, he had heard far too many witches and wizards refer to you-know-who in front of him. It was as though everyone knew that Harry had defeated you-know-who, yet none of them dared to say the man's real name, Voldemort. At that moment, Dracula's image rose dramatically in young Harry's mind. But Harry still had one question. "Professor, but when I was at the Leaky Cauldron earlier, Professor Quirrell said he would be my defense against the dark arts teacher," Harry said. "Are there two defense against the dark arts professors?" Hearing this, Dracula's expression darkened. "Oh? Someone is claiming my position," he sneered, and the temperature inside the shop seemed to drop several degrees. "No one is taking such an interesting job away from me." With that, he waved a hand at Ollivander and Harry before turning and striding directly toward the Leaky Cauldron. The three people inside Ollivander's wand shop trembled as they watched Dracula leave. Only after he had gone completely out of sight did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Where on earth did Dumbledore find such a terrifying professor? Hagrid muttered, rubbing his stiff face. At that moment, now that the tension had eased, Ollivander picked up the speech he had been unable to finish earlier and said to the boy who lived with his usual mysterious tone. "I knew I would be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. That is quite clear. Your eyes are just like your mother's. It feels like only yesterday that she came here to buy her very first wand." But by now, Harry had completely lost interest in what he was saying. His mind was filled with anticipation for his future defense against the dark arts classes. Compared to that stuttering Professor Quirrell with the strange turban, the powerful and handsome Professor Dracula definitely seems much more reliable. Harry thought. Chapter 5, Chapter 5 Quirrell. Chapter 5 Quirrell. On a bright, sunny day, one room in the leaky cauldron had its thick curtains drawn tightly shut, blocking out every trace of light. A letter stamped with the seal of Hogwarts had been torn in half, its crumpled pieces scattered across the table by the window. Quirinus Quirrell, whom Harry had just mentioned, was currently writhing on the floor in agony, screaming continuously. A purple turban had fallen to the side, revealing his bald head. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was instead an extremely hideous and terrifying face. The face was chalk white in color. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, and beneath them were two thin, snake-like slits that served as nostrils. At this moment, the grotesque face on the back of Quirrell's head was roaring and cursing furiously. Damn that Dumbledore! How dare he go back on his word? And that newly recruited defense against the dark arts professor, how dare he steal my position? I'll make him wish he were dead. The owner of this horrifying face was none other than the man whose name struck fear throughout the wizarding world, Voldemort. Yet at this moment, he was nothing like the powerful, independent Dark Lord he had once been. Instead, he was extremely weak, able to exist only as a remnant of a soul parasitically inhabiting Quirrell's body. When Quirrell received Dumbledore's letter informing him that Hogwarts had found a more suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts position, the Voldemort attached to the back of his head had nearly exploded with rage. Decades ago, Voldemort had already wanted to become the defense against the dark arts professor. After being rejected twice in succession, he had even cursed the position itself, ensuring that no one could remain in the job for longer than a single year. Moreover, the position was not only tied to his obsession, it was also a crucial part of his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If Quirrell lost the job, all of his preparations and schemes would collapse into nothing. It's all your fault, you useless fool. If you had managed to obtain the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. The power Voldemort exerted while inhabiting Quirrell's body surged violently, causing Quirrell unbearable pain. Master, we can go find him and kill him. Quirrell cried out in agony. I'll handle it properly this time, I won't disappoint you again. Just then, a sudden knock, knock, knock sounded from outside the door. The room fell silent in an instant. Quirrell took a shaky breath and fumbled beside him to pick up his wand. With a light flick, he dispelled the soundproofing charm that had been placed on the room. Then he deliberately adopted his usual timid demeanor and called out toward the door. Didn't I say, not to come, and disturb me? The knocking paused for a moment. However, the grotesque face of Voldemort suddenly changed expression. He quickly whispered to Quirrell in a low voice. Put the turban on quick. He's already broken through the defensive spells at the door. Quirrell's face changed instantly. In a panic, he hurriedly waved his wand, wrapping the fallen turban back around his head. Bang! The next moment, the door to the leaky cauldron room was shoved open violently, slamming hard against the wall. A tall man with silver hair and wine-red eyes strolled into the room, sizing up the wizard wearing the oversized turban with obvious ill intent. I heard that the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is staying in this room, so I came specifically to pay a visit. Before he finished speaking, Dracula suddenly frowned. Where did this overwhelming smell of garlic come from? As he spoke, he waved his hand without hesitation. The tightly drawn curtains and the windows were flung open, and a strong gust of wind immediately swept through the room. Quirrell instinctively grabbed his turban, afraid it might be blown away by the wind. Why did you come here? He stammered. This is private property. You see, can't he do this? Dracula ignored his protest. Only after the pungent smell of garlic had mostly dissipated did he finally turn his gaze toward the strange man with the turban. You're Quirinus Quirrell, the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts?" he asked. "Why yes. I am." "And you are?" Quirrell said nervously, trembling slightly. Looking at the timid wizard before him, Dracula's expression darkened. He let out a cold laugh. "What a coincidence! I'm also the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts." Quirrell's eyes widened immediately. He had never expected that the man he had just been planning to hunt down and eliminate, the one who had stolen his position, would come knocking on his door himself. "So you're the bastard who stole my position?" Quirrell suddenly stopped stammering. The trembling disappeared from his voice as well, replaced by naked hatred, as if he intended to vent all the pain Voldemort had inflicted upon him onto the man standing before him. "I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap." He slowly raised his wand. However, at that exact moment, Voldemort's voice suddenly rang out in Quirrell's mind, stern and panicked. "Don't attack! Run! Quickly!" Quirrell had never heard Voldemort speak in such a frantic tone before. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Without hesitation, he spun around and prepared to apparate away from the room. Meanwhile, Dracula stood with his arms crossed, curious to see what kind of surprise this Professor Quirrell who wanted to steal his amusement might bring him. When he saw Quirrell perform the standard preparatory movement for apparition, he paused for a moment before shaking his head with a faint, amused smile. Then he raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Following Dracula's movement, Quirrell, whose body had already half entered the distorted space of apparition, was abruptly dragged back into the leaky cauldron's room as if seized by an invisible hand. He was slammed violently onto the table by the window. Crack! The table split cleanly in half. Quirrell let out a scream, clutching his back in pain. Dracula took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of him, looking down. "So what you're saying is, that I stole your position?" he asked lightly with a smile. Quirrell didn't answer. The panic on his face gradually faded, replaced by a blank expression. Then a sinister aura slowly surfaced in his eyes. "What a useless fool!" Quirrell spoke coldly. The next moment, a cloud of black mist burst out from Quirrell's body, completely enveloping him. Dracula frowned slightly and once again raised his hand in a grasping motion. But this time, Quirrell seemed to have transformed entirely into a mass of mist, untouchable and intangible. Dracula's hand grasped nothing but empty air. While Dracula was still puzzled, the black mist seeped through every crack and crevice in the tavern room, dispersing silently until it vanished completely. Dracula frowned, watching the entire process as Quirrell's figure disappeared without a trace. "Interesting." A slow smile curved across his lips, and the crease in his brow gradually relaxed. "In that case, let me see what secrets you're hiding." Dracula casually snapped his fingers. Without chanting any spell, the leaky cauldron room rapidly restored itself to exactly the way it had looked when he first arrived. Then he glanced at the bright sunlight outside the window, clicking his tongue in faint annoyance before walking out of the room through the front door. Chapter 6 Professors. Chapter 6 Professors. As a school with a long and storied history, being a professor at Hogwarts was not an easy job. Although, due to the curse, the requirements for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had gradually lowered over the decades, the most basic tasks, grading assignments, writing lesson plans, preparing exams, still required the professor's personal effort. Yet, to Dracula, these simple yet endlessly repetitive tasks were unbearably dull. So he came up with an idea. "Are you sure you want to appoint Quirrell as your teaching assistant?" Dumbledore asked, simultaneously soothing the startled Phoenix Fox and looking helplessly at the suddenly appearing Dracula. In fact, holding the deed to Hogwarts essentially gave Dracula full authority over the castle. The anti-apparition and various defensive spells here had no effect on him whatsoever, so he could freely appear anywhere within Hogwarts. This time, he apparat directly into the headmaster's office, scaring Fox, who had been taking a brief nap. Dracula casually stroked the trembling bird in Dumbledore's arms, then took a seat opposite him. "Of course, I have no interest in doing those boring tasks myself," he said, taking the blood-flavored lollipop from Dumbledore's hand and putting it in his mouth. "Weren't you planning to approve Quirrell's application anyway? His teaching abilities should be fine, right?" Dracula was very pleased with his plan. Not only would it free him from tedious chores, but it would also allow him to study the little secrets Quirrell carried up close. Why wouldn't he be thrilled? Looking at the somewhat arrogantly carefree vampire in front of him, Dumbledore rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. To be honest, the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts has a reputation, and very few respectable wizards would be willing to take the position here, he explained seriously. So, although we don't know much about Quirrell's teaching abilities, if he is willing to join, I naturally welcome him. And besides, with the new term about to start, we don't have the budget to hire an additional teaching assistant. All minor issues, Dracula said, snapping the lollipop stick in half and tossing it out the window. Just give half of my salary to Quirrell. With millennia of accumulated wealth, Dracula was generous in his own way. You just write to Quirrell and see if he's willing to come. As the actual major shareholder of Hogwarts, hiring a teaching assistant shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Dumbledore had no choice but to pick up his quill and write a letter offering Quirrell the position of teaching assistant, then sent it off by owl. Seeing this, Dracula nodded in satisfaction and rose, heading toward the window of the headmaster's office. "Wait a moment, Professor Dracula," Dumbledore suddenly called after him. Dracula turned back. "Do you have time now?" Dumbledore asked. "Most of the professors have already arrived. How about joining us in the Great Hall for a meal to get acquainted?" In the end, Dracula decided to go to the Great Hall to meet the other professors. After all, these would be his colleagues for the foreseeable future. It would be inconvenient if things were unpleasant, making his time at Hogwarts less enjoyable. Together with Dumbledore, Dracula descended the self-rotating staircase from the headmaster's office on the 8th floor down to the 4th floor of the castle, walked along the corridor to the other side's corner, and then had to loop around to the next long flight of stone steps. "Jumping through windows is definitely much more convenient," Dracula said idly after finishing another blood-flavored lollipop. "Professor Dracula, you do realize that you're about to become a full-fledged professor," Dumbledore said, half laughing, half exasperated. "As a professor, you're supposed to set a good example for the students. If any mischievous student learns how to jump out of windows from you, Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary will probably have something to say about it. Moreover, to prevent overly critical parents from picking apart Hogwarts' flaws, it would be best if you concealed your vampire traits. Nicholas told me you're different from other vampires and that you're capable of doing so." "What a hassle," Dracula muttered, pouting. Still, for the sake of the amusing events soon to unfold at Hogwarts, he silently retracted his sharp fangs. A short while later, the two of them finally passed a wide marble staircase and arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall. As they stepped inside, a tall, thin witch with long black hair dressed in emerald robes approached them. With a stern expression, she turned to Dumbledore and said, "Albus, the standards of our staff really need improving. Can you believe it? I nearly got hit by a lollipop stick just now when passing through the entrance courtyard, and the students haven't even arrived yet." Hearing the complaints of this fiery 70-year-old witch, Dracula's expression stiffened. He calmly hid the blood-flavored lollipop in his hand behind his back and incinerated it to ashes with a flick of black flame. "Minerva, I'll remind them to be careful," Dumbledore said, struggling to suppress a smile. He gestured to Dracula beside him. "This is our new defense against the dark arts professor, Vlad Dracula. Professor Dracula, this is Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall," he introduced them formally. Professor McGonagall finally turned to face Dracula. Seeing his otherworldly and distinctive features, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. But she quickly composed herself, offering a polite smile as she extended her hand. "Hello, Professor Dracula." Dracula politely shook her hand in return. At the sound of this exchange, the other professors in the Great Hall began emerging, curious to see the warrior taking up the position of defense against the dark arts. Dracula patiently greeted each of these quirky Hogwarts professors in turn. The Hogwarts faculty was certainly a unique ensemble. There was Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, barely taller than a house elf, Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, wearing a patched hat and covered in dirt, and Professor Ketleben, missing an arm and half a leg. Besides being an unusual lineup, the professors' glances at Dracula were tinged with subtle pity and sympathy. One bespectacled witch even sighed upon seeing him. Such a handsome man, and yet he chooses to become the defense against the dark arts professor. Hearing her remark, Dracula's mouth twitched. Why does it feel like this whole professorship thing was schemed by that old fellow Nicholas, he thought to himself. Chapter 7, Blood Hot Pot. Chapter 7 Blood Hot Pot. While the professors were chatting and laughing among themselves, a gaunt wizard strode over with a manner that seemed to acknowledge no one. His hair was greasy, his skin sallow, and he had a prominent hooked nose. A long black robe flowed behind him as he walked. Even Dracula, so familiar with the presence of bats, almost mistook him for a giant bat at first glance. "Ah, Severus, you've finally arrived," Dumbledore said cheerfully upon seeing him, then introduced him to Dracula. "Professor Dracula, this is Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. Severus, this is Professor Dracula, the new defense against the dark arts professor." At the mention of defense against the dark arts professor, Snape's eyes darkened slightly. He then lifted his deep black eyes to look at Dracula. "Professor Dracula, is that correct?" he said with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes, each word seeming to be squeezed out through his teeth. "Before the term begins, I think it necessary to remind you. Defense against the dark arts is an extremely dangerous subject. I hope your abilities will prove sufficient." Dracula sensed the malice behind Snape's words. His eyelids lifted slightly, meeting Snape's gaze directly. Two hostile gazes clashed, as if sparks of invisible fire had ignited between them. Dracula's wine-red eyes twitched ever so slightly, while Snape's deep black eyes suddenly constricted. Snape took 2 steps back, his face paling. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, positioning herself between them to diffuse the tension. "Severus, control your temper," she snapped, glaring sharply at him. Snape took the cue to avert his gaze, his expression now one of hesitant uncertainty. The other professors were taken aback by the scene. No matter how notorious the head of Slytherin's reputation, they all acknowledged his strength. After all, not just anyone could become the right-hand man of a Dark Lord purely through raw skill. Yet this expert in defense against the dark arts and master of legilimency had been subtly bested in a mental clash with Dracula in an instant. Ignoring the stunned professors, the diligent deputy headmistress McGonagall reacted first, leading Dracula into the Great Hall. "Professor Dracula, don't mind Severus," she said. "He's always wanted to become the defense against the dark arts professor himself, but Albus never approved him. Therefore, he doesn't show a pleasant face to anyone who succeeds in obtaining the position." Dracula raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the bat-like figure. "Didn't expect this position to be so in demand," he said with a light chuckle. McGonagall guided Dracula to a seat at the head table in the Great Hall, assigning him a spot far from Snape, to prevent further conflict, or perhaps to spare Snape, who had just lost face, from embarrassment. "Since everyone is here, let's begin our meal," Dumbledore said, his face beaming as he tapped a plate. At his command, an array of sumptuous dishes appeared on the golden plates before them. Dracula glanced disinterestedly at his own plate, then raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned to look at the center of the professor's table. "I heard that the duck blood soup and blood sausages from Poland are quite tasty, and the dish spicy blood curd stew is particularly distinctive," so I instructed the house elves to include them in the menu. Dumbledore winked at him. After lunch, Dracula returned to his office as the defense against the dark arts professor, and once again encountered Quirinus Quirrell. "So, you're sure you want to be my teaching assistant?" Dracula asked, pouring himself a large glass of cold water and drinking it in one gulp. Quirrell's expression was hesitant, but in the end, he nodded. "Why yes. I'm sure," he stammered. In truth, for Quirrell, or rather, for Voldemort, this decision wasn't particularly difficult. On one hand was his obsession with becoming the defense against the dark arts professor, his dwindling shred of dignity, on the other was the chance to get close to the Philosopher's Stone, a hope for resurrection. So Voldemort decisively discarded his dignity. As the saying goes, what good is dignity? Can it be eaten? And for Voldemort, what is dignity? Can it grant him greater power? Can it save him from death? Clearly, it could not. As a survivor king who had endured 11 years in the forests of Albania, Voldemort even went so far as to parasitize small animals to siphon life energy. It wasn't until Quirrell arrived that he finally regained some ability to act. Moreover, upon first meeting Dracula, Voldemort immediately sensed the intense dark power radiating from him, a force that felt extremely dangerous. This was why he had ordered Quirrell not to act and to retreat immediately. After Quirrell's failed escape, Voldemort took over his body and, using his self-created dark magic, barely evaded Dracula's interception. During that time, he gained a deeper understanding of Dracula's strength. Thus, Voldemort had long abandoned any hope of seizing the defense against the dark arts professorship and had already begun plotting other plans. Dumbledore's letter offering Quirrell the teaching assistant position, however, arrived like timely rain, reigniting Voldemort's plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. "Very well, but I have a few conditions," Dracula said coldly, taking another large gulp of water as he looked at the timid Quirrell. "First, from now on, grading assignments, writing lesson plans, and organizing exams will all be your responsibility. I have no interest in doing such tedious work." "Oh okay, and no problem," Quirrell stammered, startled by the bluntness. "Second, if there's ever a day I'm too lazy to teach, you will take over my classes." Quirrell nodded again. "As for the last condition..." Dracula set down his glass, his face darkening suddenly. "Finally, you will remove that disgusting garlic smell from yourself." Dracula felt nauseated by the occasional garlic scent emanating from Quirrell. It wasn't just because vampires naturally detest garlic, it was also because the smell reminded him of the spicy blood curd stew he had just eaten. He truly couldn't understand what Dumbledore had been thinking, serving a cold, ominous vampire a spicy, fiery hot pot. Yet, out of curiosity, Dracula had actually taken a few bites. Now, he felt as if he had just basked in a warm, sunlit afternoon, a sensation that was difficult to describe in words. Chapter 8 The School Year. Chapter 8 The School Year. From that day onward, Dracula never again went to the Hogwarts Great Hall to eat. Although, as the oldest surviving vampire, Dracula did not possess the weaknesses of lesser vampires. He was immune to sunlight, silver, and garlic. The instinctive aversion toward such things was still impossible to erase. Fortunately, back in 1811, the Minister for Magic at the time, Grogan Stump, had established a new definition of the term being. Goblins, vampires, hags, giants, house elves, vila, and werewolves in human form were all classified under the category of beings. As a result, over the past century, foods and drinks suited to the tastes of magical creatures such as goblins and vampires had gradually flourished. Since awakening, Dracula had discovered that the wizarding world now offered many beverages and foods specifically designed for vampires. There were blood-flavored lollipops from Honeydukes, fresh blood ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, and all kinds of blood-based delicacies. And precisely because of these far more appealing options, he had absolutely no desire to go to the Great Hall and look at dishes like duck blood soup. During the month before the school year began, Dracula threw all the preparation work, lesson plans and the like onto his teaching assistant, Quirrell. As for himself, he spent the time wandering across the entirety of Britain in search of interesting things to do. As for the sense of responsibility expected from a professor, Dracula probably wasn't going to develop that anytime soon. Before anyone noticed, September 1st arrived. It was the day Hogwarts reopened. The returning students jumped down from the thestral-drawn carriages, walked around the square academic buildings of Hogwarts Castle, and gradually made their way to the magnificent Great Hall in the southwest. Inside the hall were 4 long tables stretching across the room. Thousands of candles floated in midair above them, illuminating the hall brilliantly. The tables were set with gleaming golden plates and tall goblets. At the front of the hall stood a raised platform with another long table reserved for the professors. "Lee, want to make a bet with us?" Beside the Gryffindor table, 2 red-haired boys who looked exactly alike leaned together with their arms slung over each other's shoulders, speaking mysteriously to the dark-skinned boy beside them. "We're not betting on anything else, just how long this year's defense against the dark arts professor will last," one of the boys, George, said, waggling his eyebrows. "I'm not betting with you two. You're both swindlers." The dark-skinned boy, Lee Jordan, turned his head away, clearly unwilling to deal with them. "Hey! Don't be like that, brother." The other red-haired boy, Fred, wrapped an arm around Jordan's shoulder and dragged him back. "At least hear our terms first. We bet the new professor will only last 6 months. Lee Jordan's eyes widened. Against his dark skin, the whites of his eyes looked like 2 glowing bulbs floating in the air. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Fine, then I'll take the bet. I say 9 months. You're definitely going to lose. 6 months is such a short time. Even if they put a dog in that position, it could last that long." Jordan confidently slapped a gold galleon down onto the table. Fred and George exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. They had already decided that if the professor still hadn't left after 6 months, they would lend a helping hand to ensure that this new professor stepped down. Just as the twins had begun thinking about how they would spend the gold coin they were about to win, a slender, pale hand suddenly reached over and placed a thick stack of galleons beside Jordan's single coin. "Fred and George." The twins swore on Merlin's beard that they had never seen so many galleons in their entire lives. They turned in shock to look at the owner of the hand and saw a silver-haired wizard standing behind them, a playful smile on his lips. "I bet 20 galleons that the new defense against the dark arts professor won't leave his post." Hearing Dracula's words, Fred and George were instantly overjoyed. Everyone knew that no defense against the dark arts professor ever stayed in the job, just like there was no such thing as a man who wasn't fond of women. They had definitely won this time. "Deal. No taking it back," they said in unison. The two slapped hands and jumped around excitedly in the Great Hall, as if those 20-odd galleons were already theirs. However, as they continued hopping about, Fred and George suddenly noticed that the atmosphere around them had become strangely quiet. Nearby, Lee Jordan was desperately signaling at them with his eyes, but because his dark skin made the movement less noticeable, the twins completely failed to see it. Ahem! A stern cough sounded beside the twins. They slowly turned their heads and saw Professor McGonagall standing next to them, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Mr. Weasley, how dare you gamble openly during the opening ceremony, and using a professor as the subject of the bet?" Professor McGonagall's cheeks flushed red with anger. Her hands clenched into fists as she trembled with rage at the two troublemakers. Only then did the twins realize that the Great Hall had filled up at some point, and they were the only ones still bouncing around as if no one else existed. On the raised professor's platform, only 2 seats remained empty. One was the seat beside the smiling Dumbledore, belonging to Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. That meant the other empty seat was obvious. It belonged to the silver-haired wizard who had just made the bet with them. Under the circumstances, anyone with half a brain could figure out that he was the new defense against the dark arts professor. George and Fred stared in shock, their eyes wide as they looked stiffly at Dracula, who still wore that amused smile. Professor, if we say we didn't mean it, would you believe us? George asked weakly. We just saw Lee looking a little unhappy and wanted to cheer him up, Fred added with a cheeky grin. Lee Jordan, who had been pretending to be a quail sitting quietly beside them, immediately whipped his head around in disbelief when he heard that. Quiet, Weasley! Professor McGonagall snapped, pushing the two of them back into their seats at the Gryffindor table. Come to my office after the welcome feast. You'll have plenty of detention to keep you busy for the next month. With that, she turned and left the Great Hall without another word, heading toward the entrance courtyard to greet the new students. Dracula, meanwhile, glanced at the twins with interest before letting out a soft chuckle and walking toward his seat. Professor, your galleons. Fred tried to bring up the matter of the 20 galleons with Dracula, but Lee Jordan quickly covered his mouth before he could finish, taking the opportunity to get a bit of revenge for Fred throwing him under the bus earlier. George soon joined the scuffle, and the three of them twisted together like a braided rope. But they separated almost immediately and sat up straight at the table. Because Professor McGonagall had returned bringing with her a group of nervous new students. Chapter 9, The Sorting Ceremony. Chapter 9 The Sorting Ceremony. Professor McGonagall led the new students to the front of the Great Hall and had them line up in a row facing the older students, while the professors stood behind them. The returning students curiously examined the faces of the newcomers, speculating which house each of them would be sorted into. Of course, even more eyes were scanning the crowd, trying to guess which one among them was the famous boy who lived, Harry Potter. Under the gaze of the many students and professors, Professor McGonagall gently placed a four-legged stool in front of the first-year students and then set a pointed wizard's hat on top of it. The hat was patched, worn, and extremely dirty. The Great Hall fell silent. Everyone stared at the hat. Dracula was also watching the hat. A trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes, though even more prominent was a look of amused interest. Suddenly, the hat twitched. A wide slit opened along its brim, forming something like a mouth. Then, in a rather unpleasant voice, it began to sing a song. You may think I'm not that pretty. But don't judge by what you see. For if you can find a hat more clever. As it became more animated, it even twisted its body around, using the two creases on its crown as eyes to examine the new little wizards. I am the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. Far superior to any hat you'll see. Just as the Sorting Hat was surveying the group of youthful faces, it happened to catch sight of a figure seated among the professors. Put me on and try me out. And I will tell you where you should what the hell At the sudden scream, a pitch-black flame quietly appeared in Dracula's hand. The Sorting Hat's singing and screaming came to an abrupt halt. Under normal circumstances, the process would be that the Sorting Hat finished singing a rather unpleasant song, the entire hall burst into applause, and the hat bowed to the 4 house tables before the sorting ceremony officially began. But this time, the hat had only sung halfway before letting out a strange shriek and stopping altogether. The new students looked utterly confused. The older students were equally baffled. Even the professors had no idea what strange mood had possessed the Sorting Hat this year. Only Dumbledore cast a subtle glance at Dracula, a faint look of understanding appearing in his eyes. Sorting Hat, what's wrong? Professor McGonagall frowned and stood up to ask. The Sorting Hat was about to speak when it suddenly noticed that the terrifying figure who had frightened it was also standing up alongside Professor McGonagall. Go on, continue singing. It sounded quite nice, Dracula said with a slight curl of his lips as he looked at the tattered hat. I forgot the lyrics, the Sorting Hat said nervously. Then just make up a new one on the spot. The ceremony still has to go on, doesn't it? Dracula replied with a meaningful smile. Professor Dracula. Professor McGonagall looked at him in confusion. But the Sorting Hat could clearly see the faint flicker of cold, black flames dancing at Dracula's fingertips. I'm fine. Let's do as Professor Dracula suggests. It gulped if a hat could gulp. Then the Sorting Hat turned toward the older students seated at the long tables. Only when the vampire was no longer within its line of sight did it feel slightly relieved. Nervously clearing its throat, the hat began to sing. You may admire Gryffindor. For courage, daring, and chivalry abound. You may respect Hufflepuff. For steadfast hearts that endure every hardship. You may revere Ravenclaw. For wisdom and knowledge beyond compare. You may fear Slytherin. For ambition that shines through at any cost. The Sorting Hat sang the impromptu song it had just composed, praising the noble qualities and unique personalities of the four founders. Then suddenly it changed its tone. But young witches and wizards. You should also honor their dearest friend. He is learned and brilliant. Wild and unrestrained, free-spirited and bold. Invincible wherever he stands. Handsome and dashing beyond measure. He. As Dracula listened to the lyrics the Sorting Hat was inventing, the corner of his eye began to twitch. If the earlier descriptions had at least somewhat fit him, the later lines had completely abandoned all restraint. The hat seemed determined to use every positive adjective it had learned over the past 1,000 years. Ahem! Dracula coughed heavily. The Sorting Hat trembled when it heard the sound and immediately hurried to conclude its long-winded praise. If you do not know him, just remember this. The Founder's dear friend has always been right beside you. The Sorting Hat finally finished its song, and thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Amid the applause, both the students and the professors began whispering among themselves, discussing who exactly this nearly perfect friend of the Founders might be. Meanwhile, the Ragged Hat secretly glanced at Dracula from the corner of its eye. Only when it saw that he had not summoned the black flame again did it cautiously bow to each of the four house tables in turn before falling completely silent. Although the singing of the Sorting Hat's song had encountered some twists and turns, the process had finally been completed, and they could move on to the next stage. Professor McGonagall, who had been standing there for quite some time, finally let out a sigh of relief. She stepped forward and picked up a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and be sorted, she said. Hannah Abbott. Once the sorting ceremony was properly underway, no further problems occurred, and it proceeded smoothly. The most anticipated moment, of course, belonged to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The Sorting Hat hesitated for a long time while resting on his head before finally making its decision. Gryffindor. As soon as the Sorting Hat's voice rang out, the Gryffindor table erupted in excitement and cheers. Among them, the Weasley twins forgot all restraint and once again began jumping up and down throughout the great hall. This time, however, no one scolded them. Although Headmaster Dumbledore and Gryffindor's head of house, Professor McGonagall, said nothing, they were both extremely pleased in their hearts. Amid Gryffindor's jubilant cheers and the disappointed sighs from the other three houses, the sorting ceremony came to a fairly satisfying conclusion. Next came the moment everyone had been eagerly waiting for, the start of term feast. Albus Dumbledore stood up. Beaming at the students, he spread his arms wide, as though nothing in the world delighted him more than seeing the hall filled with young witches and wizards. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. Everyone had been waiting hungrily for quite some time. As soon as Dumbledore finished his brief speech, the students immediately began to eat heartily. Only Dracula cast a look of disdain at the blood-hot pot on his plate. He tapped the edge of the plate lightly with his spoon, replacing it with a bowl of Polish duck blood soup, and only then did he begin to enjoy his meal with satisfaction. Chapter 10, Chapter 10 Dracula's Office. Chapter 10 Dracula's Office. After the start of term feast ended, Professor Dumbledore stood up once again. The great hall gradually fell silent. He gave the young wizards a few reminders, warning them not to enter the forbidden forest and not to cast spells in the corridors. Dumbledore's expression, however, was far from stern, so these warnings probably wouldn't have much effect. At least when Dracula glanced down from the professor's table, he could clearly see the eager glints in the eyes of many Gryffindor students, as though they were itching to try exactly those forbidden things. After finishing the reminders and a brief notice, Dumbledore's expression suddenly became solemn. Lastly, I must tell you that anyone who does not wish to suffer an accident or die a very painful death should avoid the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor, he said seriously. A few laughs seemed to rise from the crowd below, as though some students believed he was joking. Dracula turned curiously to the short Professor Flitwick seated beside him and asked, "He doesn't look like he's joking." "Oh. He certainly isn't," Professor Flitwick replied in his distinctive high-pitched voice. "Albus seems to be protecting something. A while ago he asked several of us who teach the core subjects to design some interesting obstacles to prevent that item from being stolen by a thief." "Oh? Why wasn't I informed about this? Isn't defense against the dark arts considered a core subject?" Dracula asked. "Defense against the dark arts is certainly a core subject. Ahem, although it hasn't exactly been treated like one for the past several decades." Flitwick stroked his small mustache awkwardly. "But it's normal that you weren't aware of it, Professor Dracula. When Albus was arranging the obstacles, you happened to be away, so he had Quirrell set yours up in your place." "I see." Dracula nodded. In the next moment, he noticed that the smile on Professor Flitwick's face had suddenly frozen. Standing in the center of the professor's table, Dumbledore faced the students and flicked his wand lightly. A long golden ribbon streamed out from the wand, twisting like a snake above the dining tables and forming lines of text in midair. "Everyone choose your favorite tune," Dumbledore said. "Ready, sing." Upon hearing the singing of the entire hall, Dracula's expression froze as well. "Wait, after 1,000 years, Hogwarts still hasn't found someone to compose a melody for the school song." Amid the chaotic, argument-like chorus filling the hall, Dracula raised his voice and asked Professor Flitwick beside him. Flitwick, clearly delighted not to be singing with the others, stood on his chair and shouted back, "Every headmaster thinks it's a Hogwarts tradition. No one wants to break it." Dracula fell silent, unsure what expression he should even make. He still vaguely remembered that 1,000 years ago, Ravenclaw had written the lyrics for the Hogwarts school song. But since music in Britain during that era had been quite primitive, people back then mostly played things like bagpipes or simple single-string instruments. The 4 founders had worried that setting such crude music to the school song would lower Hogwarts' prestige. So they decided to pass down only the lyrics, hoping that some talented wizard composer in the future would eventually create a fitting melody. Who could have imagined that later headmasters would interpret the lack of a melody as some profound intention left behind by the founders and would faithfully maintain the tradition of singing it to any tune people pleased, even 1,000 years later. After enduring the school song with great patience, Dracula returned to his office. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office was located on the 3rd floor, connected directly to the classroom on the 2nd floor. Whenever class began, the professor only needed to open the side door of the office and walk down a short flight of steps to reach the classroom. Dracula couldn't be entirely sure whether this layout had always been the case, or whether Dumbledore had arranged it specifically to prevent his habit of jumping out of windows. Inside the office, decorated in a style strongly reminiscent of dark aesthetics, Dracula met with his teaching assistant, Quirinus Quirrell. "So your method of removing the garlic smell was to cover it up with an even worse stench?" Before Quirrell could even step inside, Dracula frowned and erected a dark barrier, sealing him tightly behind it. Professor D. Dracula, you must understand me," Quirrell stammered from behind the barrier. Because I encountered a vampire in our Romania. To prevent him from coming after me, I had no choice but to do this." Hearing Quirrell's explanation, Dracula's eyes flickered. "You've met the vampires in Romania?" he asked curiously. "Why, yes. How are they doing now? Dracula's attitude became slightly more serious. He straightened from his reclining position and looked at Quirrell. How are they doing? Quirrell looked at him blankly. Their behavior, habits, way of life, mental state, population growth, things like that. Dracula forced what he believed to be a rather friendly smile and even let Quirrell into the office despite the smell. Don't feel pressured. Just say whatever comes to mind. Quirrell seemed momentarily stunned before replying haltingly. There's not much different from before. Vampires are still as violent as ever. Pale faces, you ugly features, thin bodies. As soon as he saw me, he tried to suck my blood. Oh, of course I wasn't willing, so WEF fought. WEF fought for a long time, and I used a spell to drive him away. That's enough. It's all nonsense. Dracula's expression darkened more and more as he listened. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he slapped Quirrell straight out the door. I don't care what excuse you use. Either get rid of that smell or get expelled, choose one. Quirrell tumbled out the door, the back of his head slamming heavily into a pillar in the corridor. He raised a hand to rub the aching spot, but halfway there, a faint malicious curse seemed to echo inside his mind. Quirrell immediately withdrew his hand before it touched the back of his head, then stood up and hurried away from Dracula's office in embarrassment. But he had barely taken a few steps before an invisible hand suddenly grabbed him and dragged him back. There's one more thing, Dracula said, erecting another barrier to block the smell before speaking from behind it. I heard you set up an obstacle for the thing Dumbledore is guarding. Do you know what he's protecting? At Dracula's question, Quirrell's body instantly tensed. I am not sure. I was only responsible for setting up the obstacle, he said cautiously. I figured you wouldn't know. Dracula curled his lip. So what did you put there? A troll. Quirrell was thrown out of the office once again, his head striking the same pillar. So that's why you smell so terrible. It's the stench of a troll, Dracula said, frowning in disgust. Go throw your troll out of Hogwarts immediately. I'll set up the obstacle myself. Chapter 11, Chapter 11 Defense Against the Dark Arts. Chapter 11 Defense Against the Dark Arts. September 2, 1991, was a Monday. Today, Dracula also welcomed his very first class as Hogwarts Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. 9 o'clock in the morning was the time when the first class of the day began at Hogwarts. The bell in the tall tower rang precisely on time, its chime echoing across the entire campus under the influence of magic. At the exact moment the bell sounded, Dracula pushed open the side door of his office and stepped down the marble staircase located at the front right side of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Among the students seated below the podium, about half wore robes with red-trimmed collars, while most of the rest wore robes with yellow-trimmed collars. It was easy to tell that the class consisted of young witches and wizards from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. At this moment, they sat neatly in their seats, watching their new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor with bright, attentive eyes. Whether they were lions of Gryffindor or badgers of Hufflepuff, each student secretly wondered the same thing: would this professor, whose appearance and bearing were so extraordinary, possess teaching ability just as impressive as his looks? Or would he turn out to be all style and no substance, just like several of the previous professors? Good morning, everyone, Dracula greeted the class briefly. Standing firmly behind the podium, he swept his gaze across the students. Among them, he spotted two familiar figures, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. Good morning, Professor, the students replied in unison. Dracula nodded, then continued. After yesterday's feast, I believe you already know that I am your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. You may call me Professor Dracula. I hope that during the time ahead you can make me happy. I hope everyone has a pleasant time. Having almost blurted out his true thoughts, Dracula kept a perfectly straight face and smoothly shifted to the main topic. Well then, without further ado, let's begin the first lesson of the term. Today we will be discussing. At this point, he glanced at his empty hands and the smooth lectern that held nothing but a single writing crop. For a brief moment, he paused. Dracula suddenly realized that, in his usual lazy fashion, he had selected the textbook Dark Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense and the thick stack of lesson plans painstakingly written by his teaching assistant Quirrell, only to leave both of them sitting on the desk in his office. In other words, he had come to class completely empty-handed. Although the defense against the dark arts professor's office was very close to the classroom, and although Dracula could summon the textbook with a snap of his fingers, doing so would make the new professor appear rather unprofessional. He absolutely refused to let something like that happen in his very first class. So Dracula smiled calmly and changed his words. The topic is a spell casting ability test. Looking at the puzzled expressions on the students' faces, he revealed a smile full of barely concealed mischief. Each of you will take turns casting the spell you're best at on me, Dracula said. You are already third-year students. Let me see what you've learned during your 2 years at Hogwarts. Before the students could fully react, he walked straight down from the platform and stopped in front of a student sitting in the first row. We'll start with you, young man from Hufflepuff, he said to the boy with the yellow-trimmed collar. Looking at the young student before him, whose face still carried a trace of youthful innocence but who was already quite handsome, Dracula's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. The boy had a certain air about him, reminiscent of a vampire noble. Professor Dracula, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The Hufflepuff boy hesitated. There's no need to be timid in the classroom, Dracula said, curling his lips slightly as he challenged him. If you don't even have the courage to attack your professor, how will you ever become an outstanding wizard? Hearing this, the boy nodded firmly. I understand, Professor. Gritting his teeth, he raised his wand at Dracula. Stupefy. Dracula smiled faintly and lifted his hand slightly, catching the stunning spell with his bare palm. If one observed carefully, it could be seen that when the spell struck Dracula's hand, it was like flowing water colliding with solid rock. The magic attached to it split across the surface of his skin, spreading outward before dissipating into the air, leaving him completely unharmed. The young witches and wizards in the classroom all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A clean and decisive cast. For someone your age, that's quite impressive, Dracula said with a satisfied nod, paying no attention to the student's shock. What's your name? Diggory, Professor. My name is Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff boy replied. Very good. A fine stunning spell, Mr. Diggory, Dracula praised him. Let me think about what reward a professor should give a student. Ah, that's right, 5 points to Hufflepuff. Dracula was quite pleased with Cedric's performance. The very first student he tested had already demonstrated such a level of spell casting. This gave him a certain degree of recognition for Hogwarts teaching standards. At the very least, the school had not disappointed the expectations of the 4 close friends he had known 1,000 years ago. Next, Dracula began enthusiastically testing the spell-casting abilities of the other students, curious to see what surprises they might bring him. And the students certainly did bring him plenty of surprises. The more students he tested, the darker his expression became. When he finally reached a Hufflepuff student who could not cast even a single spell successfully, Dracula's patience finally snapped. What exactly have you been doing during your 2 years at Hogwarts? Did you only learn how to eat? He said coldly. The cloak behind him began to move without wind, and a faintly terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the entire defense against the dark arts classroom. The young wizards froze in place, too frightened to move. Some of the more timid students were even scared to the point of tears. Forget it. I can't be bothered wasting time like this anymore, Dracula said impatiently, pointing at the entire class. All of you cast your best spells on me at the same time. The one with the most powerful spell gets no homework. The 5 with the weakest spells will have their homework doubled and you'll report to my office tonight for detention. Upon hearing Dracula's announcement, Cedric suddenly stood up in alarm. Professor, don't act rashly. Defense against the dark arts professors have a tendency to get into accidents. I'm not acting rashly, Dracula replied indifferently. I'm simply too lazy to waste time. With spells at your level, you wouldn't even be able to tickle me. For a moment, the young wizards were stunned by his outrageous confidence. Only Fred and George, sitting together, exchanged excited glances. The twins were practically overjoyed. Was this year really going to be this explosive? Was the defense against the dark arts professor about to get himself sent away on the very first lesson of the term? Wouldn't that mean they'd earn 20 galleons for free? Chapter 12, Chapter 12 A brief conversation in the headmaster's office. Chapter 12 A brief conversation in the headmaster's office. I'll count down from 3. When I finish, you will all cast your spells together, Dracula said coldly from the podium. If you don't want your homework doubled or to end up in detention, then cast your spells with everything you've got. 3, he recited indifferently. The young wizards were at a loss. Most of them exchanged helpless looks with their classmates, hoping someone else would take the lead so they could form a united front. 2. Encouraged by Fred and George's righteous and heroic expressions, the students gradually steeled their resolve. One by one, they picked up their wands with slightly nervous movements. 1. As Dracula's voice fell, the Weasley twins, acting as the pioneers in attacking their professor, were the first to unleash their signature spell. Mucus ad nauseam. Dracula's eyelid twitched slightly. With visible disgust, he waved the nasty mucus spell right back at them. Instantly, Fred and George's identical noses began to run profusely. The twins glanced at each other, sniffed in unison, and immediately started roughhousing, gleefully wiping their endless streams of snot onto each other's robes. Seeing someone take the lead, the rest of the young wizards gradually gathered their courage. Pressured by the threat of doubled homework and detention, they began casting all sorts of spells at Dracula one after another. Dracula made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he chuckled lightly and spread his arms, even closing his eyes as he accepted every spell with his own body. The next moment, the defense against the dark arts classroom fell into complete silence. Professor? Professor? Seeing that Dracula hadn't moved at all, Cedric, who had refrained from casting another spell out of concern, called out softly. Professor, are you all right? The other students began to panic as well. The classroom quickly filled with anxious chatter. The twins, who had been rolling around on the floor moments earlier, wiped their noses and stopped their scuffle, turning their attention toward Dracula on the podium. Professor Dracula, did something really happen to you? They asked, unable to hide the delight spreading across their faces. Hearing the chaotic noise in the classroom, Dracula, who had been quietly analyzing the relative strength of the students' spells, furrowed his brow. Silence, he snapped, opening his eyes and striking the desk heavily with his riding crop. The results are in. None of the spells I just received surpassed Mr. Diggory's. Therefore, Mr. Diggory will be exempt from this assignment, Dracula announced. Next, the 5 people whose names I call will have their homework doubled and you will report to my office tonight for detention. He then called out the names of 5 students who had been too frightened to cast any spell at all, pulling them aside and ordering them to practice separately. They would not be allowed to leave until they successfully cast a spell. As for the rest of the class, their task was to read the textbook on their own. By the next lesson, they were expected to fully master the theoretical content in the first section of Dark Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense. After assigning the tasks, Dracula leisurely strolled around the classroom. As he walked, he quickly flipped through the students' textbooks, rapidly familiarizing himself with the first section of the third-year curriculum. In this way, he successfully managed to teach a class without bringing his own materials by borrowing the students' books on the spot. When he reached the Weasley twins, Fred raised his hand timidly. "What is it?" Dracula asked curiously. "Professor, after getting hit by so many spells, you really don't feel any discomfort at all?" Fred asked stubbornly, a strand of mucus still hanging from his nose. George nodded eagerly beside him. "Don't worry. I'll be perfectly fine," Dracula replied with a sly smile. "You two should start saving up your money. I'm waiting for you to hand over those 40 galleons." The twins lowered their heads simultaneously, their faces filled with despair. After class ended, Dracula immediately went to the headmaster's office. "I think there's a serious problem with Hogwarts education," Dracula said casually as he sat in front of a wall covered with portraits, sucking on a blood-flavored lollipop that had just been delivered from Honeydukes. "How can there be students who have studied magic for 2 years and still can't cast a single spell? Dumbledore, how do you expect the 4 founders to look at you?" "Professor Dracula, all third-year students are wizards who passed their second-year final exams. It's impossible that they truly cannot cast even a single spell," Dumbledore replied calmly, smiling as he tried to reassure him. "I suspect your teaching style may have frightened them a bit." "That's not because I frightened them, it's a problem with their mentality," Dracula retorted, biting the lollipop into pieces. He instinctively moved to toss the stick out the window. However, he suddenly thought of Professor McGonagall's stern, tight-lipped expression. Quietly, he withdrew his hand and instead tossed the stick beside Fox's claws. "Help me clean up this trash, Fox," Dracula said, casually stroking the phoenix's golden-red feathers before continuing. "A few centuries ago, students like this would never have survived in society after graduating." Fox gave him a disdainful glance. However, the powerful dark aura surrounding the vampire made the bird uneasy. In the end, Fox exhaled a small burst of flame, burning the lollipop stick into ashes. "Professor Dracula, times are changing," Dumbledore said gently, adjusting his glasses as he spoke to the ancient figure before him. "In fact, nowadays even wizards who aren't particularly powerful can still live very well after leaving school. Among my former students alone, I can name many who weren't especially strong but still found great success in life, such as the famous witch singer Celestina Warbeck, Devlin Whitehorn, founder of the racing broom company Nimbus Racing Broom Company, and Glenda Chittock, the well-known host of the Wizarding Wireless Network program Witching Hour. In this era, everyone can find their own place to shine in different fields." A gentle smile appeared in Dumbledore's eyes as he looked into Dracula's wine-red gaze. Dracula fell silent for a moment. "Perhaps you have a point," he finally said, staring deeply at Dumbledore. "But the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position still exists. Which means Voldemort hasn't truly disappeared. A new war isn't far off, is it? When that time comes, what means of self-defense will those wizards so outstanding in other fields have?" Dumbledore froze slightly, then sighed softly and shook his head. Removing his glasses, he began carefully polishing them. "Sometimes, when people say the Dark Lord is dead, it's merely a form of self-deception," he said after a long pause. "In truth, many people understand this but even more choose to forget under the comfort of their own illusions. The decline of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts over the past few decades has indeed had a tremendous impact on the wizarding world. That is precisely why Hogwarts needs a defense against the dark arts professor like you, Count." Chapter 13, Chapter 13 Hagrid's Little Cutie. Chapter 13 Hagrid's Little Cutie. After chatting briefly with Dumbledore, Dracula found his mood somewhat gloomy. He clearly remembered that he had originally come to the headmaster's office to demand an explanation. Yet somehow, under Dumbledore's expectant gaze, the responsibility had turned into something he was now supposed to strive for in the future. Silently, Dracula placed a mental label on Dumbledore, Master Swindler. After their short conversation, the two of them descended the automatically rotating staircase outside the headmaster's office and arrived on the 4th floor, heading together toward the restricted corridor on the right. "I've never understood why you would place something dangerous inside a school," Dracula said, glancing down the empty hallway before turning to Dumbledore. You're just putting the students in danger like this. Professor Dracula, as you just mentioned, Voldemort may return at any time, Dumbledore replied. Under such circumstances, I need a way to determine his exact condition in advance. The school is the only place where I can maintain complete control. So this is essentially a trap for Voldemort, correct? Dracula frowned slightly. If Voldemort can fall for such a crude trap, I'd have to start worrying about the current state of the wizarding world. Honestly, letting someone that foolish become a Dark Lord whose name people are afraid to speak, impressive work. Let's not say that, Dumbledore said with a small smile. When Voldemort was young, he was actually quite clever. The only reason he will come here is because I'll be placing something in these chambers that he simply cannot refuse. I guarantee that even if he knows it's a trap, Voldemort will still try to break through. Oh! Dracula raised the corner of his lips with interest. So the bait must be very valuable. Aren't you worried that by bringing an evil vampire like me here so casually, I might grow tempted and steal it for myself? Professor Dracula, there's no need to speak like that. I trust that you are not such a person, Dumbledore said warmly. He then added, besides, the item I placed here is something you're already quite familiar with, and something you would have no interest in. According to Nicholas, you'd probably be too lazy to take it even if it were placed right in front of you. Dracula paused. So the bait was something Voldemort desperately desired, but something he himself regarded as worthless? Did Nicholas lend you the Philosopher's Stone? He asked, frowning. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. That's quite the price to pay just to lure Voldemort out, Dracula said with a click of his tongue. I didn't quite believe it when Nicholas said you two were close friends despite the age gap. Now that I think about it, that description was actually rather conservative. In truth, Dracula had very little interest in the Philosopher's Stone. Its two most famous abilities, brewing the elixir of life and turning stone into gold, held no appeal for him. He himself was already an immortal being. In fact, after living for so long, he was beginning to feel rather bored with existence. Finding amusement had become the only motivation keeping him going. As for turning stone into gold, that was even less appealing. Once wealth reached a certain level, it became nothing more than a meaningless string of numbers. Dracula had absolutely no interest in money anymore. The stone likely possessed other strange effects as well, but during the hundreds of years he had known Nicholas Flamel, Dracula had already played around with those functions enough to grow tired of them. Just as Nicholas had said, if the Philosopher's Stone were placed in front of him, he probably wouldn't even bother picking it up. Fine. How you use it is your business. It has nothing to do with me, Dracula said with a bored tone. What I want to know now is how you plan to stop bold students from sneaking in here. If you ask me, those Gryffindor twins are a major risk. The more you forbid them, the more they'll want to try. Ah, Professor Dracula, there's no need to worry, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Hagrid's little cutie will chase them away and won't cause them any serious harm. Hagrid's little cutie. Dracula looked at him in confusion. A big dog. With proper training, it won't harm young wizards, Dumbledore said, winking at him. Of course, I also contributed a bit to that training. Dracula snorted in disbelief. In his mind, Hagrid had probably raised some extremely ferocious dog that Dumbledore had placed here as a guard. The poor beast was likely under some sort of spell, perhaps a Confundus charm or a memory charm, so that it wouldn't harbor too much hostility toward Hogwarts students and would simply chase mischievous children away from the restricted area. As they chatted, they eventually arrived at a door. Beyond this door lay the first chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone. So this is Hagrid's little cutie, Dracula said speechlessly as he looked up at the enormous dog sitting on the ground, taller than he was. Of course. In Hagrid's eyes, it certainly is, Dumbledore said cheerfully. He even gave it a name, Fluffy. Before them stood a dog that filled the entire space between the floor and the ceiling. It had 3 heads. 3 pairs of wide, crazed eyes, 3 noses sniffing and twitching in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, saliva dripping from yellow fangs and splattering onto the floor. The moment Fluffy saw Dracula and Dumbledore enter its territory, the 3-headed dog leapt up. All 3 heads barked furiously at the same time. Woof! 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 Neither Dumbledore nor Dracula paid much attention to such a harmless little dog. They simply continued chatting as if nothing had happened. "Did you know, Professor Dracula?" Dumbledore said. 3-headed dogs have a fascinating trait. When they hear music, they fall asleep. So perhaps you could try singing a song to Fluffy. "Then why don't you sing?" Dracula replied, folding his arms and glancing at him. "Well, you must be considerate toward an old man." Dumbledore's voice suddenly trailed off as he glanced helplessly at the vampire professor beside him, who wore the face of a young man. He had just remembered the true age of the person standing next to him. Dracula watched him with interest, clearly waiting to hear the young headmaster sing. Just as the elderly headmaster was about to change the subject, Fluffy, who had finally grown tired of being completely ignored, let out a furious roar and lunged toward them. Ray-o-o-of! Irritated at having his amusement interrupted, Dracula glared viciously at the dog. His wine-red eyes met Fluffy's gaze. Instantly, the dog felt the overwhelming suppression of a superior dark creature, a primal fear rising from deep within its bloodline. Fluffy tried to slam on the brakes but failed, skidding forward and collapsing right in front of Dracula. "Hwee-ein!" It whimpered pitifully. Dracula stepped forward a few paces and reached out, rubbing one of Fluffy's heads. "The texture's not bad. Nice and fluffy, just a bit dirty," he said while scratching behind the dog's ears. Then he turned to Dumbledore. "Would you like to try, Dumbledore?" Chapter 14, A True Agent of Chaos. Chapter 14, A True Agent of Chaos. "That's about enough, Professor Dracula," Dumbledore said, declining Dracula's invitation to pet the dog together and awkwardly changing the subject. "Don't you still need to set up a protective challenge for the Philosopher's Stone?" "You're right." Dracula nodded, as though he had just discovered a new source of entertainment. "When you have time, you should give Fluffy a bath. He's far too dirty right now, it really affects the texture." As he spoke, he patted the 3-headed dog's massive head again and said, "Fluffy, move that fat belly of yours aside. You're blocking the door." The moment he had entered the room, Dracula had already noticed that Fluffy was standing on top of a trapdoor. It was clearly guarding something. Fluffy obediently shuffled aside, squeezing itself into the corner of the room and leaving a path for Dracula and Dumbledore to reach the trapdoor. Dumbledore waved his hand. The ring on the trapdoor was immediately lifted by an invisible force, and the hatch swung open. Below the opening was pitch black and very deep. But with a vampire's excellent night vision, Dracula could clearly see what lay beneath. "Tisk, laying down a whole patch of devil's snare. Professor Sprout must be worried that whoever comes to steal the stone might get hurt from the fall," Dracula remarked, glancing sideways at Dumbledore with a teasing smile. "Besides, there aren't many wizards who haven't learned a slowing charm, right? Perhaps this challenge is specially designed for younger students." Dumbledore merely smiled without responding. He floated down lightly through the trapdoor and landed on the ground below. Dracula, on the other hand, casually leaned backward and fell through the opening. A moment later, he drifted down and landed on the soft devil's snare beneath. "You've prepared quite thoroughly for the intruder's safety," he commented while lying on the devil's snare, which dared not move because of the powerful aura of darkness surrounding him. Dracula stood up. Together with Dumbledore, he walked along the stone corridor ahead of the devil's snare until they reached the end, where a brightly lit chamber came into view. The room had a high, arched ceiling. Countless jewel-like birds fluttered everywhere, beating their wings and darting through the air. On the opposite side of the room stood a heavy wooden door. setting up a door, but leaving the key behind and even thoughtfully providing a few flying brooms, Dracula said, glancing at the magical birds overhead and the brooms resting in the corner. Turning security measures into a puzzle challenge, that's very much like you. After enduring Dracula's constant sarcasm along the way, Dumbledore finally failed to maintain his calm expression and let out a helpless laugh. Professor Dracula, I knew I wouldn't be able to hide it from you, he said. To be honest, I never intended for these obstacles to truly stop a determined intruder. They're simply trials meant to test and train the students. To test whom? And train whom? Dracula chuckled softly. If I'm not mistaken, this is all for the boy who lived Harry Potter, isn't it? As expected, nothing escapes your eyes, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore sighed. Yes, I do intend to cultivate Harry. He will be an indispensable part of the process of completely defeating Voldemort. So I must ask you, please don't make the next challenge too difficult. I'd hate for Harry to lose confidence because of a professor's obstacle before he even has the chance to face Voldemort. Dracula nodded indifferently. In truth, he also wanted to learn more about the secrets surrounding this so-called savior. How had a mere 1-year-old child defeated the most powerful dark wizard in the world? Dracula found that question extremely intriguing. The two of them casually waved their hands, unlocking the heavy wooden door. After passing through a large puzzle chessboard, they entered another chamber that still carried a faint rotten smell. There used to be a troll here, but Quirrell moved it away yesterday, Dumbledore explained. So the smell hasn't completely disappeared yet. Now then, Professor Dracula, please set up your challenge here. Dracula surveyed the empty room. Before I design anything, I have a question, he said bluntly. What kind of difficulty would allow a young wizard like Harry Potter to pass through successfully? After teaching several classes, I must say I'm not impressed with Hogwarts spell-casting standards. A first-year student's magical ability probably approaches 0. Dumbledore concealed his embarrassment with a smile and replied, I'm sure that under Professor Dracula's guidance, the young wizards will improve quickly. Dracula shook his head, suddenly losing interest in designing a playful challenge for children. Forget it. Just have Quirrell give the troll a bath and put it back here, he said lazily. With that, Dracula walked straight toward the next door. Dumbledore shrugged and followed him. The next room contained nothing but a single table. On it stood 7 bottles of different shapes. The moment the two of them crossed the threshold, flames suddenly burst up behind them, sealing the entrance. These flames were unusual, they were purple. At the same time, black fire sprang up at the doorway ahead, trapping them between the two. Turning Snape's potion trial into a simple logic puzzle, didn't he try to kill you for that? Dracula said with a faint smile as he looked at the scroll of parchment beside the bottles. The riddle written on the parchment was not about potions at all. Instead, it posed a logical puzzle, practically handing the correct bottle to the intruder. Neither Dracula nor Dumbledore cared much about flames of such ordinary temperature. They simply walked straight through the black fire and entered the final chamber. The last challenge contained nothing except a magnificent mirror. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden within this mirror by Dumbledore. At the top of the ancient mirror was engraved a line of text. Eriststra eruoit u bakafruoit on wosi. It had to be read backward to reveal its true meaning. When reversed and separated properly, it formed the sentence, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Dracula paused when he saw the mirror, and a hint of interest slowly appeared on his face. The mirror of Arist shows a person's deepest desire, usually the fulfillment of a goal or ambition. But just as every person is unique, the image it reveals is different for each viewer, Dumbledore explained with a smile. So tell me, Professor Dracula, what did you see? Dracula was silent for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. I saw endless amusement flying straight toward me, he said quietly, his eyes shifting slightly. Dracula had not told the truth. What he had seen in the mirror of Arist was not himself, nor any concrete object. What he had seen was a war sweeping across the entire wizarding world, a landscape of complete chaos. Was that truly what he desired? Seeking amusement within chaos, stirring up storms amid conflict. A true instigator of turmoil. Someone who simply could not bear a peaceful world. Chapter 15, Chapter 15 The Joke. Chapter 15 The Joke. On the morning of the second day of term, Harry finally welcomed the first defense against the dark arts class he had been looking forward to. To avoid repeating the near disaster of almost being late for Transfiguration on the first day, Harry dragged Ron out of bed early. The two of them crossed staircases that sometimes vanished without warning and arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom before anyone else. "Harry, why did we come so early?" Ron complained, yawning as he slumped over the desk. "If you ask me, we should have slept a bit longer. Fred and George told me that the defense against the dark arts professor usually lasts only 1 year," Ron continued. "So no matter what kind of person the professor is, we just have to endure it for a year and we'll be fine. There's no need to worry about them giving us trouble." "That's not the point, Ron," Harry immediately argued. "I met Professor Dracula when I bought my wand at Ollivander's. He's really tall and handsome, and most importantly, he's not afraid of Voldemort. Professor Dracula must be an incredibly powerful wizard." Hearing the terrifying name Voldemort, Ron shivered and instantly lost all traces of sleep. "I can't believe it. Aside from you, the one who defeated you, know who there are actually other wizards who aren't afraid of him," he said, eyes wide with shock. While they were talking, another young wizard walked into the classroom carrying a huge stack of books. She was a young witch with bushy brown hair and a pair of large front teeth, looking rather like an enlarged beaver. "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley," she said, sounding surprised to see them already there. "Why are you two here?" "You mean it's impossible for us to arrive early, Granger?" Ron said stiffly, as if the idea of coming early had been his all along. "Oh, that's not what I meant." Hermione set the tall pile of books onto the desk in the first row closest to the podium. "I was just a little surprised. You know, you two were a bit late to the Transfiguration classroom yesterday." Ron felt embarrassed and retorted stubbornly, "We were lost." "Lost, okay." Just then Harry tugged at him. Ron looked up and saw a strange wizard entering the classroom. The man wore a purple turban and had a pale complexion. He walked to the front and stood behind the teacher's desk. "This is the tall, handsome, powerful Professor Dracula you were talking about," Ron muttered to Harry. "Why does he look like he's suffering from kidney failure? I've seen this professor at the Leaky Cauldron too. He should be Professor Quirrell." "Professor Dracula wouldn't look this weak," Harry said. Then he added in confusion, "But Professor Dracula was clearly at the opening feast the night before last. Why is Professor Quirrell the one teaching us?" Ron stared at Quirrell for a moment before sniffing the air. "Harry, do you smell that? There's a really strong, really fragrant smell coming from Professor Quirrell." "I smell it too." "I think I know what it is," Harry whispered. "It's perfume. My uncle sprays a ton of it on his face whenever he goes to meet clients. But the smell on Professor Quirrell is way stronger than that. Why would anyone spray something this awful? I'm going to suffocate." Ron rolled his eyes and made a gagging expression. He grabbed his books and quietly slipped to the back row with Harry. Only then did they feel slightly better. Maybe men with weak kidneys need this kind of thing to boost their confidence, Harry guessed after finally catching his breath. As more students gradually entered the classroom, the Hogwarts clock tower chimed the melodious bell signaling the start of class. Quirrell spread open his lesson plan and stammered nervously to the students. "Gee, good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Q Quirrell. Today I'll be teaching your defense against the dark arts class." Having endured the suffocating perfume smell for quite a while, Harry immediately raised his hand. "MMRP Potter." Quirrell looked at him. "Professor Quirrell, I'd like to know why Professor Dracula isn't teaching us, Harry asked in one breath, then looked at him nervously. Hearing Harry's question, the other young wizards in the classroom also looked at Quirrell with hopeful expressions. The girls who were particularly fond of Professor Dracula's appearance and the students sitting closer to the source of the overwhelming perfume especially hoped he would come instead. Professor D. Dracula. Quirrell froze for a moment before stammering an explanation. After yesterday's teaching, he was very dissatisfied with Hogwarts teaching standards. So he asked me to teach in his place for a few days. A chorus of groans immediately filled the classroom. Quirrell ignored the reaction and dutifully began his lesson. Of course, his so-called teaching consisted of stumbling through the contents of the textbook and lesson plan, reading them word for word. From time to time he was startled by small movements from students below the podium. It didn't even take a full class period before Quirrell became the laughingstock of the young wizards from both houses. At that very moment, the man responsible for letting his teaching assistant become a joke Dracula was not at Hogwarts. Paris. Inside the Palais Garnier Opera House. All the audience members were watching the performance on stage with rapt attention, occasionally smiling knowingly. The show had only just begun. Yet beside a white-haired old man, several audience members suddenly seemed to remember urgent matters and hurriedly left the theatre. No one present noticed that a phantom image of a dark moon, accompanied by several bats flying past, suddenly appeared in the empty seats they had left behind. As the dark moon faded, a silver-haired figure lazily leaned against the back of a luxurious seat, legs crossed, appearing beside the old man. "Oh, Dracula, those audience members paid to watch the show," the old man said, turning his head and giving the suddenly appeared vampire professor a reproachful look. "Why did you use a muggle-repelling charm to drive them away? What does it matter to me whether they paid or not? I'm not like you developing a habit of watching opera after all these years," Dracula scoffed. Then he straightened slightly in his seat. "Old man, I came here to ask you something. Are you hiding something from me? What kind of relationship do we have? Why would I hide anything from you?" Nicholas said innocently. "You've even lent out the Philosopher's Stone you rely on to live, and you call that not hiding anything?" Dracula couldn't help raising his voice. Startled, Nicholas quickly cast a soundproofing charm around them, trapping Dracula's voice inside. Then he looked at his friend of several hundred years and complained unhappily. "Albus really is something. I can't believe he let you figure it out so quickly." Chapter 16, Waiting for Godot. Chapter 16 Waiting for Godot. "Tell me, what is it you want to do?" Dracula stared intensely into Nicholas Flamel's eyes. "I don't think seducing a mere little Voldemort really requires using the real Philosopher's Stone." Dracula truly had no interest in the stone. Even if it were thrown in front of him, he wouldn't bother picking it up. But if this one and only Philosopher's Stone in the world were under threat, he would throw himself into its defense without hesitation. Because it was Nicholas's lifeline. "Relax. Albus will definitely be able to protect the stone for me," Nicholas said with a smile. "Hand it over to him, and I have absolutely no worries. Moreover, I've prepared plenty of elixirs of life. Even if the stone were to encounter an accident, I would have more than enough time to handle whatever needs handling." Hearing this, Dracula furrowed his brows deeply. "Don't you trust Dumbledore? Then why prepare extra elixirs of life?" he asked. Flamel's words faltered. His gaze avoided Dracula's scrutiny as he pretended to admire the stage, directing his eyes toward it instead. Dracula followed his gaze to the spacious stage of the opera house. The stage was sparsely set, depicting only a country road and a single tree, bathed in the dim light of twilight. Under the tree, two old vagrants stood bored, their expressions vacant, seemingly without any interest in life. One of them removed his belt, hanging it on a branch, preparing to hang himself. "So, in truth, you've already made peace with the idea that you might never get the stone back?" Dracula asked quietly, watching the two old men attempt suicide out of sheer boredom. Nicholas let out a soft sigh. As long as the stone exists in this world, it will always be coveted. This time it's Voldemort, with Albus opposing him, but who knows what stronger evils may appear next? And then, will there still be someone like Albus to protect the stone? Vlad, he continued, you should understand how I feel. A long life can be unbearably dull. And I am truly old. Just like this play, it reminds us that life itself is an endless, hopeless wait. The world is absurd, and humanity suffers. Dracula's words of consolation stuck in his throat. He understood the monotony and torment of immortality, or else he would not have devoted his life to the pursuit of amusement. If you and Perennial were gone, I would have no friends left in this world, Dracula said slowly after a long silence. You will have better friends, Nicholas smiled. I do not possess the innate advantages of vampires. My muscles, my limbs, they are long past their prime. Besides, I have lived long enough. What should be done, has been done. What should not, has been avoided. I have no real regrets. Dracula remained silent, absent-mindedly watching the two old men on stage perform their ridiculous antics. The vagrant who had just hung his belt over the branch now placed his neck in it. But the worn-out belt was too fragile to support his weight. It snapped with a loud crack. The old man failed to die. The audience below responded with laughter at the timely mishap. Seeing this, Dracula let out a soft chuckle. Old fellow, wanting to die is not so easy. He turned toward Nicholas. If I say I'm willing to help you protect the stone, then at least half of your earlier excuses are now invalid. As for living a life devoid of interest, there's no need to worry. A few years from now, the wizarding world will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Interesting people and events will be everywhere. Dracula recalled the visions he had seen in the erased mirror, and a subtle smile curved his lips. Besides, don't you really want to see the 21st century, the world 1,000 years ahead? Nicholas stared at him in surprise, then smiled. Today's play is truly fitting, he said, laughing joyfully as the wrinkles on his face relaxed. On stage, the vagrants picked up their trousers. Shall we go? One asked. Let's go, replied the other. The curtain slowly fell, and warm applause filled the hall. Dracula and Nicholas joined in the clapping. What's the name of this play? Dracula asked. Waiting for Godot, Nicholas answered. Now that I think about it, if viewed from another perspective, life is not merely endless, hopeless waiting. It can be understood as where there is hope, there remains the drive to move forward. Exactly. That black magic defense against the dark arts teaching position you recommended to me is promising enough, Dracula said with a light laugh. Well, aren't you going to return to Hogwarts and properly attend to your duties, Professor Dracula? Nicholas teased. Dracula nodded slightly, transforming into a dark moon, fading away into the air as the shadows of a flock of bats passed. The next moment, Dracula appeared perched on the windowsill of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He leaned casually against the edge, sitting on the sill. A gentle breeze stirred, fluttering his black and red cloak and silver hair. At that moment, Professor Quirrell was still stammering through the lesson. Some of the young witches and wizards were dozing off, some were distractedly playing little games, while a few clever ones were scheming ways to prank Quirrell. Only Hermione Granger remained focused, taking notes diligently. Ron was already lying face down on the desk, half asleep. Harry's gaze wandered idly, drifting over the classroom and the scenery outside the window. At that moment, his eyes caught the silver-haired figure perched casually on the sill. Professor Dracula! Harry called out in surprise and delight. The other students, hearing Harry, suddenly became alert, lifting their heads toward the window. Dracula smiled faintly, waving at Harry before approaching Quirrell at the podium. "Pr Professor Dracula, you came back, just like that." Quirrell stammered nervously. I just wanted to see how your lesson was going, Dracula said. But I truly didn't expect you to run the class like this. Wasn't your lesson plan written quite well? Quirrell trembled, fumbling for words without managing a single coherent sentence. Forget it, Dracula said, shaking his head in resignation, then casually tossed Quirrell out of the classroom. Go clean your troll. Make sure it has no remaining odor, then deliver it to Dumbledore to place under the checkpoint. After issuing Quirrell's task, Dracula adjusted his smile and spoke to the students. Class, having Quirrell substitute was my apology to you, he said. Next, I will give you a proper defense against the dark arts lesson. Chapter 17, Chapter 17 The Real Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Chapter 17 The Real Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. A cold gust swept through the defense against the dark arts classroom, dispersing the thick perfume Quirrell had sprayed to mask Voldemort's presence. It also instantly shook the students out of their drowsy states. Dracula looked at the now alert students and nodded with satisfaction. So, this is your very first defense against the dark arts class, isn't it? He leaned forward, hands resting on the desk, examining each young witch and wizard with intent. Yes, Professor, the students answered in unison. Then having Quirrell substitute for me was indeed somewhat irresponsible, Dracula said, speaking with the approachable warmth of someone freshly reconciled with Nicholas Flamel. He smiled lightly, even bowing slightly to the class. This lesson has truly troubled you all. I apologize. Seeing a professor exude such noble and profound aura while bowing, the students felt an unexpected sense of honor. Any lingering resentment from Quirrell's earlier mismanagement melted away. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause, and all the students eagerly turned to Dracula, anticipating the real defense against the dark arts lesson he had promised. Sensing their expectation, Dracula for the first time revealed a pure black wand in front of others. The wand measured 13 2/3 inches, entirely black. The grip section was carved with intricate patterns, from which an aura of profound depth subtly emanated. At the wand's end was a transparent gem, glowing with a clear light, resembling a dark-hued moon. Ollivander had forged this wand a few days ago and sent it to Hogwarts along with the remaining materials. As Dracula held it, perhaps due to the deep connection between the wood, the core, and himself, he immediately felt as though it were an extension of his own arm. He waved the wand, and bold, elegant letters appeared on the blackboard behind the podium. What is defense against the dark arts? Dracula turned slightly, ensuring the students could clearly see the text, then asked. Who can tell me, what is defense against the dark arts? As if by reflex, Hermione raised her hand high in the front row. Dracula nodded at her. Defense against the dark arts is, in short, a course teaching students how to protect themselves from harm caused by dark magic. This includes methods to deal with dark creatures, curses, and dueling techniques. Hermione said confidently. Quite well defined. Dracula praised. In truth, he didn't pay much attention to textbook definitions himself, but seeing the other students' impressed expressions, he felt this answer would suffice. And your name? He asked. Hermione Granger, Professor, the young witch said proudly. Very good, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor. Dracula nodded, signaling her to sit. He continued, of course, in my view, defense against the dark arts should not be so narrowly defined. The threats we need to defend against extend far beyond curses to include all forms of dark creatures. The knowledge of defense should apply to every aspect of your lives, whether being bullied by classmates or encountering ruffians outside. You can apply defense skills. In the wizarding world, learning academic subjects allows you to speak calmly with rogues, learning defense ensures that they speak calmly with you. Listening to Dracula, the students were both bewildered and excited, feeling as if a whole new world had opened before them. Of course, you are still young and lack much magical foundation. At such times, you must learn to borrow other powers to defend yourselves, such as alchemical armor, external weapons, or the simplest and most effective method, asking for help. A ripple of knowing laughter echoed through the classroom. Do not laugh, I am serious, Dracula tapped the desk. For you young witches and wizards, seeking help from adults is not shameful. On the contrary, it is often the wisest choice. For example, when you go on adventures with adults, the easiest method is to carry two magical two-way mirrors. When alone and in danger, pressing the contact clasp on your mirror will alert the other, signaling your location to your guardians. Additionally, the red sparks and green sparks signaling spells are also effective for alerting and communication. Review these spells before the next class, we will begin practical learning of them then. However, I do not recommend using these spark spells in the presence of danger, Dracula warned, because the signal is visible not only to your friends and guardians but also exposes your location to enemies. This brings us to the need for concealment spells, such as the disillusionment charm. Dracula stood at the podium, speaking fluently and vividly, drawing on his millennia of experience. Even the least studious students were captivated, recognizing that every word was practical knowledge, eagerly taking notes with their quills. Soon, the melodious Hogwarts bell rang, signaling the end of class. The defense against the dark arts lesson had already lost more than half its time earlier, but now that Dracula and the students were in full swing, time had flown without notice. Hearing the bell, Dracula paused slightly. He hadn't felt the passage of time fly by like this in ages. All right, that's it for today. When you go back, review the red sparks and green sparks spells in your textbooks. I will check your preparation next class, he said, smiling lightly as he put away his wand. Then he took a dark wooden cross pendant from his pocket. Also, since I have taught you so much about defending yourselves with external tools, I have a small gift for you. The pendant bore an ancient runic symbol resembling the moon. Unlike a traditional church cross, its short horizontal bar tilted slightly upward, like a pair of outstretched wings. This is a protective charm I made in my spare time. It can ward off much dark magic and is quite practical. Dracula held it up for the students to see. For first to third years, the student with the highest final exam score in defense against the dark arts will receive one of these pendants. So, study your defense against the dark arts diligently. Chapter 18, Chapter 18 Rolling in the Profits. Chapter 18 Rolling in the Profits. Ever since discovering how quickly time flew when he taught earnestly, Dracula had completely changed his approach to teaching, no longer going through the motions as before. A vampire count professor who taught with genuine care naturally possessed exceptional teaching ability and unmatched life experience. It didn't take long before he earned the recognition of nearly every student at Hogwarts. The students were thrilled after so many years. Hogwarts finally had a reliable defense against the dark arts professor. Soon enough, the gossiping students began discussing Dracula's looks, and later, his abilities. First-year students said Professor Dracula could casually throw 5 adult wizards like Quirrell out the door. Third years claimed he was immune to curse damage. Fifth years whispered he could cast dozens of spells in an instant. At first, they based their speculations on observed evidence and classroom feats. But soon, these rumors spiraled wildly among the gossiping students. Some swore that Dracula had been able to duel Voldemort alone during the war, some claimed to have seen him subdue a vicious dog single-handedly, and some even guessed that Dracula was a demon who had slept for 1,000 years, waiting for the right moment to shake the world. Fans of the professor argued with those making these wild claims. They insisted such speculation was absurd. The professor was handsome, there was no way he was an evil demon. At the lively Gryffindor lunch table, Fred and George weaved back and forth. Let me tell you a secret, our very first class this year was taught by Professor Dracula, they whispered to students from other years, painting a vivid picture of that first lesson. Would, I swear, Dracula didn't even blink while withstanding all our attacks, didn't flinch a single bit. George said, putting an arm around a well-built Gryffindor student. That's ancient news. Can't you give us something new? Wood said dismissively, pointing toward the Slytherin table. Over there, a Slytherin student was animatedly recounting to his friends the scene of Professor Dracula flying into the air, narrating it with such detail it seemed it had really happened. Listen to this nonsense! Fred exclaimed, jumping from the bench. We just got the freshest scoop, get ready to be shocked. We went to Professor Ketleben and squeezed him for the juiciest info, George said smugly. Wanna hear it? Nearby Gryffindor students leaned in, eager to snag a piece of the latest explosive gossip. According to Professor Ketleben, Dracula once had a brief duel with Snape. Fred teased, whetting everyone's curiosity. Apparently, the two professors had a small skirmish at the entrance to the Great Hall. Place your bets, everyone who's stronger, Dracula or Snape. Odds are 1 to 2. Before Fred could finish, George produced a makeshift betting board from somewhere, with a line down the middle dividing the two sides. I knew it, Weasleys, just another money-making scheme of yours. Wood rolled his eyes but, wanting the latest scoop, still placed a silver sickle on the board. Looking at the betting board, the twins noticed most Gryffindors had bet on Dracula being stronger. They exchanged a glance, clearly dissatisfied. So they turned their attention to Slytherin. How about it, wealthy Slytherins? Not gonna bet on your head of house? Afraid of Professor Dracula? Fred and George's taunts stirred the Slytherins. A first-year boy with a proud expression stepped forward. He had neatly combed platinum hair, a pointed chin, silver-grey eyes, and a tall, lean frame. Two chubby followers trailed closely behind him. Why are Dracula's odds so much lower than Snape's? He asked, head held high, clearly displeased. Because Dracula's support rate is obviously much higher, Fred replied with a sly grin. You ignorant Weasleys, I'll show you the power of the Malfoy family fortune, the boy declared, pulling several gold coins from his pocket and tossing them onto the pile of bronze and silver coins. Seeing the Malfoy heir place his bets, other purebloods followed suit, laying down their galleons on their head of house. In no time, thanks to the Slytherin's money onslaught, the odds between Dracula and Snape evened out to nearly 1:1. Once the bets were mostly in, the twins huddled mysteriously together. Fred mouthed a phrase to George, "We're rolling in it." George smiled knowingly and collected the assorted coins. Listen up, everyone. The final result: Professor Dracula is victorious. His record? He sent Snape running with just a single glance. Gryffindor erupted in loud cheers, while Slytherin fell silent. No way, you have no proof. Draco Malfoy protested. Why should I believe your nonsense? There's no guarantee this information is accurate. The twins exchanged knowing looks, already prepared. From their pockets, they pulled out a large magical ear. Pressing a button on it, Professor Kettleburn's voice boomed from the device. Oh, Dracula? He drove Snape away with just a look. Kettleburn's voice was bold and hearty. Honestly, with the notorious reputation of defense against the dark arts these days, I never expected Dumbledore could still hire such a reliable professor. Dash! Draco Malfoy stormed off, leaving the glittering pile of galleons beneath the betting board's wooden container shining in the sunlight. To the Malfoy family, this sum might have been trivial, but for Fred and George, it exceeded several months' income combined. The twins admired the coins, utterly enthralled. At that moment, an angry voice rang near the twins, echoing across the Great Hall. Weasleys! How dare you run another betting scheme? Chapter 19, Chapter 19 Youth is a Blessing. Chapter 19 Youth is a Blessing. Dash! The moment they saw who had arrived, the Weasley twins shivered all over. Professor McGonagall! What are you doing here? They said sheepishly, forcing smiles. As they spoke, each of them subtly hid a hand behind their back. Fred took the coins, and George took the betting board, in perfect unison. I came to remind Wood about a few things, Professor McGonagall said, lips pressed into a thin line. But it seems I've caught you cheating with a bet instead. I had planned to end your detention early so you could help Wood train the new members of the Quidditch team. Now it seems that unless I keep you locked up properly, you'll never learn. And you, Wood? Why are you wasting time with these two troublemakers instead of helping Potter improve his Quidditch skills? Wood's tall frame seemed to shrink instantly, and he murmured weakly, "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. I was wrong." At the same time, he discreetly gave each of the twins a light slap and whispered, "You two have gotten me into trouble." But the Weasley twins didn't even notice. Their full attention was on what McGonagall had just said. "Potter? Harry Potter is joining our Quidditch team." Fred and George exchanged shocked glances. Wood quickly rushed forward to cover their mouths, lowering his voice, "Quiet. Potter is our secret weapon. Don't let the other houses find out." The twins nodded eagerly. Once Wood withdrew his hands, they pounded their chests in assurance to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, we won't get into trouble again," Fred declared with conviction. "But the Quidditch team can't do without us. We're the best beaters." "That's right. Our Transylvanian fake moves are so realistic, even if we hit Slytherins in the face, it wouldn't count as a foul," George added, veering off topic as usual. Professor McGonagall looked at the two troublemakers helplessly, then nodded and said sternly, "This must not happen again." The twins quickly agreed. Having promised McGonagall, the Weasley twins immediately ran to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. "You want to bet with me?" Dracula asked, reclining half on the soft office sofa, clearly intrigued. "As far as I know, your head of house would be very unhappy to see you doing this." "That doesn't matter." George waved his hand. "As long as we keep it secret, Professor McGonagall won't find out we're betting." Fred nodded beside him, grinning. "No need to worry. As long as you don't say anything, and neither do we, who else would ever know? Think about it, Professor, there's nothing for you to lose. We're betting on the Gryffindor Quidditch team winning. If we win, you give us 20 galleons, which just covers what we lost earlier. No loss for you. If we lose, you profit 20 galleons. That's right. Even if you lose, it still inspires the students to fight for victory," George chimed in with Fred. "We heard from our silly little brother Ron that you're Harry's favorite professor. If Harry knows you're paying attention to this match, he'll be even more motivated." "Exactly. Spending a little money to motivate your dear student to victory is completely worth it." Dracula watched the twins' lively, back and forth pitch, clearly amused by their earnest performance. "Fine, I'll bet with you," he said with a chuckle. "Even if it costs me 20 galleons to get a show out of you, it's not a loss." Fred and George were overjoyed. "Professor, you're my hero. Professor, if you ever need another performance, just call us." Dracula waved his hand with a smile, dismissing them to return to their dormitory. The twins, still ecstatic, even bowed comically as they reached the door. As Fred held the office door handle, about to close it, he seemed to remember something and peeked back through the crack. "Professor, you must come watch our Quidditch match." Seeing Dracula nod, Fred happily shut the door. Finally, the Defense Against the Dark Arts office was quiet. Dracula leaned back on the sofa, a delighted smile lingering on his face for quite some time. "Spending time with the young, it even makes you feel alive, doesn't it?" Not far away, Nicholas Flamel appeared in the bronze mirror on the desk, which bore a carved phoenix, smiling at Dracula. Dracula nodded gently and murmured, "Yes, youth really is a blessing." After classes in the afternoon, Dracula delegated lesson planning and grading to Quirrell, then, holding his nose in disgust, left Quirrell's shabby office. Compared to the much-admired Dracula, the Defense Against the Dark Arts assistant Quirrell was pitiful in every way. As for the overpowering scent of cologne Quirrell carried, students had settled on one widely accepted theory: Echoing Harry's words, a man with a weak constitution needs such external aids to boost confidence. Despite being an adult wizard, Quirrell's eyes twitched frequently, and his face was always pale. His pallor was very different from Dracula's. Quirrell looked visibly ill, while Dracula's pale skin carried a strange, almost eerie beauty. Additionally, Quirrell was perpetually anxious, often trembling, stammering when he spoke, and wearing a strange purple turban. As everyone knew, purple in late 20th century England carried certain connotations. These odd traits cemented Quirrell's reputation as the classic weak, pathetic man. Students felt a mix of pity and disgust for him, kept their distance, yet couldn't resist laughing at his misfortunes. At this moment, the entire Hogwarts just had respectfully seen Dracula out of the office. Quirrell, cautiously peeking outside, waited until Dracula had left. Only then did he place heavy protective spells on the office door, slowly sit between two mirrors, and remove his purple turban. Using the light reflected in the mirrors, Quirrell trembled as he gazed at the grotesque face behind him. Master, now that I've become the laughingstock of Hogwarts, no one should notice our actions anymore, right? Quirrell whispered fearfully to Voldemort. Chapter 20, Chapter 20 Just Before Halloween. Chapter 20 Just Before Halloween. You fool! Voldemort roared at Quirrell in the mirror. After all these days, you still can't see Dracula's defenses. Quirrell's expression was clearly bewildered. Defenses? Why would he bother defending himself against a laughingstock of Hogwarts? All because of you, you incompetent fool, that I had to intervene personally that day, Voldemort said coldly. The magic I used to get you away was far too rare for someone of your skill to handle. Now I even suspect that he allowed you to come to Hogwarts just to study that very magic I used to escape with you and to uncover other secrets you carry. What should I do? Quirrell stammered, visibly terrified. Does this mean I have to be under his watch at all times, and I'll never get a chance to search for the Philosopher's Stone again? Don't worry yet. We can wait for the right opportunity, Voldemort said, his tone dark and calculating. Wait for a moment when everyone is gathered together, too busy to notice you. Then, you do as I say. The opportunity Voldemort mentioned didn't take long to come. Immersed in a teaching career surrounded by so many young students, over a month passed quietly. Dracula was approaching his first Halloween at Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle's main tower, Dracula leaned against a wall adorned with portraits. Beside him stood a pointed wizard's hat. The brim of the hat had a split, and two folds formed the semblance of eyes. At this moment, the brim and folds made the hat appear utterly despairing, as though its very soul mourned so much so that men would be silenced and women would weep. Wah, you can't treat me like this. I am the Sorting Hat, with thoughts of my own. Every speck of dust on me represents my long history. The hat wailed heartbreakingly. And now, just look at me. How am I any different from those ordinary, common hats? At this moment, the once tattered and dusty Sorting Hat looked completely rejuvenated. All the wear, the patches, and the frayed edges had been repaired and made neat, its filthy exterior had been thoroughly cleaned. Now, the Sorting Hat looked as good as new, showing no trace of the 1,000 years it had actually existed. After all this time without a bath, don't you feel uncomfortable? Let me clean you properly. Why are you so unwilling? Dracula asked playfully, inspecting the pristine hat. He tossed it into the air and caught it repeatedly, enjoying the game immensely. Stop! I feel sick, the Sorting Hat spun and pleaded loudly. I was wrong, Count. I should not have questioned a single decision of yours. Hearing the hat beg, Dracula paused and casually placed it on a nearby stool. So, do you still wish to protest? Dracula asked, a slight smile on his lips. His long fingers rested on the brim. It seemed that if the Sorting Hat's response didn't please him, he would resume giving it the delights of free fall and mid-air spinning. I won't protest any more. I dare not, the Sorting Hat replied in a weary, absent-minded tone. Count, please spare me. I was just not used to it earlier, but now, I admit being clean actually feels quite nice. Dracula withdrew his hand, and the Sorting Hat let out a deep sigh of relief. The portraits of former headmasters on the wall also seemed to approve of the hat's fresh, clean appearance. One Slytherin headmaster with sparse eyebrows and a goatee commented. Excellent. Finally, I don't have to start each day with my mood ruined by that ragged, tattered hat. Dracula looked up and saw the name beneath the portrait, Phineas Nigellus Black. Dracula didn't recognize this headmaster. Phineas must have served after Dracula had gone into slumber. Another witch took up the conversation. Sir Dracula, I remember summoning you several times when I was headmistress, but you never bothered to come to Hogwarts to see me. How is it that now, with Dumbledore as headmaster, you apply to be a professor yourself? She looked directly at Dracula, her tone tinged with acidity. Ah, Dorothea, long time no see. Dracula raised a hand, greeting the portrait of the intelligent and elegant headmistress Dorothea Davant. Then he didn't hesitate to shift the blame to Dumbledore. Dorothea, during your years as headmistress, Hogwarts was far too safe and stable. At that time, I probably couldn't have found anything interesting to do. But now it's different. Under Dumbledore, Hogwarts is full of potential mischief. Take the yearly rotation of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, for example. It piqued my interest greatly. Headmistress Davant chuckled softly, casting a glance at Dumbledore, who looked helplessly on. Professor Dracula, I feel like you're speaking ill of me to my face, Dumbledore said, rising from behind his desk and approaching Dracula. Not at all. I'm merely speaking the truth, Dracula said, silently shifting the topic. The Sorting Hat distracted me earlier, I got caught up giving it a thorough cleaning. I haven't asked why you called me here yet. Dumbledore was pleased to follow his lead. It's nothing serious. Halloween is coming soon, and the holiday fits the aura of a vampire count perfectly. I wanted to ask if you, Professor Dracula, had any ideas for a performance or entertainment. Performance? Dracula raised an eyebrow. I remember you telling me before to avoid revealing my vampire identity, to prevent complaints from some students' parents. Other times it would indeed be inappropriate, Dumbledore smiled. But Halloween is different. Whatever costume or appearance you adopt, the students and professors will simply see it as role-playing. They won't truly doubt Professor Dracula's identity. Forget about performing myself. Too much trouble, Dracula shook his head. But I could write a letter to invite a well-known half-blood vampire singer for the event. I also happen to need to ask him a few things. Additionally, I can handle the decoration of the Great Hall. Given the limited imagination of Hogwarts professors, it's really inconvenient for them to handle such matters themselves. Chapter 21, Chapter 21 The Mischievous Professor Dracula. Chapter 21 The Mischievous Professor Dracula. Thus, Dracula became the designer of the Halloween feast's decorations. On the last night of October, when the young witches and wizards arrived at the Great Hall in groups, they were instantly stunned. The doors of Hogwarts had transformed into a gigantic, predatory mouth, with several sharp fangs hanging overhead, as if ready to chew the students to pieces. In the magical world, Halloween held great significance for wizards. Even the newest students had already experienced Halloween's atmosphere at least 10 times, so this scene didn't frighten them. They were simply amazed, staring at the decorations in awe. Of course, some first years came from Muggle families. They had never seen anything like this before and were genuinely scared. When a giant spider suddenly swung down from the fangs, a few timid girls nearly screamed. The interior of the Great Hall had changed completely. The thousands of brightly floating candles in the air were gone, replaced by thousands of bats flapping wildly in the hall. Thick black clouds drifted above them. On the magically enchanted transparent ceiling, storm clouds summoned by weather charms rumbled with occasional lightning strikes. In the clouds, a small gap revealed a crescent moon, scattering faint moonlight through the drifting darkness. Looking back at the hall, the 4 house tables had been transformed into stretches of black, withered wood. Countless gnarled, dry branches extended from the tables, with bats occasionally hanging upside down to rest. At the front of the hall, Hagrid's enormous pumpkins had been carved into wicked grins. Inside the hollowed pumpkins, bright candles flickered, their flames swaying in sync with the movement of the clouds above the tables. The largest pumpkin, enlarged by a swelling charm, dominated the front area, engulfing the faculty seating. Students could peek inside its mouth to see the professors, each dressed in different costumes. Dumbledore sat at the center, perched on a pumpkin-shaped chair. To match the Halloween mood, he wore a pure white robe. Magic caused it to float slightly, making him appear like a ghost. Short Professor Flitwick had placed a pumpkin helmet on his head. Sitting on a pumpkin chair far taller than the others, he resembled a tiny pumpkin knight. Even the usually strict Professor McGonagall didn't have her stern expression this time. Using transfiguration magic, she turned her pointed hat black, with a small black cat perched atop it, occasionally flicking its tail. Snape was the only professor at the faculty table not wearing a Halloween costume. Yet his sullen expression and natural aura made him blend seamlessly with the spooky atmosphere, like a giant bat. As for Dracula, he appeared no different than usual. But when the students entered and he saw the new students' frightened reactions, he laughed with delight. His eerie grin revealed 2 sharp side fangs. Fred and George were the first to embrace the Halloween spirit. They painted each other's faces with black and white paint, creating crude skull masks, then screamed and rushed into the hall. Taking advantage of the dim lighting, they blended among the students, occasionally shining their wands' light spells on their skull faces, startling anyone nearby. In the dim light, Dracula's vision remained clear. Seated at the faculty table, he lightly swirled a glass of vibrant red wine, contently watching the twins' antics until they produced a handful of stink bombs and dung bombs. Dracula's expression darkened. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared behind the twins and snapped his fingers. All the dung and stink bombs instantly froze into solid ice. Fred and George felt their hands grow heavy and, realizing their bombs had turned into ice, finally noticed Dracula's presence. "Professor! Weren't you just at the faculty table? How did you sneak up on us?" Fred instinctively tried to hide the ice-encased dung bombs behind his back. The ice was too cold. His hands shook involuntarily, and the heavy ice chunks fell to the floor. Dracula's eye twitched. Before the ice chunks could hit the ground, he summoned them into his hand and effortlessly confiscated George's stink bombs as well, storing them in his invisible, portable space. "Professor, these are our hard-earned supplies. You can't just take them." George pouted dramatically. But with his skull-painted face, the expression looked both ridiculous and grotesque. "It's Halloween. I can't fault you two for playing pranks during the festival," Dracula said, amused by their silly skull faces. Then his expression turned serious. "But don't you realize we still have the feast coming up? Do you want everyone to eat in the stench?" Fred and George laughed sheepishly, unsure what to say. "I've taken these away for now. Maybe I'll return them to you when I'm in a better mood." Dracula, uninterested in further scolding, returned to his seat. His red and black cloak swayed lightly as he disappeared from sight. The Halloween feast seemed poised to proceed normally, but to Dracula's surprise, only a few minutes later, the twins appeared again, this time sneaking into the giant pumpkin from the front and making their way to the faculty table. "Seeing you two again does nothing to improve my mood. Forget about getting back those dung bombs," Dracula said impatiently. "Professor, you misunderstand. We didn't come to retrieve the bombs," Fred quickly explained. George nodded. "We just thought, since it's Halloween, there are certain traditions we should follow." They exchanged mischievous glances and said in unison, "Trick or treat." Dracula looked at them in surprise, then a playful smile spread across his face. "Here you go." He grabbed a handful of lollipops from the table and tossed them to the twins. "Thank you, Professor." Fred and George cheerfully caught the sweets and popped them into their mouths. The next moment, "Ugh! Professor! Your lollipops taste like rust." Dracula laughed merrily, his sharp side fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth. "Now, haven't you figured out the role I'm playing?" he said lightly. "Lollipops with this taste are the most authentic for this character, don't you think? You win, Professor. We give your vampire portrayal a perfect score." Fred and George exclaimed in awe. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had been watching the scene, waved at the twins. "If you've suffered enough with Professor Dracula, come over here. I've got plenty of sweets for you." He handed over 2 large bags of Honeyduk's special edition candies to the twins. They gratefully accepted the treats, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Compared to the mischievous Professor Dracula, the headmaster was far too kind. Chapter 22, Chapter 22 The Released Troll. Chapter 22 The Released Troll. After a few more minutes of playful antics, students from the 4 houses gradually filled the Great Hall. Dumbledore stood and announced that the Halloween feast had officially begun, ceremoniously introducing the first guest performer of the evening, famous singer Loken Dees. A pale-skinned, handsome man in a black high-collared wizard robe stepped onto the stage set in front of the giant pumpkin. In his hand was a microphone crafted from a string of skulls. He smiled charmingly at the young witches and wizards, 2 sharp side fangs glinting from his mouth. The hall erupted with enthusiastic applause, with the younger female students letting out excited shrieks. Thank you all," the half-blood vampire Loken waved to the audience before turning and bowing respectfully to the faculty table. "Here's my song by your side for everyone." Since his debut in the wizarding world, Loken had cultivated a cool, aloof, abstinent vampire image. His handsome appearance and sultry voice had captured the admiration of many witches. By Your Side was his breakout hit, brimming with vampire charm. Looking at the title, the song's English name was a playful pun, Next to You, which sounds very similar to Next to You. It vividly depicted a suave vampire bending close to a young witch's neck, teasing her with kisses and gentle bites, transforming the act of feeding into an alluring, seemingly harmless gesture. This seductive imagery made the love song a massive hit, topping the Magical World's music charts for 19 consecutive weeks. Its creation and popularity greatly improved the perception of vampires among wizards, also encouraging a rapid expansion of vampire-themed treats in the wizarding world. This was one reason Dracula had been able to find all sorts of vampire snacks recently. When the song ended, the students were fully immersed in the music and its slightly blush-inducing imagery. Loken Dees bowed deeply to the audience before stepping off the stage. At the same time, Dracula gave him a subtle nod and rose from the Great Hall. Amid occasional thunder, Dracula left the hall and found a quiet corner in the Hogwarts entrance courtyard. He leaned against an ornate stone pillar, lost in thought. A few minutes later, Loken Dees emerged from the hall as well. He jogged over to Dracula and suddenly dropped to one knee. Half-blood vampire Loken Dees pays his respects to Count Dracula, he declared solemnly. No need for such formality. Call me Professor Dracula here at Hogwarts, Dracula said, helping him to his feet. Judging by your age, you must be Dees's great-great-grandson. Dracula observed Loken's black hair and blue eyes, guessing. Yes. My great-great-grandfather left us a family rule, the Dees family must obey Count Dracula unconditionally, without ever acting against him. Loken said seriously. There's no need for such obedience. For now, just tell me about the vampire community's current situation during my century-long slumber, Dracula said. It seems vampires are rarely seen in England. Are they still gathered in Romania? Yes, Lord Dracula, Loken replied. Most lower-class vampires prefer to gather in Romania, where there is unified leadership and better allocation of blood resources. Romania remains the first choice for low-ranking vampires. Our family doesn't have extensive contact there, so we don't know the exact details. But during my father's time, I vaguely heard that vampires clashed significantly with werewolf groups. As for England, most wizards still hold prejudices against vampires, believing they can only feed on life through brutality. My songs have tried to change this perception, and so far they've received fairly positive responses. Dracula nodded slowly. I see. I appreciate the efforts your family has made. Lord Dracula, don't you want to personally visit Romania? Your presence could quickly resolve any lingering conflicts between vampires and werewolves. We'll see, Dracula said noncommittally, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze to the great hall, noticing a few ghosts drifting in from other parts of the castle toward the hall. Let's return to the hall. The ghosts are about to perform, which means the Halloween feast is nearly over. When Dracula and Loken entered, the feast was indeed winding down. A few ghosts were already slipping through walls to leave. Students were making their final struggles with the remaining food. Harry was eating a potato with the skin on when Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the hall. His long scarf was crooked on his head, and his face was full of terror. Everyone watched as he staggered to Dumbledore's chair, leaning against the table and gasping, "Troll in the dungeons, you should know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the hall. Dumbledore had to shoot a few purple fireworks from his wand to calm everyone down. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "escort the students back to their dormitories immediately." Seeing Quirrell fainted so easily, Dracula frowned. This was someone who had escaped his supervision before. There was no way he could fail to notice even a mindless troll. And the clean troll had already been secured in the trap below the flap door. So where had this troll come from in the dungeons? Thinking this, Dracula leapt from the faculty table and appeared beside Quirrell. "Tell me, are you really unconscious, or faking?" he asked coldly, yanking Quirrell up. "Also, didn't you put the troll in the trap? Then where did this one come from?" Quirrell's expression was almost imperceptible, as if he had truly passed out. But when flames flickered in Dracula's hand, Quirrell suddenly acted confused and said, I had a spare troll hidden in my office, but I seem to have failed to watch it, and it ran out." Hearing this, Dracula's lips curled slightly into a light laugh. "Interesting," he said. "Then tell me, exactly which part of the dungeon should I go to find the troll?" Chapter 23, Chapter 23 Don't tell anyone outside that I taught you defense against the dark arts. Chapter 23 Don't tell anyone outside that I taught you defense against the dark arts. I don't know." Quirrell stammered, looking completely innocent, trembling all over. I just saw that troll charging around in the dungeons. I had no idea it would end up wherever it is now." Dracula fixed him with a piercing gaze. Quirrell, terrified, quickly averted his eyes. "Do as you like. Wherever you plan to sneak off to next is your business," Dracula said, patting Quirrell on the shoulder, his eyes deep and unreadable. Then he left the great hall again. In the deserted corridor of the entrance courtyard, he held the Hogwarts deed in his hands, channeling his magic into the ancient parchment. Dracula's power interwove with the marks of the four founders, slowly forming a magical grid resembling the Hogwarts castle. Every magic node in the castle appeared vividly on the parchment. Gradually, the structures of the castle grew more distinct, every corner rendered in meticulous detail. Dracula focused on the great hall on the parchment, seeing young witches and wizards being led by their house prefects, their faces reflecting the delight of the Halloween feast and the disappointment that it ended too soon, as they reluctantly made their way toward the common rooms. He also noticed Professor Snape striding toward the restricted corridor on the fourth floor, as if ignoring everything around him. Quirrell, by contrast, seemed frozen in place, standing dumbly in front of the giant pumpkin, motionless. Under such complete surveillance, the missing troll was soon located by Dracula as well. Just as he was about to enjoy the little show unfolding on the live parchment, two sneaky figures caught his attention. "Hey!" Dracula raised an eyebrow in surprise and vanished from sight. The scene cut back to the earlier feast. Harry was eating a potato with the skin on when Professor Quirrell had suddenly burst into the Great Hall, terrified, warning about the troll. Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, was well practiced in handling such situations and guided the young lions toward the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, weaving through the crowd of Hufflepuffs. However, as they began ascending the stairs to the 8th floor, Harry suddenly remembered something. His face paled with worry as he grabbed Ron's arm. "I just remembered Hermione," he said urgently to Ron. "What about her?" Ron blinked, slightly puzzled. Earlier that morning, during a charms lesson, Ron had been annoyed by Hermione's constant nagging. He had complained to Harry about her, even saying she should reflect on why she didn't have a single friend. By coincidence, Hermione had overheard Ron's criticism. The fiercely proud young witch had been deeply upset and, not wanting anyone to see her vulnerability, had spent the entire afternoon in hiding, not even attending the Halloween feast. Harry suddenly recalled something he had overheard just before the feast began. While everyone was heading to the Great Hall, Hermione's roommate, Parvati Patil, had told Lavender that Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom, refusing consolation from anyone. Harry realized Hermione wasn't with the Gryffindor group. She might be facing the troll all alone. "Ron, Hermione doesn't know about the troll," he said anxiously. "She didn't attend the feast because of us. We can't just leave her." The red-haired boy bit his lip firmly. "Oh, all right," he said decisively. "But let's make sure Percy doesn't see us." Having made the decision, Harry and Ron crouched down, blending into the weaving Hufflepuff crowd as they moved in a different direction. They quietly slipped down an empty side corridor, rushing toward the girls' bathroom. The stench grew stronger, accompanied by low growls and the heavy thudding of massive feet dragging along the floor. In the next moment, a horrifying sight slammed into their view. A 12-foot-tall monster suddenly appeared around the corner. Its dull, grayish skin resembled granite. Its enormous, clumsy body looked like a mound of boulders, topped with a tiny head no bigger than a cocoa bean. Its stubby legs were as thick as tree stumps, ending in broad, calloused feet. A foul stench, a mix of rotten socks and a long-neglected public restroom, emanated from the creature, making it almost unbearable. It clutched a thick wooden club in its hands, dragging it across the floor with a screeching, bone-chilling noise. The Halloween feast had ended. The thunderclouds conjured by the weather charms had dissipated, and bright moonlight poured through the tall windows of Hogwarts. In the shadows beneath the moon, a single, glossy bat hung upside down. It seemed perhaps by chance that the bat was curiously observing the scene inside the girls' bathroom. Following the bat's gaze, one could see a fierce struggle unfolding on the first-floor girls' bathroom. The troll, repeatedly provoked by Ron, had shifted its attention from Hermione, cornering Ron against the wall. Seeing this, Harry steeled himself and leapt forward. He wrapped his arms around the troll's neck from behind, and as he jumped, thrust his wand directly into one of the troll's nostrils. The troll roared in pain, thrashing wildly and swinging its club, as if ready to fling Harry off and strike him with a crushing blow. At that critical moment, the troll suddenly froze in place. Caught off guard, Harry lost his grip and fell from the troll's back. In the corner, Ron gripped his wand tightly, staring at the motionless troll, unsure what to do. "Mr. Potter, if anyone asks later, make sure you don't say you learned defense against the dark arts from me. I can't afford to be embarrassed." A familiar voice rang out at the bathroom entrance. Harry looked toward the source, his face lighting up. There, bathed in moonlight, stood a tall figure with silver hair and crimson eyes, looking at him with mild disdain. "Professor Dracula!" Harry shouted joyfully, ignoring the disapproving look entirely. Then, his strength seemed to vanish. The courage that had propelled him onto the troll's back felt like a fleeting illusion, leaving only a wave of fear. He collapsed weakly to the floor. Dracula waved his hand, sweeping away the stench and foul air, then stepped forward to stand beside the three young wizards. "Mr. Potter, recite the lesson from the first class," he said coolly, looking at Harry on the floor. "When faced with a dangerous situation, what is the most appropriate way to respond?" Chapter 24, Chapter 24 The Impromptu Defense Against the Dark Arts Lesson. Chapter 24 The Impromptu Defense Against the Dark Arts Lesson. Harry hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the troll when he heard Professor Dracula's question. However, the earlier scene had been far too intense. His mind went completely blank, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall a single thing from the first defense against the dark arts lesson. He cast a pleading look at Ron, who was crouched in the corner trying to make himself as small as possible. Ron, in turn, shrank further into the shadows, giving him a helpless look. At that moment, a hand trembled into the air. "Then, Miss Granger, you shall answer this question for him," Dracula said, turning to Hermione. Harry quietly exhaled in relief, though a strange feeling crept into his mind. Just moments ago, this had been a battlefield against a troll. How had it instantly turned into a defense against the dark arts classroom? "As young wizards, we must learn to use other forces for our own defense," Hermione said softly. "For example, alchemical armor, external weapons, or the simplest and most effective method, asking for help." Seeing that Dracula made no objection, Hermione's voice became smoother and more confident, as if she had returned to the classroom. "When traveling with adults, you can carry 2 sniakoscopes to signal danger. The fireworks spell can also serve as an alarm and communication method, though it's generally not recommended in the face of immediate danger." Hermione practically recited all the key points from the lesson. Harry and Ron, the two academically challenged students, gaped at her in amazement. "You have a remarkable memory, Miss Granger," Dracula said with a small nod and smile. Before Hermione could beam with pride, his smile vanished, replaced by a questioning gaze. "Now, reflect, did you actually apply what I taught?" Hermione lowered her head, looking pitiful, on the verge of tears. Dracula, ignoring her feelings, continued in a stern tone, "In class, you used the fireworks spell quite well. If you had simply remembered to send a red flare as a signal, the professors would have arrived immediately, and the 3 of you wouldn't have faced such danger. Furthermore, I did say that casting the fireworks spell to signal danger is risky. It reveals your location and might provoke the enemy. But do you recall my other statement? Analyze each situation specifically. You must understand, trolls are extremely stupid, utterly incapable of reasoning. They cannot differentiate human behavior. Against such an enemy, you can first use the fireworks spell to warn, then use other spells to buy time. It's easy to hold out until the professors arrive to rescue you." Hermione wiped her tears, sniffling, I just froze when I saw the troll. I couldn't think of anything." "Exactly. Staying calm when facing an enemy is equally important," Dracula said. "You simply haven't had enough exposure. It seems I'll need to give you extra training in this area." At this, a faintly mischievous glint appeared on his face, as though he had thought of some idea. Seeing the dark arts defense professor pause in his lecture, Harry and Ron quietly exhaled. They exchanged a glance, realizing that facing Professor Dracula was even more nerve-wracking than facing a troll. Dracula's lecture, however, was far from over. His gaze swept over Harry on the floor and Ron in the corner. He said coolly, "Don't think this is over, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Your attempt to rescue your fellow student is commendable, but have you considered this? 2 first-year students wondering where a troll might appear is nothing short of a foolish invitation for disaster. There was even a prefect in your Gryffindor group. When you passed the corridor corner, you ran into Professor Snape. Did you not think to ask them for help? And your method of handling the troll, honestly, it's embarrassing to even mention. Dracula looked at them with disdain. What were the spells you learned for? What are wands for, just to shove into a troll's nose? Harry glanced at the wand still lodged in the troll's nostril, saying nothing. Remember, you are wizards, not a bunch of monkeys jumping around. Dracula's cold eyes pinned the two boys, his tone icy. We were just trying to warn Hermione about the troll. We didn't expect to actually run into it, Ron muttered, half defensively. Besides, Snape rushed toward the fourth floor. He'd probably ignore us anyway. Even if he didn't, he'd want to deduct points from Gryffindor first. Putting morality aside, Professor Snape has basic professional responsibility. He won't ignore students in danger, Dracula said, glancing at Ron. Moreover, would you really value house points over your lives? That hardly seems like your style. Ron, recalling the nighttime escapades he and Harry had already undertaken, had no retort. He stiffly remained in the corner. As for the bad luck of encountering a troll, that's hardly surprising, Dracula continued. If you put yourself in a probabilistic situation, bad luck will eventually find you, it's only a matter of time. After this long lecture, Harry and Ron finally nodded in agreement. Hermione even took out a small notebook to take notes. All right, to make up for your mistakes, focus now. But just as the three of them began paying close attention, Dracula snapped his fingers, waking the troll from its frozen state. Such a fine teaching tool doesn't come around often. You three, try it, see how you can bring it down. Here's a hint, the troll's weak point is its head. At Dracula's words, the troll stood up, looking around in confusion, seemingly unable to make sense of the situation. Its brain, smaller than a walnut, wasn't sufficient for strategy. It immediately gave up thinking and swung its club at Harry. Harry's wand was still lodged in the troll's nose, leaving him defenseless. He hugged his head in fear. Hermione and Ron froze, watching the club swing toward Harry. When the club was just an inch from Harry's forehead scar, the troll froze again. You react too slowly. With such emergency skills, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough, Dracula said, leaning against the doorway with evident disdain. Potter, pull out your wand and prepare for the next round of training. Chapter 25, Chapter 25 Voldemort plans another way out. Chapter 25 Voldemort plans another way out. So, when the other professors heard the commotion and hurried to the scene, this is what they saw. 3 Gryffindor first years were doing everything they could to attack the troll, aiming for its tiny, cocoa bean-sized brain. Hermione fared slightly better, knowing a number of simple spells, while Harry and Ron could only manage some levitation-type charms that looked thoroughly unprofessional. The troll's skin was thick and tough. It was extremely annoyed by their harassment, but there was little it could do to retaliate. Every time its massive club swung toward the students' heads, Dracula would freeze it in an instant. The troll didn't understand why, but instinctively, its desire to attack faded, gradually relieving the pressure on Harry and the others. Professor McGonagall, frantic with worry, had arrived as fast as she could, only to witness this bizarre scene. She couldn't help but turn to Dumbledore beside her. Albus, I don't think Professor Dracula's teaching methods are suitable for these poor children. Perhaps Professor Dracula simply has his own teaching methods, Dumbledore replied with a small cough and a light chuckle to McGonagall. What could Dumbledore do? He was desperate too. Was he really going to expel a Hogwarts landlord over a minor teaching method issue? Would Hogwarts even be able to continue operating then? Meanwhile, Dracula noticed the troll growing fatigued. For the sake of this poor teaching tool, he told Harry and the others to stop their actions. That's enough for now. Remember to handle danger according to what I've taught you, he said. The 3 little ones nodded eagerly, then scrambled behind McGonagall and Dumbledore, as if afraid Dracula would assign them another high-stakes practical exercise. Dracula shook his head with a faint smile and turned to the professors arriving in a hurry: Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. Aside from the headmasters and house head, Professor Quirrell also followed behind, his expression unsettled, his thoughts unreadable. "What on earth were you children playing at?" McGonagall asked sternly, turning to the 3 Gryffindors, her voice icy with anger. "Consider yourselves lucky that Professor Dracula noticed in time. Otherwise, you would have been crushed. Why didn't you just stay in the dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a sharp, piercing look, carefully checking his eyes for injury. Seeing they were unharmed, he exhaled sharply in annoyance. Hermione was about to take all the blame herself when her eyes suddenly widened in terror. "Miss Granger, are you planning some trick like those troublemakers too?" McGonagall said, seeing Hermione's frightened expression. She assumed Hermione was about to divert attention like the Weasley twins, and her tone was sharp. Harry and Ron immediately mirrored the same fearful expressions. "Professor, watch out!" Harry shouted. McGonagall turned in time to see a massive wooden club crashing down toward Dracula. Even with its limited intelligence, the troll had gradually realized, through repeated teasing, that Dracula was the true culprit behind its torment. It decided to take out the annoying man first, and then deal with the bothersome little wizards. The club fell heavily. Everyone present reacted too slowly, expecting Dracula to fall victim, just like all past defense against the dark arts professors before him. But the next moment, Dracula lightly lifted his hand and caught the club effortlessly. The troll's face turned red with exertion, the floor beneath it denting slightly, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not pull the club from the seemingly thin, pale fingers of Dracula. Dracula casually glanced at it and suddenly released his grip. The troll lost control, yanked the club out, and slammed it heavily onto its own forehead. And then it fainted. Dracula then nonchalantly looked toward Harry, who had just sounded the warning, and asked with a light chuckle. "Is something the matter, Mr. Potter?" No, Professor," Harry swallowed and shook his head repeatedly. Witnessing Dracula catch the troll's massive club barehanded, not just the 3 students, but even McGonagall and Snape were left in stunned disbelief. "It's late. Time to return to rest," Dracula said quietly, ignoring their expressions. He walked forward, taking a handkerchief from his pocket to carefully wipe his hands, then set it ablaze and reduced it to ashes. As he passed Quirrell, Dracula gave him a meaningful glance before slipping past and disappearing into the shadows, where the moonlight did not reach. That night, in the cramped assistant professor's office, Quirrell removed the ever-present purple turban and knelt on the floor, trembling all over. On the back of his head, Voldemort's ferocious face raged, venting anger and frustration. "You incompetent fool! You're utterly useless! You couldn't even see Dracula's precautions!" Voldemort shouted harshly. "If I hadn't noticed the mark he left on your shoulder, would you have blindly run into the 4th floor restricted area?" Master, I truly didn't notice anything unusual," Quirrell said weakly. "Even if you didn't notice, when Dracula touched your shoulder in that abnormal way, didn't it strike you as odd?" Voldemort demanded. "Your pathetic act has been completely exposed. Even Severus has noticed something strange about you now. Damn it! Why did I have to possess you, and not Severus?" Voldemort now cursed both Quirrell and himself in equal measure. But he could not reveal his identity in front of Severus, who had once been a loyal Death Eater. On one hand, his weak state in Quirrell's body would not only be humiliating in front of former subordinates but could seriously damage his authority, possibly even provoking rebellion. On the other hand, Voldemort had been in hiding for 11 years. During that time, Severus had earned Dumbledore's trust. Voldemort could not risk believing Severus would remain as loyal as before. Thus, his only hope lay with this utterly unreliable Quirrell. "This isn't safe anymore. I can't remain in Quirrell," Voldemort muttered to himself. Besides, his life force is nearly exhausted. I must find another way out. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 The Blank Diary. Chapter 26 The Blank Diary. The next day, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the British Ministry of Magic received an anonymous tip. The letter claimed that Malfoy Manor was hiding a large number of prohibited dark magic items, all stored in a secret vault beneath the fountain in the center of the estate's courtyard. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, took the letter from her assistant. Her initially indifferent expression gradually shifted to one of profound surprise. "Rufus, take a look at this tip," she said, summoning the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour. A man with chestnut hair and gold-rimmed glasses approached. Though he seemed slightly lame, his stride carried an air of confident boldness. "What is it, Amelia?" Scrimgeour asked casually, glancing at the letter in her hands. "A tip about Malfoy Manor? The Malfoys are frequently reported, but we've never found any concrete evidence." "No, Rufus, this tip is different," Bones said, shaking her head slightly as she handed the letter to him. Scrimgeour took it with a skeptical look, but as he scanned the contents, his eyes widened with disbelief. "This letter even includes a detailed layout of Malfoy Manor? Only someone extremely close to the family could have drawn something this accurate," he said, frowning. "Who wrote this, and what are they after?" "No matter the reason, this is a rare opportunity we cannot miss," Amelia said decisively. "Arthur and Malfoy have always been at odds. He should know the estate well. You'll lead one team, and Arthur the other, each with 2 squads of elite Aurors. Search Malfoy Manor thoroughly." Scrimgeour nodded firmly, then turned toward the Office for the Abuse of Muggle Artifacts to notify Arthur Weasley to join the mission. After Scrimgeour left, Bones pulled a document from her drawer and began filling out the search warrant for Malfoy Manor. At that moment, a tall wizard with pale blonde hair neatly braided appeared beside her desk. "Is there something you need, Axley?" Bones asked, frowning at the wizard in his lavish robes, whose presence seemed out of place in the ministry. Axley smiled in a way that was immediately unsettling and said, "We have a document from our department requiring your signature." "I'll need your attention, Director Bones." Bones frowned slightly, signed the document, and then dismissed him from her office. What she didn't know was that once Axley left, he didn't proceed with any official tasks. Instead, he secretly retrieved a quill and, in a deserted corridor outside the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, began composing a letter. The envelope clearly indicated the recipient, Malfoy. England, Wiltshire Malfoy Manor, a weekend night. A wizard, cloaked completely in darkness, stood in the shadows of the street, his expression hidden but tense, staring at the grand, opulent manor ahead. "Master, what if Malfoy doesn't handle the items as you intend?" Quirrell's voice trembled from the shadows. "Relax. I've already considered that," Voldemort's dark voice responded from the same shadows. "If Lucius fails to produce what I need, it only proves that he retains at least a shred of loyalty to me. If his loyalty isn't completely gone, we can contact him using the dark mark and have him transfer the items to you. Of course, if Lucius foolishly attempts to dispose of them, we can simply acquire them ourselves, as originally planned. What is mine will always be mine. No one can stop it." Voldemort's low voice echoed through the shadows, sending a chill through the surrounding air. Time passed slowly, and fine snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Still, Malfoy Manor remained silent. Quirrell shivered from the cold and nervously said, "Master, I think Malfoy still has considerable loyalty to you. The fact that he hasn't acted yet suggests it's unlikely he will delay much longer." "Hopefully, that is indeed the case," Voldemort replied, a trace of self-satisfaction creeping into his tone. "Prepare yourself. I will teach you how to use the dark mark." As Voldemort prepared to instruct Quirrell in contacting this still loyal subordinate, the gates of Malfoy Manor suddenly opened. A wizard, dressed in an expensive robe and concealing his face with a silk scarf, slipped quietly out of the estate. Lucius, having spent hours carefully collecting all the contraband, had fulfilled Voldemort's expectations. He arrived at the rendezvous with the valuable items left behind by Voldemort. "You are the contact from Nocturne Alley, correct?" Lucius said arrogantly, handing over a cloth bag. "It took me 6 hours to gather these treasures. Do you realize their quantity and value? If I weren't in a hurry, you wouldn't get a single item here for even 2,000 galleons." Quirrell stared at the masked Lucius, trembling. He could feel Voldemort behind him, nearly seething with rage. "I knew the Malfoys couldn't be trusted, they've always been fair-weather followers." Voldemort's curses reverberated endlessly in Quirrell's mind. Suppressing his fear, Quirrell shakily took the bag, enchanted with a Muggle-repelling extension charm, and began searching through the numerous contraband items for what Voldemort required. "Yes, the item I need is among these," Voldemort's voice rumbled in Quirrell's mind, restraining his anger. Quirrell exhaled quietly, handed Lucius the 2,000 galleons he had dug from another's grave, and departed Malfoy Manor without looking back. In a secluded corner of Wiltshire, following Voldemort's instructions, Quirrell's hands trembled as he withdrew a blank diary with a black cover from the bag. Voldemort's earlier fury gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and an almost uncontainable joy. Chapter 27, Chapter 27 The Quidditch match officially begins. Chapter 27 The Quidditch match officially begins. By November, the weather in the Scottish Highlands had turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts were shrouded in grey, heavy clouds, their peaks blanketed in thick snow. The lake's surface had hardened into an icy sheet, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost coated the ground in a sparkling layer. It was the perfect season for Quidditch, and the Quidditch season had begun. On the Quidditch pitch, Keeper Hagrid, wrapped head to toe in a long moleskin coat, rabbit fur gloves, and enormous beaverskin boots, worked tirelessly to remove frost from the flying brooms. On the lawn outside the stadium, Quidditch team captains gathered their players, quietly explaining tactics and strategy. However, 2 Gryffindor chasers weren't exactly focused. They ignored their captain's instructions, skipped the proper warm UPS, and instead slipped off to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. At that moment, a pair of red-haired twins stood firmly before Professor Dracula, who was reclining lazily in his chair. "Professor, today's our first Quidditch match of the season. You absolutely must come watch," the twins called out loudly. Dracula glanced at the clear sky outside, gave a slight sneer, and waved them off casually. "I'm not interested in Quidditch. Play your game and do your best." "Professor." Fred slammed his hand on the desk, frustrated. "This match involves 40 galleons of yours, and even Harry, your most devoted student, will be playing. Are you really not tempted?" Dracula watched Fred pounding the desk and noticed the red wine on the edge teetering dangerously close to falling. He raised a hand, and immediately, Fred began to float uncontrollably, drifting up to the very top of the office and hanging from a chandelier. "Attempting to damage a professor's office property, this is your punishment," Dracula said casually, lifting the wine glass that had nearly toppled and taking a slow sip. George shot a glance at his suspended brother, quietly pulling his own hands off the desk and stepping back. "Professor, can you really be so cruel?" George pleaded theatrically, switching tactics. He half-kneeling before Dracula, he sobbed and sniffled, delivering a dramatic speech of victimhood. Poor Harry grew up in the care of his cruel aunt, never knowing his parents, and only in the wizarding world did he finally have a professor to look up to. Without you watching this Quidditch match, Harry's experience is incomplete. Dracula twitched his lips slightly. Watching George's desperate performance, he realized that to remain completely unmoved now would be excessively cold-hearted. "Enough crying. You're putting in quite an effort," he interrupted George's feigned sobs. "I'll come watch the match." Hearing this, George immediately dropped his sorrowful act, his face lighting up with relief. Fred, still dangling from the chandelier, gave him a thumbs up. "Of course, simply conceding wasn't Dracula's style. He added. However, George Weasley soiled the office floor and must be punished as well. With that, Dracula lifted George up and hung him from the chandelier beside Fred. The two red-haired boys, wearing Gryffindor Quidditch robes of gold and scarlet, dangled side by side like identical marionettes. Dracula then ignored the twins, opened a jet-black parasol, and stepped out into the long-awaited sunlight. The Weasleys exhaled in relief once the professor had left, exchanging a conspiratorial glance. "That was close!" George exclaimed. "If it weren't for my quick thinking, we'd be done for. Why do we always have to mess with Professor Dracula?" "Don't be foolish, George!" Fred retorted loudly. "Have you forgotten? We spent all our galleons betting against Slytherin's top players. If Harry doesn't catch the golden snitch, we'll lose everything." The twins were about to resume their usual mischief when George suddenly stopped. "Wait, we're in trouble." "What now?" Fred asked, slow on the uptake. "Wake up, Fred! We're still hanging from the chandelier." Today, the Gryffindor Quidditch team felt confident. Their secret weapon? Harry Potter. After weeks of training, Harry was about to play in his very first match. Gryffindor faced off against Slytherin. A victory would move them up to second place in the House Cup standings. As Gryffindor's secret weapon, Wood had decided to keep Harry's participation highly confidential. Almost no one had seen Harry play Quidditch before. But the news of him serving as Seeker had leaked. As a result, fans of the Chosen One approached him, offering encouragement, while rival Slytherins warned that they'd follow him below with mattresses to catch him if he fell. Harry couldn't decide which scenario was worse, nor did he realize the leak was partly thanks to the Weasley twins. The twins had slyly revealed Harry Potter's name to entice the Slytherin elite into betting, announcing that he would catch the golden snitch in his very first match and end the game decisively. Slytherin students were delighted, dismissing the notion that a first year who had trained only 2 months could be any sort of secret weapon. They eagerly bet that Harry would fall off his broom. As for the instigators, the Weasley twins didn't arrive at the pitch until just before the match. After dangling from Dracula's office chandelier for what felt like forever, they finally remembered the Quidditch match and conjured their brooms with a summoning charm, flying down from the chandelier to join the game. Fred and George undoubtedly received a stern scolding from Wood. Finally, amidst the twins' laughter, Wood's serious warnings and rousing encouragement, and the cheers of the spectators, Harry followed Fred and George out of the locker room and onto the cheering Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch match was about to begin. Chapter 28, Chapter 28 The Out of Control Broom. Chapter 28 The Out of Control Broom. Dracula stood at the edge of the Quidditch pitch on a tall stand, holding his parasol. His expression was one of clear keep out, forming a sharp contrast with the excited atmosphere of the young witches and wizards around him. Out of respect for the infamous defense against the dark arts professor, the small wizards instinctively gave him plenty of space, crowding themselves into the four corners of the stands, shivering in the cold. Madame Hooch, acting as referee, stood in the center of the pitch, broom in hand, waiting for the teams to take their positions. Harry glanced toward the stands. First, he spotted a large banner fluttering high above the crowd that read, "Go Potter," in shining letters. Then his eyes fell on the solitary, parasol-holding Dracula, who stood out conspicuously atop the stand. Dracula gave a slight nod to Harry, who was standing on the pitch in his gold and red Gryffindor robes. Harry gripped his Nimbus 2000 tightly. The support of his Gryffindor teammates, coupled with the encouragement from the professor, sent a rush of confidence through him. He felt ready to take on Slytherin with courage. After a brief announcement, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with force. In the next moment, 15 brooms shot into the sky simultaneously, ascending high into the air. The match had begun. Dracula, meanwhile, sank into a state of utter boredom. He had little interest in the young wizards darting through the sky on brooms, or in the various winged balls flying around. None of it moved as fast as he could, and the spectacle offered none of the thrill the students felt, only tedium. Moreover, it was a bright, sunny day, which did little to improve the mood of a vampire like him. He scanned the crowd, watching the little wizards cheer and scream with excitement, feeling the overwhelming noise and vibration of the stands with increasing irritation. Several times he considered slipping away from the stand, but each time he noticed Harry, Gryffindor's seeker, searching for the golden snitch. The boy's gaze would flick toward Dracula's position, as if silently asking for his approval. Reluctantly, Dracula stayed put, enduring the atmosphere that was far from comfortable for a vampire. Just as he was about to give up entirely and leave despite the students' expectations, he noticed a small wizard in yellow and black robes sitting among a group of Hufflepuff students. The boy was watching the match intently, occasionally jotting notes in a notebook. This young wizard, Cedric Diggory, had a face and bearing that hinted at the potential of a vampire noble. Dracula found himself impressed. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured a massive bat. The bat flapped its wings and swooped over to the adjacent stand, scooping Cedric up in its claws. Cedric's eyes widened in shock as he was lifted off the ground by the enormous creature. But thanks to the quick reflexes honed in Dracula's defense against the dark arts class, he quickly pulled his wand from his pocket, ready to cast a spark charm as a signal to the professors. Before he could act, the bat dropped him onto the neighboring stand and vanished into the air. "Good morning, Mr. Diggory," a familiar voice said beside him. Dracula had enlarged his parasol and planted it firmly on the stand, creating a patch of shade rare for such a sunny day. "Sit anywhere you like," he said, reclining on a bench he had just conjured with transfiguration. He gestured to the other bench, making small talk. "I saw you taking notes earlier. What did you write?" Cedric, facing Dracula, Hogwarts' most fearsome professor, nervously cast a pleading look toward his Quidditch teammates. But those who had originally intended to rescue Cedric from the bat's claws quickly averted their eyes at the sight of Dracula, pretending not to know him. Even his prefect, Truman, gave him a helpless look, silently leaving him to his fate. "Good morning, Professor," Cedric said, forcing himself to speak. "I'm the Seeker for Hufflepuff. I was observing Potter's techniques to see how he plays Seeker. What do you think of Potter's skills?" Dracula asked, bored. "They're pretty good for his age," Cedric replied, impressed. At that moment, the very subjects of their discussion, two Seekers flew overhead, one after the other. Dracula's large parasol blocked them from view, causing Cedric, who had been watching eagerly, a wave of anxiety. "Professor, it's sunny today. Do you really need the parasol?" he asked. "And don't you feel cold wearing just that thin robe in this weather?" "Not at all," Dracula said, adjusting his red and black cloak. "Besides, I dislike the sun. Using a parasol on a sunny day seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it?" As their conversation continued, Cedric gradually relaxed, enjoying a pleasant chat with Dracula. But the calm was short-lived. Suddenly, something unexpected happened on the Quidditch pitch. High above, Harry's broom began to behave strangely. It twitched and twisted wildly, slowly and increasingly lifting him farther from the pitch. "What kind of tactic is that?" Cedric asked through his telescope, watching Harry. "Is it some new psychological strategy to confuse the opponent?" Dracula's wine-red eyes narrowed as he focused on the unfolding scene. Harry's broom rolled and tumbled uncontrollably. He could barely hold on. Suddenly, the broom gave another violent lurch, and Harry was thrown sideways, clinging with one hand as he dangled in midair. "Wait, this isn't a Quidditch tactic. Potter's broom is malfunctioning," Dracula said, frowning. He immediately glanced toward Professor Quirrell, who was watching from another stand. But the situation was not what he expected. Dracula had assumed Quirrell had already sided with Voldemort, that all his previous probes had been for the Dark Lord's benefit, and that this incident would be another chance for Quirrell to attack Harry for Voldemort. Yet now, as Harry struggled with the Nimbus 2000, Quirrell was showing no signs of casting a spell. He simply sat there, enjoying the match with genuine interest. Chapter 29, Chapter 29 Harry in Danger. Chapter 29 Harry in Danger. Dracula furrowed his brow, eyes fixed on Quirrell, who showed no sign of unusual behavior. He couldn't make sense of it. Based on Quirrell's previous actions, it was almost certain that he was under Voldemort's control. Yet the person trying to endanger Harry during the Quidditch match was not Quirrell. Could the Dark Lord, even in his weakened state, still have the power to control more than one wizard to infiltrate Hogwarts? Dracula quickly scanned the entire Quidditch pitch and soon spotted another individual acting strangely. Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin. Snape was standing in the middle of one of the stands, his eyes fixed on Harry as he muttered incantations under his breath. But Dracula could tell at a glance that Snape was not the one cursing Harry's broom. Although his eyes radiated obvious disdain for Harry, his face also betrayed a deep, inescapable worry, a complex mixture of emotions. How interesting! Snape is casting a counter-curse to save the student he despises most, Dracula said with a faint smirk. Seeing the counter-curse's effect was holding, at least for the moment, preventing Harry from falling, Dracula became genuinely interested. He continued observing Snape, appreciating the subtle conflict of disgust and concern on his face. While Dracula could discern Snape's true intention, the other students lacked such insight. Hermione, sharp and perceptive, quickly noticed Snape muttering under his breath and mistakenly assumed he was the villain cursing Harry. Without hesitation, she ran down from the stands, heading swiftly toward the stand where Snape was positioned. Navigating through the crowd, she reached Snape's stand, rushing along the row behind him. In the process, she accidentally bumped into Professor Quirrell, who had been watching the commotion, sending him tumbling forward into the next row. "What's the rush, Miss Granger?" Quirrell stammered, turning back. "Sorry, Professor Quirrell, but I really don't have time to explain," Hermione said in passing, without slowing her pace. She pressed on, finally reaching Snape. With everyone's attention focused on Harry's struggle with his broom, she crouched discreetly, drew her wand, and whispered a few spells she had learned on her own. A bright blue flame burst from her wand, latching onto the hem of Snape's robes. Hermione believed this was the most suitable spell for the current situation. The blue campanula flame wasn't dangerous like real fire. It could be touched and passed through harmlessly, without causing burns, yet it could singe fabrics, plants, or other materials. Importantly, it could be recalled at any time, making it unlikely Snape would notice. About 30 seconds later, Snape finally realized that his robes were aflame. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze away from Harry for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione quickly drew the blue flames back into her pocket and hurried along the row of seats, confident Snape would never discover what had happened. But precisely at the moment Snape diverted his attention, the counter-curse that had been sustaining Harry's broom ceased. The brand new Nimbus 2000 went completely out of control, hurling Harry off the broom. The crowd leapt to their feet, shocked as Harry plummeted rapidly. Hermione covered her mouth in horror, her eyes darting to Snape. She saw a look on his face she had never witnessed before, a pure panic. Snape frantically drew his wand from his sleeve, attempting to cast a slowing charm to save Harry. At the same time, Professor McGonagall also raised her wand, uttering the incantation. Arresto momentum. The next moment, both professors were stunned. Their slowing charms had failed. With the skill level of Snape and McGonagall, they hadn't encountered a spell failure in years. Yet now, at the critical moment when Harry was about to crash, their spells had suddenly ceased to work. It was a matter of life and death for the young seeker. Harry in danger. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor beaters, the Weasley twins, were desperately trying to save Harry. As soon as Harry's broom started acting up, they had attempted to get him onto one of their own brooms, but failed. Each time they approached, the broom would rocket even higher. After repeated failed attempts, they abandoned concerns about the Quidditch match or their bets with Slytherin and flew madly toward the stand with the conspicuous black parasol. "Professor! You can save Harry! We know you can! Yes, you're Harry's favorite professor! Don't disappoint him!" They shouted anxiously as they reached Dracula's stand. Under the parasol, Cedric also looked on expectantly. "Do you really think I would stand by and watch someone die?" Dracula said with a light laugh. Seeing the smile on his face, the three young wizards unconsciously relaxed. Fixing his gaze on Harry, still plummeting, Dracula glanced at the two professors whose spells had failed, then snapped his fingers. A massive bat, the same kind that had snatched Cedric, fluttered from beneath the parasol and, in a few wing beats, positioned itself under Harry. The bat deftly caught Harry as he fell, gliding along a smooth arc and placing him safely on the soft grass of the Quidditch pitch. Above, Madame Hooch rode her broom and retrieved Harry's Nimbus 2000 before it hit the ground, preparing to thoroughly inspect it. "Are you all right, Harry?" she asked, concerned as Harry covered his mouth, looking nauseated. "Oh, poor boy, first match and already this happens." "Don't worry, child. Any points the Slytherin team scored while your broom misbehaved won't count. You can have another chance next time." Madame Hooch raised her wand to her throat, projecting her voice across the entire pitch. "I declare today's match." "Wait, Madame Hooch." Harry finally spat out what was in his mouth, interrupting her announcement just in time. "I caught the golden snitch," he shouted, raising it high above his head. The match ended amidst cheers from Gryffindor and protests from Slytherin. After the referee's verification, Gryffindor was declared the victor. In the chaos, unseen by anyone, a young wizard with black hair and a handsome yet sinister face quietly slipped away from the Quidditch pitch. He held a blank diary in his hands, the two inked words on its page gradually fading. Finite Incantatum. Chapter 30, Chapter 30 The Mysterious Black-Haired Boy. Chapter 30 The Mysterious Black-Haired Boy. Outside the chaotic Quidditch pitch, the mysterious black-haired boy walked slowly toward Hogwarts Castle. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, as if sensing something. In the next instant, his figure abruptly became transparent and vanished completely into the air. The blank diary in his hand fell to the ground, motionless, looking just like an ordinary notebook carelessly dropped by a young wizard. Dracula, holding his umbrella, quietly appeared near the spot where the boy had disappeared. His crimson eyes swept the area, and when they briefly passed over the fallen diary, they lingered slightly, only to find it was just an ordinary notebook. Shrugging, he turned his gaze elsewhere. "Strange, there was definitely a different magical fluctuation here a moment ago," Dracula said, his voice tinged with curiosity as he held his umbrella. At that moment, a group of energetic young lions in red and gold Gryffindor robes came running with their brooms. They gathered around Harry, who had just performed heroically, waving excitedly at Dracula. Harry's two friends, Ron and Hermione, followed alongside the group. "Professor, thank you so much this time." Wood, captain of the Quidditch team, suppressed his awe of Dracula and stepped forward to express his gratitude. Harry squeezed out from the middle of the group, staring awkwardly at his admired Professor Dracula, unsure how to speak. "Professor, you saved Harry's life." Hermione spoke first, guilt-lacing her words. "It was my misjudgment that interrupted Professor Snape's countercurse and almost caused Harry to fall. If not for your bat, I would have blamed myself for the rest of my life." "Yes, Professor," Ron added, excitement written all over his face. "That huge bat of yours was awesome. When will you teach us that in defense against the dark arts?" "I'm being serious, Ron." Hermione shot him a sharp look. "Do you all really want to learn it?" Dracula asked, lowering his gaze from scanning the surroundings to look at Ron and the other Gryffindor students with genuine interest. The young lions nodded eagerly. "Of course, I can teach you," Dracula said. But before any surprise could appear on their faces, he smirked mischievously. However, you'll need to earn O grades in Transfiguration, Charms, Defense against the Dark Arts, and Care of Magical Creatures first. Only then will you have the ability to learn this magic. Hearing this, the once eager young Gryffindors immediately wilted. New students Harry and Ron looked around at their older classmates, bewildered. They had no idea what this O represented. You probably don't know what an O means, Fred whispered to Harry, noticing their confused expressions. Harry, you know Percy, right? See how obsessed he is with grades? That's what all those O's are about. And you're not guaranteed to get them either. George added, leaning closer to Harry. Harry shivered at the thought of Percy rushing to the library immediately after class every day without a moment's rest. Hey! I'm your brother! Ron shouted, glaring at the backs of his two older brothers facing Harry. The twins merely winked at him, showing no intention of explaining further. Dracula, standing beneath his parasol, chuckled as he watched their complaints, thoroughly enjoying the small torment of young wizards. It was proof that this defense against the dark arts professor hadn't wasted his time. The joy of watching students suffer was quite satisfying. All right, congratulations on winning the match, he said perfunctorily, then, without further ceremony, walked toward his office, shielding himself from the sun. After Dracula and the students left, the seemingly ordinary blank diary on the ground suddenly began to change. Ink seeped from the notebook, gradually forming a pitch-black humanoid figure, which then shifted to display the full range of colors of a human body. A tall black-haired boy appeared beside the diary and bent down to pick it up. The boy appeared very young, certainly no older than 16. His features were blurred, and a strange, hazy glow emanated from him, as if he were being viewed through a misty window. Having to manifest my body through my own Horcrux, really annoying, the boy muttered, straightening with the diary in hand. His expression carried a faintly sinister edge, openly displayed. The next moment, the diary flipped open on its own to a blank page in the boy's hands. Ink traces began to form on the white page, gradually arranging into a sentence. You cannot just occupy my things. The handwriting was neat yet slightly twisted and chaotic, conveying deep disapproval of the boy's actions. Of course I can, the boy said darkly with a sinister smile. I am your past, present, and future. Your things are mine. And I am all of you. He forcibly closed the diary and strode directly toward Hogwarts Castle. The events during the Quidditch match had put the Hogwarts professors on high alert. Professor McGonagall organized a thorough search, patrolling every area of the castle and conducting strict checks on all staff, hoping to locate the wizard who had bypassed her and Snape's slowing charms. In the staff room, nearly all the professors had been screened. Everyone was a familiar face, with no obvious issues. The newly arrived Professor Dracula had Dumbledore's full backing. That left only the suspicious Quirrell, who still refused to remove his turban. Assistant Quirrell, are you really unwilling to take off your turban? Dracula asked, reclining on the staff room sofa with his legs crossed. Although Dracula could confirm Quirrell was not the one cursing Harry's broom, he knew there were many secrets hidden beneath the turban. This was the perfect opportunity to uncover at least some of them. Professor Dracula, it's really inconvenient for me to remove my turban, Quirrell stammered. So you're unwilling to cooperate with Hogwarts? Dracula raised an eyebrow. And no, that's not it, Quirrell's face turned red, unsure how to respond. Taking off a turban won't cost you your head, Dracula said lightly. Could it be that you're hiding something else under there? Quirrell looked wronged but gritted his teeth, resolutely reaching for his turban. Chapter 31, Chapter 31 Quirrell clears his name. Chapter 31 Quirrell clears his name. Quirrell tightly closed his eyes, his expression resolute and fearless, and grabbed the corner of the purple scarf. Then, with a sudden tug, the entire scarf was ripped off and tossed onto the floor with a swish. Quirrell's bare head was exposed. It looked surprisingly small, completely bald, not a single hair in sight. Dracula looked at his egg-like bald head, frowned with disgust, and commanded. "Stop playing games. Turn your body around." Quirrell slowly turned, showing the back of his head to the professors. The professors were stunned. Professor Sprout quickly covered her eyes with a swift motion, leaving a clear red imprint on her forehead. Snape's mouth and eyes twitched, his facial features contorted entirely. Flitwick, who was eating at the time, spat out his food immediately upon seeing the back of Quirrell's head. Dracula was the most direct disgusted. He raised his hand and slapped Quirrell's head in midair. Quirrell spun several times from the blow, then crashed heavily onto the floor, leaving a large dent, his head perfectly fitting into the groove in the floorboards. Behind Quirrell's head were 3 extremely gruesome scars, 2 above, 1 below that together formed an ugly, sinister human face. The grotesque face horrified the professors so much that they wouldn't want to eat for days. Despite their reluctance to believe it, as the fair and impartial vice principal of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall had to admit that, ugly as Quirrell's scars were, there was nothing else hidden beneath the scarf. Now, the real villains seemed to be the professors themselves. They resembled a group of ruthless, evil bullies, cornering the weak Quirrell and stripping away his last piece of covering. "Are you satisfied now?" Quirrell's head still in the floor, he sobbed pitifully, I've always used my scarf to cover these ugly scars because I was afraid that you or the students would despise me. If laughing at me makes you happy, then I'll accept it." Hearing Quirrell's pitiful words, Professors McGonagall and Sprout were deeply moved. "Oh, poor Assistant Quirrell, it's our fault for exposing your wounds," Sprout said with sympathy. "Rest assured, Quirinus, Hogwarts will never wrong a good person," McGonagall added to console him. After many thanks, Quirrell carefully pulled his head out from the floor, covered his scalp with his hand, and limped out of the faculty lounge. After Quirrell left, Snape looked at McGonagall and Sprout with an unfriendly expression. "Ladies, because of your mercy, we've lost our last clue," he said deliberately, each word seeming squeezed painfully from his teeth. "Oh, don't be like that, Severus." Seeing the women's displeased expressions, Flitwick quickly climbed onto the table, tiptoeing to block their view. "Minerva and Pomona just don't want to accuse a good man. I think Assistant Quirrell does look pitiful, why not observe him a bit longer?" "Women's mercy," Snape snorted. Then, with a flick of his long cloak, he strode out of the lounge like a giant bat, leaving no trace of warmth. "Severus really has no manners," McGonagall fumed, almost chasing after him to show him what it means for women to be half the sky. Good-natured Sprout quickly grabbed McGonagall's arm. "Minerva, let it go, it's not necessary. You know Severus has always been like this." Because of this unpleasant incident, the professors left in a sour mood. Dracula, however, stayed until the end. He walked slowly to the edge of the dent in the floor, gazing at the purple scarf Quirrell had forgotten to take, lost in thought. A faint trace of cheap perfume still lingered on the scarf, though very lightly detectable only by a vampire's acute sense of smell. Dracula hadn't noticed it before. Only now did he suddenly remember that he hadn't smelled the strong perfume on Quirrell for some time. This might explain why the professors hadn't been overly hostile toward Quirrell today. Had Quirrell come in with his usual overpowering scent, not only would McGonagall and Sprout likely not feel pity, they might have rushed to kick this walking biohazard back to his office themselves. Recalling all of Quirrell's strange behaviors, Dracula gradually pieced together a vague truth. From the very first meeting, Quirrell had been masking another kind of scent with various strong odors. At first, it was the smell of garlic. Dracula detested it and ordered Quirrell to remove it. Later, Quirrell switched to the stench of a giant's unwashed socks and toilet odor, centuries old. This smell could make anyone with normal olfaction vomit, yet Quirrell could carry it all day and live normally, a true brave soul in that respect. Finally, Quirrell removed even the giant's stench, leaving only a heavy, cheap perfume scent. Since spraying perfume was relatively normal, Hogwarts didn't forbid it, and Quirrell had successfully fooled everyone, carrying the charade for most of the semester. As Christmas approached, the professors were overwhelmed with their own work and no one paid much attention to the perfume-scented man. Dracula continued to reflect. It seemed that it was just before Harry's first Quidditch match that the perfume on Quirrell's body began to fade. At that thought, Dracula took out Hogwarts' deed from his pocket and looked toward a small room, heavily shielded by advanced protective spells, impervious to the deed's surveillance. It was Quirrell's office. Interesting. A subtle smirk appeared at Dracula's lips as he stepped away and vanished. Inside Quirrell's office, the bald man knelt respectfully, holding a diary on the desk in front of him with both hands. "I've finally cleared my name, Master," he said, trembling with excitement. "Master, rest assured, I will help you get the Philosopher's Stone." A misty, black-haired boy's shadow quietly appeared above the diary. He nodded slowly at Quirrell, a faint sinister smile appearing on his face. Chapter 32, Chapter 32 Snape's Suspicion. Chapter 32 Snape's Suspicion. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the black-haired youth was laughing happily, a sudden knock came from outside Quirrell's office. His smile froze. Then, startled, it dissolved into a puddle of ink, raining down onto the blank pages of the diary. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking came again. Quirrell hurriedly shoved the diary into a drawer and locked it. Only then did he cautiously lift a soundproofing charm, stammering as he called out. "Oh, you, outside, who is it?" "It's me." Dracula's deep, unique voice came from outside the door. "I was a bit heavy-handed just now. I came to see if I could do anything to help with your scars, to make a small amends." Hearing Dracula's voice, Quirrell shivered violently. "Just you, I fear the most," he thought bitterly. But having just cleared his name in front of the professors, Quirrell had no real excuse to refuse opening the door. Trembling, he inspected every corner of the room to ensure no compromising evidence was left behind, then finally opened it. The moment the door swung open, Dracula stepped into the office, surveying the room from all sides. "Why open the door so slowly? You weren't doing anything unspeakable in here, were you?" Seeing nothing unusual in the room, Dracula shifted his gaze to Quirrell himself, a faint, teasing smile on his lips. No, I was just, suddenly feeling a little headache," Quirrell stammered. "Ah, it's my fault I was too harsh earlier," Dracula sighed, feigning apology. "Assistant Quirrell, you work so hard grading my assignments and organizing lesson plans, and yet I, out of a small suspicion, spoke harshly to you, even embedding your head into the floor." Quirrell's eyes twitched awkwardly at the corners, but he forced a smile. Professor Dracula, I understand, it's all for Hogwarts. I don't mind suffering a little." "Impossible. If Assistant Quirrell can be so noble, I cannot act like someone who refuses to acknowledge their mistakes, who fails to maintain collegiality," Dracula said with righteous conviction. "I must find a way to completely remove those troublesome scars on the back of your head." No need, it's nothing," Quirrell shook his head repeatedly. "May I understand this as a refusal of my kindness, Assistant Quirrell?" Dracula asked gently, though the air in the office grew colder, the atmosphere more lethal. Quirrell shivered all over and quickly changed his head, shaking to a nod. Thank you, Professor Dracula, then," he said reluctantly. Dracula smiled faintly and moved behind Quirrell. The office finally returned to its normal temperature. "May I ask, Assistant Quirrell, how did these 3 scars on the back of your head form?" Dracula asked casually, as he looked at the grotesque scars. With a great, terrifying Dark Lord standing behind him, Quirrell felt extremely uneasy. Trembling, he repeated the old excuse he had used before. I said before, I encountered a vampire in Romania, we fought, and the wicked vampire left these three claw marks on my head. They simply cannot heal. Dracula finally laughed. He knew perfectly well what marks a vampire could leave, and he could tell at a glance that Quirrell's scars were not from one. Vampires generally don't attack heads with such cumbersome methods. Their preferred targets are the shoulders and the base of the neck, perfect for lowering one's head to feed. Clearly, Quirrell had lied again, covering up some unknown truth. Having obtained the information he wanted, Dracula lost interest in Quirrell's ugly scalp, moving away from him with disdain and heading toward the office door. "Pr. Professor Dracula, you're not going to examine my scars?" Quirrell asked in surprise, glancing at Dracula, now at the door. "No," Dracula waved his hand. "Sorry, Assistant Quirrell. I truly am powerless regarding this matter." With that, he left Quirrell's office. Quirrell. Less than a minute of observation, and he claims to be powerless. Could it get any more perfunctory? Dracula ascended the marble staircase of the castle's main tower, intending to return to his office via the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. But when he arrived, he found someone already silently standing on the podium, waiting for him. The classroom was pitch black. The figure wore a voluminous black cloak, like a giant bat. "Professor Snape, what a coincidence!" Dracula raised an eyebrow, greeting the figure on the podium. Snape's face remained stern, his dark eyes piercing as he looked at him. "Not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you." Snape drew out his words slowly. "Before we start, may I ask where were you just now, Professor Dracula?" "My whereabouts are none of your concern, Professor Snape," Dracula replied lightly, with a smile. "Even if you don't answer, I can guess you went to see Quirrell, didn't you?" Snape's lips curled into a sharp, biting smile. Dracula was genuinely surprised. No one had followed him, and he did not expect Snape to guess why he had gone to Quirrell. He turned his gaze fully on Snape, studying his hooked nose and uneven teeth, crossing his arms, silently signaling him to continue. "You're in cahoots with Quirrell, aren't you?" Snape said coldly, then asked directly. Snape's question stunned Dracula. His eyes widened in shock. "You don't need to come up with a clever excuse, I'll say it for you," Snape continued. "First, a top wizard like you teaching defense against the dark arts is already suspicious unless you knew there was something extremely valuable here. Even ignoring that, you brought a teaching assistant with you, letting him attend classes alongside you. And your assistant has recently been wandering into many secret places, even once entering the forbidden corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. He seems particularly interested in the treasure there, and could try to retrieve it at any moment. You would dare deny that all this is under your instruction?" "Perhaps," Dracula said indifferently, then asked with interest, "So what do you intend to do?" Snape gritted his teeth and slowly raised his wand. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Uncharacteristic Behavior. Chapter 33 Uncharacteristic Behavior. Dracula crossed his arms, a playful expression on his face as he watched Snape raise his wand. "You mean to duel me, Professor Snape?" he asked lightly. Snape ignored him, solemnly holding his wand upright in one hand, his gaze locked on Dracula. The standard stance for initiating a duel. Seeing this, Dracula's playful expression faded, replaced by a flicker of reminiscence. "A wizard's duel? Now that is a long-forgotten formality," he murmured. Then, unusually, he drew his own dark, ominous wooden wand, holding it upright before him. For the bowing ritual before a duel, Snape offered a half-hearted nod, bending only slightly. Dracula, even more careless, lowered his head briefly, and the duel between Hogwarts professors began. Expelliarmus. Snape was the first to cast. A bright red light illuminated the pitch-black Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, turning Dracula's crimson eyes a deep, blood-red hue. Dracula raised his wand and casually deflected the disarming spell to the side, letting it explode against the desks and chairs, reducing them to splinters. As the red light faded, the classroom returned to its dimness. Don't hold back. Your skill shouldn't be limited to this, right? Dracula said, casually taunting Snape. Snape said nothing. He shifted his attacks continuously, flicking his wand repeatedly, sending one ordinary spell after another toward Dracula. Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, these basic spells, unchanged for centuries, streamed endlessly from Snape's wand tip, each deflected by Dracula with fluid, effortless precision. Faced with these rudimentary spells, impatience began to show on Dracula's face. Eventually, he didn't even bother with his wand, stretching out his hand to catch the mundane spells midair. You only know these basic, mundane spells, he said impatiently. If your next attacks remain this dull, then this duel will end right here. Dracula raised his wand. Behind him, a shadowy moon seemed to rise, highlighting his silver hair like an ethereal vision. From the moonlight, a crescent-shaped blade of light silently streaked toward Snape. The classroom fell into complete silence. Yet the crescent's speed was nearly impossible to track with the eye. Instinctively, Snape cast a protective iron armor spell, generating a transparent barrier in front of him, and pointed his wand forward. Sectum Sempra. The crescent blade struck the iron spell, shattering it instantly. Snape, along with the barrier, was sent flying backward, toppling countless desks before crashing heavily against the classroom's back door. At the same time, a hidden ripple spell Snape had cast at the last moment shot straight toward Dracula. Dracula's eyes flickered with curiosity at this spell, one he had never seen before. He raised his hand, intending to grasp the invisible wave in his palm. With a heavy thud, the door groaned under the impact as Snape's body hit the floor, his face instantly pale as death. At the same moment, Dracula's long hand reflexively drew back. He glanced down at his palm and there, a straight, narrow scarlet line ran across it. The wound began to heal, but unlike the usual rapid regeneration of a vampire, it contracted slowly, like a fuse burning down or a trail of water gradually evaporating under the sun. Interesting spell, did you create it yourself? Dracula said with a light laugh, looking away from his palm. None of your concern, Snape said coldly, leaning weakly against the classroom door, clutching a wound at his waist. Dracula was utterly unconcerned, smiling as he stepped over the debris of desks and chairs, slowly approaching Snape. Professor Snape, I always thought you were a quintessential Slytherin, not an impulsive type. He crouched beside Snape, a soft white light glowing in his hand. Regardless, the most advantageous way for you would never have been to duel me alone, especially without understanding my full strength. Snape was about to retort, but then he realized that the wound at his waist, sliced open by Dracula's crescent slash, was now healing at an absurdly fast pace. I'd say that after suspecting me, you should have reported to the headmaster. That would align with Salazar Slytherin's selfing style, Dracula continued. Yet you still came to duel me. That proves Headmaster Dumbledore trusts me and did not approve of your suspicions. Snape remained silent. Now, another question arises, even if the headmaster denied your suspicion, it's unlikely you would recklessly come at me directly. You're not idle like me, seeking thrills, right? In a moment, Snape's wound had fully healed. If not for the rip in his robes, there would be no trace of the severe cut at his waist. You're overthinking. I simply couldn't let the embarrassment from earlier in the hall stand. I wanted to reclaim a bit of face, Snape said coldly. He swished his sleeve and stood, showing no gratitude for Dracula's treatment. Dracula, crouched on the floor, glanced up just as Snape swept his sleeve and noticed something on his left wrist, a mark. Thanks to his excellent night vision and memory, Dracula faintly recognized the pattern of the tattoo, a grotesque skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, like a long tongue. This is a dark mark? Dracula thought, startled. In the past decades of newspapers he had collected in the library, he had seen this symbol before. Immediately, Dracula connected it with Snape's uncharacteristic behavior, his eyes lighting up with realization. In the darkness, Snape did not notice the change in Dracula's expression. Standing, he walked mechanically toward the classroom door, his mind involuntarily flashing back to 20 minutes earlier, to the scene of his conversation with Dumbledore in the Headmaster's office. Chapter 34, Chapter 34 The Cause Behind the Duel. Chapter 34 The Cause Behind the Duel. 20 minutes earlier, in the Headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the main tower. Severus, are you suspecting that Professor Dracula instructed Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore asked with interest, chewing a soft honeydukes sweet. That's correct. Among all the professors at Hogwarts, only Dracula is new. Even Quirrell has taught Muggle studies here for a considerable time, so we know almost nothing about him, Snape said seriously. Moreover, before the start of term, I had a brief mental confrontation with Dracula at the entrance of the Great Hall. I could sense his immense strength. So I am certain he has the ability to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You have a keen eye, Severus, Dumbledore said with a smile, handing Snape a candy in passing. No, you keep it for yourself, Snape said coldly. Dumbledore paid no mind, popping the candy into his own mouth and speaking muffled through it. Severus, regarding Professor Dracula, I can tell you one thing: he has no motive to steal the stone. He is someone we can trust completely. You have nothing to worry about. But I personally saw Quirrell enter the restricted 4th floor corridor. Snape said, unwilling to relent. If it wasn't under Dracula's direction, could it be that Quirrell, the timid fool who can barely speak, decided to steal the Philosopher's Stone under the watch of the most powerful wizard himself? Dumbledore stood and walked around his desk to Snape's side. Sometimes we cannot judge things solely by appearances, Severus, he said. What if Quirrell came to Hogwarts with the sole purpose of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone? He could easily act the part of a coward the entire time, lulling everyone into complacency. Snape furrowed his brows tightly and glanced at Dumbledore. So you're certain Quirrell is the one coveting the stone? If that's the case, why not expel him from the school immediately? Dumbledore shook his head, sighing deeply. One cannot anticipate every trick of a thief. The best way is not to expel Quirrell, but to remove the threat entirely. Severus, you know I've told you Voldemort will return. When he does, Harry Potter will face terrible danger. Listening to Dumbledore, Snape's pupils widened, his face paling. You mean? He began. Yes. Quirrell has already been controlled by Voldemort. He came to Hogwarts to steal the stone for his master. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, fixed intently on Snape. Then shouldn't we expel Quirrell from the school? Voldemort will bring danger here. Snape questioned, then widened his eyes. You intend to use the stone as bait to lure Voldemort? That's why the protections were so simple to ensure someone could intervene? Potter, isn't it? Snape stepped forward, staring daggers at the sharp eyes behind Dumbledore's glasses. Are you worried about the boy? Dumbledore asked. I am not. Snape roared. He is as mediocre and arrogant as his father, always breaking rules, seeking attention, shameless and insolent. How could I possibly worry about such a vile little brat? You only see what you expect to see, Severus, Dumbledore said with a light laugh. And you've already done quite well, haven't you? Reciting counter curses during the Quidditch match. Snape's face showed a flicker of embarrassment, then returned to its usual impassive expression. Tell me, what should I do? Duel Professor Dracula. Use your suspicion as an excuse, Dumbledore said quietly. Dracula has already made a powerful enemy of Voldemort. The worse your relationship with him, the easier it will be to gain Voldemort's trust when you return undercover in his ranks. Snape walked toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, recalling his time in the headmaster's office. The door creaked open before he could reach it. A tall, elderly witch appeared in the doorway, followed by a large group of professors from various subjects. "Well, this is wonderful. I truly did not expect two professors to be dueling in our classroom." Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly furious. "Do you realize that the entire castle heard you fighting? What kind of example are you setting for the students? Encouraging them to duel privately?" She waved her wand forcefully, as if venting her anger, lighting the oil lamps and candles in the classroom. Instantly, the room was bright. In the next moment, McGonagall saw the desks and chairs smashed into splinters. She grew even angrier, nearly losing her composure. "You two will be placed on probation," she yelled at Dracula and Snape, clenching her fists. "If you do not show exemplary conduct within a year, I will expel you, no exceptions, even for heads of house." Snape shrugged casually, seemingly unconcerned about the probation. He glanced from the corner of his eye at Quirrell, who was shrinking in the professor crowd. Seeing him looking in their direction, Snape deliberately cast Dracula a resentful glare, acting as if they were mortal enemies. Dracula, sensing the full malice in Snape's eyes, was slightly puzzled but refused to be outdone, returning the glare just as fiercely. Observing the two professors' mutual glares, Quirrell secretly took out a blank notebook and, with a quill, wrote a line. "Professors Dracula and Snape have a very bad relationship." After finishing the glare at Snape, Dracula calmly said to McGonagall, "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. I object to the probation and would like to appeal to the headmaster." McGonagall accompanied Dracula to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was leafing through a copy of Transfiguration today, listening without looking up as McGonagall recounted Dracula's offense. "Well, Minerva, given that this is Professor Dracula's first mistake, perhaps we should forego punishment for now," Dumbledore said, looking slightly helpless as he mentioned Dracula's name. It wasn't that he disregarded McGonagall's opinion, simply that Dracula still held the deed to Hogwarts in his hands. Chapter 35, Chapter 35 Defense against the Dark Arts outside the classroom. Chapter 35 Defense against the Dark Arts outside the classroom. In the end, Dracula was not placed on probation. On the contrary, it was Snape, the head of Slytherin House and seasoned potions professor, who received probation for instigating a fight between professors, and his salary was docked for 6 months. According to the ever-gossipy senior Professor Ketleben, it seemed that McGonagall had long wanted to do this, but had been unable to find an opportunity until now. As head of Slytherin, Snape had an extensive history of targeting Gryffindor. Coupled with his habit of never deducting points from his own house while selectively docking Gryffindor, he had kept Gryffindor at the bottom of the house standings for several years. McGonagall had been itching to confront him over it, but as deputy headmistress, she had restrained herself to maintain fairness. Now, finally catching Snape in the act, she had every reason to make full use of the opportunity. Yet Snape was actually quite innocent. He had never intended to fight Dracula. This whole scheme had been entirely orchestrated by Dumbledore, and it had even resulted in Snape taking a serious beating. As the true culprit, the old headmaster could only shrug in response. When you can't challenge the landlord of Hogwarts, the diligent Snape just had to take the fall. November passed quietly, the weather growing colder, and Christmas drawing near. On a morning in mid-December, the students of Hogwarts woke to find several feet of snow covering the grounds and the lake frozen solid. The Weasley twins had been punished by Professor McGonagall for enchanting snowballs to chase Quirrell around, ultimately striking the purple turban on his head. Quirrell collapsed face first into the snow, sprawled in a most undignified manner, utterly unbefitting a teaching assistant. Yet, in his heart, he felt a secret relief. Ever since Voldemort obtained the Horcrux diary, the weak fragment of his soul residing in Quirrell had abandoned his body, taking over the space inside the diary's Horcrux. Now, Quirrell wore the turban not for Voldemort, but merely to cover the ugly scar on the back of his head. He pulled his arm from the snow and felt the back of his head, silently grateful that Voldemort had shifted his base. Otherwise, had the twin snowballs hit him, the humiliated Dark Lord would undoubtedly take his anger out on Quirrell, making his life unbearable. Before Quirrell could fully get up, his expression suddenly stiffened. Remembering something, he hurriedly rose, clutching the diary now thoroughly soaked by snow water, his face twisted in sorrow and outrage. Outside, snow fell heavily, while inside the castle every classroom's fireplaces blazed warmly, filling the rooms with cozy heat. In such an environment, the students were nodding off, one by one. Dracula, holding his textbook, frowned at the yawning little witches and wizards below the podium. "What are you doing, Weasleys?" he suddenly shouted. The twins, nodding off mid-yawn, were startled and jumped upright. "Ah, Professor, we didn't do anything," they exclaimed in unison. "Then explain yourselves. Are you so sleepy that you dare sleep through my class?" Dracula asked with a cold sneer. "Professor, we were kept in detention by Professor McGonagall until curfew last night. Then we had to finish your assignments after returning to our dorm," Fred began complaining. "We only slept 3 hours. There was no way we could keep our eyes open." "And what mischief did you get into again?" Dracula asked, showing a hint of curiosity. "It feels like Professor McGonagall keeps detaining you every other day." George quickly glanced at Dracula's expression. Seeing that he seemed relatively calm, he spoke up. "Professor, don't you know? We threw snowballs at Professor Quirrell's head." After saying this, the twins exchanged a proud glance and puffed out their chests, clearly satisfied with themselves. Dracula looked at Fred and George's self-satisfied expressions and shook his head, both amused and exasperated. As he shook his head, his gaze wandered to the window and fell on the falling snow. A mischievous idea rose in his mind. "All right, then. Judging by the weather, I see that everyone is quite sleepy anyway," Dracula said with a wicked smile, addressing the students below. "In that case, today we'll study something a little different." He strode to the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and swung it open. A cold gust of wind surged into the room, making the drowsy students shiver. Now they were fully awake. "Today's lesson will take place on the castle grounds," Dracula said. "To save time, everyone follow me out the window. Don't worry, I'll catch you outside." He leapt out the window with practiced ease, leaving the students stunned. For Dracula, the second-floor classroom was low enough that he didn't even need magic, landing lightly on the snow-covered lawn. "You may come down now," he called, standing on the soft snow. Fred and George, inspired by Dracula's display, instantly shook off their sleepiness. They rushed to the window, preparing to mimic the professor's graceful jump. Lee Jordan, dark-skinned and frightened, quickly grabbed the hoods of their robes. "Hey, aren't you afraid of getting hurt? What if Professor Dracula slips and doesn't catch you?" "Oh, our little baby Lee Jordan is scared," Fred teased cheekily. "Don't worry, cutie. Jumping from the second floor will just land you in the infirmary for a couple of days. Madame Pomfrey will fix you up." Before he finished speaking, Fred leapt from the window. Seeing Lee still trembling, George patted his shoulder. "Lee, don't worry. Professor Dracula even caught Harry when he fell from high above. How could he miss us jumping from the second floor?" Then, with a whoop, he grabbed Lee by the shoulders and practically dragged him to the window. Amidst Lee's screams, the two of them jumped down together. Chapter 36, Chapter 36 Practical Lesson. Chapter 36 Practical Lesson. George and Lee Jordan, tangled together, jumped down at the same time. George let out an excited, mischievous laugh, while Lee clung to him, screaming in terror. Just as they were about to land, a large bat appeared beneath them, gently catching them and tossing them safely onto the snow. Fred, who had landed first, walked over through the snow and gave them both a friendly hug. "Thrilling, isn't it, Lee?" he teased. It was terrifying. I need a moment to recover, Lee panted heavily, leaning against the nearby wall. Fred and George shot him a look of mock exasperation, then turned away, arms slung around each other's shoulders, strolling off together. How was it, George? Fun? Fred asked with a wink. Not bad, but the second floor is still too low. Jumping from a taller tower would be more exciting, George said, glancing up at one of the castle's higher towers. Do you think jumping from Gryffindor Tower would be more fun? Jump wherever you want. I'm not catching you. Dracula's voice rang from nearby. The twins, caught plotting but showing no sign of guilt, sauntered over with grins. Professor, why don't you teach us how to jump from a height without dying? Then you wouldn't have to save us. Dracula casually caught another student jumping down and remarked, I thought at your age, you'd already know the slow spell. Oh, the slow spell, the twins exclaimed excitedly. We'll go learn it right away, thank you, Professor. Dracula glanced at them and shook his head in silent disbelief. Encouraged by the twins' lead, the third-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs began jumping out the defense against the dark arts classroom windows, one by one. The Gryffindors were the most enthusiastic. They crowded the window, shoving those in front out, tumbling down in a chaotic, jumbled mass, like a batch of dumplings falling. A group of bats, under Dracula's control, always appeared beneath the students just in time, saving them from a 2-day stay in the infirmary. The last to jump was Hufflepuff's Cedric. He had stayed behind in the classroom, organizing the window jumping order and encouraging the timid students to face their fears and jump courageously. Cedric did not rely on Dracula's bats to descend. Instead, he cast a floating charm on the back of his robe, allowing the cloak's lift to carry him gently down to the snow. The twins watched Cedric's smooth, elegant landing with envy. Why can he land so coolly while we have to step on bats? Fred whispered to George. Professor could have chosen a more impressive animal, and it would have been quicker too. SHH. George quickly cupped his hand over his mouth. Be careful, don't let Professor Dracula hear you bad-mouthing him. He seems to love bats, he uses them for everything. Fred immediately fell silent. Fortunately, Dracula wasn't paying attention to them. Once all the students had gathered, he snapped his fingers. A line of round snowman targets sprang up from the snow, standing neatly in formation, facing the students. Today's practical lesson is to train your spell accuracy, Dracula announced to the students, beginning the practical defense against the dark arts class. It is important that you understand the significance of hitting your target with a spell. Although the Weasley twins' attack on a staff member was not commendable, their spell work was precise. They hit Professor Quirrell's head without fail. This proves their accuracy is excellent. The twins exchanged a proud glance, grinning even wider. As chasers for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, their vision and accuracy were flawless. Hitting Quirrell's head was no accident. Spell accuracy may seem simple, but in practice, you will realize its difficulty, Dracula continued, looking at the students. Now, each of you, take position in front of a snowman, maintaining at least 5 meters distance. When I say begin, cast your best spell at the snowman in front of you. Let's see how accurate your spells really are. A cascade of colorful spells flashed as the students attacked the snowmen. The Weasley twins and Cedric shattered their snowmen instantly. For the others, it wasn't so easy. Their spells often missed, some accidentally hitting classmates, causing minor mishaps and testing friendships. Do you understand now the importance of spell accuracy? Dracula asked. In a duel, it's not about who casts the most spells, but who hits more targets effectively within a given time. He snapped his fingers again, restoring the snowmen to their original round shapes. Hold your wand properly and aim carefully. In spell practice, 3 elements are essential: target, determination, and composure. Missing any one makes the difference, Dracula instructed. Let's begin the next round of accuracy practice. On the white snow-covered lawn, the defense against the dark arts practical lesson was in full swing. A long line of snowmen stood ready, each aligned with a student to train their spell accuracy. Sparks of magic flared intermittently, striking snowmen and shattering them. The targets automatically repaired themselves, allowing uninterrupted practice. At that moment, an unexpected visitor appeared. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall," Dracula greeted the stern-looking witch. "Professor Dracula, I need an explanation," McGonagall said, pressing her lips tightly together. "If I'm not mistaken, many students just jumped from the second-floor defense against the dark arts classroom, right? How dare you teach them this way?" Chapter 37, Chapter 37 Draco Malfoy. Chapter 37 Draco Malfoy. "Professor Dracula, Professor McGonagall is quite displeased with you now." In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at the silver-haired man before him, full of helplessness. "I remember I warned you at the start of term to be mindful of your image as a professor and to avoid window jumping," he said. "But how is it that this time you even took a young wizard with you?" Dracula, meanwhile, lounged carelessly on the soft sofa, a blood-flavored lollipop in his mouth, lazily running his fingers through Fawkes the Phoenix's feathers. "So? Does Professor McGonagall want to expel me?" He glanced casually at Dumbledore, asking without much concern. "Expulsion isn't on the table. Recruiting another defense against the dark arts professor is already difficult enough," Dumbledore shook his head. "But if nothing happens this time, I won't be able to reason with McGonagall. Then give me a punishment." "I have no objections," Dracula said with a surprisingly considerate tone. Dumbledore seemed to relax a little and pulled an employee disciplinary notice out of his drawer. At that moment, Dracula spoke again. "Also, it's time to settle the rent for Hogwarts Castle. Excluding the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, just calculating the castle and its facilities alone comes to over 1,000 acres. Considering I've worked as a colleague for several months, I'll give you a discounted price, 100,000 galleons per year." He extended a hand toward Dumbledore. The headmaster froze. Silently, he shoved the disciplinary notice back into the drawer and instead handed over a bag bearing the Honeyduke's logo. "Ahem, Professor Dracula, I think there's still room to negotiate with Professor McGonagall." He adopted a serious expression and said, "These are specially crafted blood wine chocolates that I secured as a long-time customer. I believe vampires will enjoy them. You can savor them here while I discuss matters with Professor McGonagall again." As Dumbledore hurried out of the office, Dracula chuckled lightly. He leisurely tore open the packaging of the blood-red chocolates and popped one into his mouth. Before he knew it, the Christmas holidays were approaching. Professor McGonagall had already compiled the list of students staying over for Christmas. During a dinner before the holidays, she held a parchment with the names and went along the Gryffindor long table, checking with each student whether they confirmed staying at school. Dracula happened to walk by and glanced over with interest. Seeing Dracula, McGonagall's expression became somewhat uneasy. Since her conversation with Dumbledore, she had not interfered with Dracula's unique teaching methods and had not mentioned punishment again. Her attitude toward him had undergone a complete transformation. She no longer regarded him merely as an ordinary professor. According to Dracula's judgment, Dumbledore must have revealed his true identity to the diligent vice-principal. Ultimately, the fair and upright vice-principal could not resist the pressure. Between the annual rent of 100,000 galleons and turning a blind eye to the defense against the dark arts professor, she chose compromise. After all, not everyone could afford a yearly rent of 100,000 galleons. Moreover, compared to previous defense against the dark arts professors, Dracula's teaching methods were merely unorthodox. There was little to criticize regarding his actual ability. "Fred Weasley, George Weasley? Are you two really staying over?" McGonagall forced herself to ignore the curious Dracula beside her and asked the red-haired twins. "Yes, Professor," Fred replied. "Our parents are going to Romania to visit Charlie, leaving us behind." Exactly. Abandoned George and Fred can only beg Hogwarts for refuge, George said pitifully. McGonagall's stern expression nearly cracked, and she glared fiercely at the twins before turning to continue checking the other students. After she left, Dracula stepped closer. "Your parents are going to Romania?" he asked. Dracula folded his hands, unconsciously stroking his collar. An extremely rare expression of hesitation appeared on his face. "Yes, Professor," George replied. "Our second brother Charlie works at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary." "Exactly, Charlie is my parents' true son," Fred added. After a moment of hesitation, Dracula finally took a delicate crystal ball from his pocket, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow, and at its hazy center, a dim moon seemed to rotate quietly. "Here's the plan. You'll write a letter to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and ask them to do me a favor," Dracula said, gazing at the crystal ball, and slowly handed it to George. "Once they arrive in Romania, please have them take this crystal ball to Brown Castle and give it to the castle's guards." "Just hand it to a guard? No accompanying letter?" George asked, puzzled. "No need for any letter. Any guard will do, they will understand." Dracula shook his head with a light smile. "I owe you both one. If you ever need help, just tell me." "No problem, we've got it." The twins were overjoyed and patted their chests to promise. At that moment, suddenly, a heated argument broke out at the other end of the Gryffindor long table. 2 minutes earlier, McGonagall had just finished checking the Christmas stay list and left the hall. No sooner had she left than a Slytherin boy with neatly combed platinum hair, a pointed chin, and a tall, slim figure deliberately walked over to the Gryffindor long table. 2 large, not-so-bright bodyguards flanked him on either side, making him look imposing. "I truly feel sorry for those people," Draco Malfoy said to his 2 cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, as he walked beside the Gryffindor table. "They have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them." He spoke while his gaze fell on Harry. Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. Harry buried his head, swallowing his pudding, ignoring them. But Ron could no longer hold back and suddenly stood up. Fred and George's self-deprecating remarks about being unwanted were one thing, but for the heir of the Malfoy family, the Weasleys' longtime rivals, to say such things was another matter entirely. Ron charged headfirst at Malfoy and collided with the 2 big bodyguards. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 Malfoy gets humiliated. Chapter 38 Malfoy gets humiliated. Ron resolutely charged at Draco Malfoy and his 2 burly henchmen. Then, nothing happened after that. He was no match for the large-bodied Crabbe and Goyle. Soon, they grabbed him by the arms and squeezed his thighs, immobilizing him completely. Malfoy stood nearby, beaming with self-satisfaction, laughing like a villain. "So this is your lackey, Potter? Pathetically weak. Ron is my friend, not a lackey. You 2 over there are the lackeys." Harry's anger flared, and he lunged at Crabbe and Goyle, trying to rescue Ron. Hermione tried to stop him but couldn't. Then Harry too was grabbed, his neck and legs restrained, and placed alongside Ron. "So this is the so-called chosen one? Pathetic." Malfoy gloated, looking at the Gryffindor students along the long table, feeling the full power of Slytherin pressing down on Gryffindor, and delighting in it. Malfoy's provocative behavior finally enraged the Gryffindor students. Those still eating quickly rose from the table and began approaching him step by step. Seeing the angry mob advancing, Malfoy hesitated. But thinking of his nearby backup, he lifted his head arrogantly, glaring at the little Gryffindor lions before him. Just as the Gryffindors were about to reach him, ready to handle Malfoy the way they had Harry and Ron, a cold voice rang out. "Several minutes apart, and Gryffindor students' courage has grown considerably," Snape sneered. "Daring to bully first years in front of everyone now. It was them who provoked us first, Professor Snape." Hermione's head peeked out from behind the crowd, her messy brown hair covering it, as she argued reasonably. Malfoy was insulting Ron and Harry's families just now. Regardless, hitting someone is a violation of Hogwarts rules, Miss Granger. And from what I saw, it was Mr. Weasley who struck first, Snape said smoothly. Gryffindor, 10 points deducted. Weasley, Potter, you should feel lucky it's not more. Now, disperse. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle roughly tossed Ron and Harry back into the Gryffindor ranks, grinning as if mocking Gryffindor's powerlessness and the so-called Chosen One's weakness. I'll teach him a lesson, Ron grit his teeth, staring at Malfoy's retreating figure. One day, I'll make them pay. I really hate those two, Harry agreed. That annoying Malfoy and Snape. At that moment, Malfoy, who had been gloating, suddenly felt as if he'd been slapped hard across the face. He spun around several times before falling heavily to the ground. Malfoy's pride shattered, and the searing pain in his face made him cry in grievance. Who attacked me? If I catch you, my father will make you pay, he shouted between sobs, tears streaming down his face. Snape, meanwhile, displayed a flicker of suspicion, his gaze falling on Dracula, who was not far away. Dracula crossed his arms and returned the gaze, meeting Snape's eyes. What a coincidence, Professor Snape, he greeted first. Professor Dracula, as far as I know, no one around here possesses such high-level silent casting ability, Snape said, staring coldly at him. Don't tell me this attack on Draco is somehow your doing. No need to doubt it. It was indeed me, Dracula said casually. Malfoy's provocative behavior toward his classmates deserved punishment. Oh, and Slytherin, 10 points deducted, he added, glancing at the fallen Malfoy. Professor Snape, following your management methods, this should be fine, right? Snape's expression darkened considerably. Professor Dracula, this method of physically punishing students seems inappropriate, he said stiffly. Oh? Then Professor Snape, is it appropriate to deduct points from Gryffindor alone while ignoring Slytherin's misbehavior? Dracula asked with a light laugh. Snape glared at Dracula, lips trembling. Then, he spun on his heel and left the hall without a backward glance. His wide robes swung behind him, brushing past the stunned Malfoy. Malfoy gaped at his departing head of house, feeling completely abandoned. Nicely done, Professor. I knew calling in that favor wouldn't be wasted. The Weasley twins dashed over, beaming. George praised loudly, while Fred winked from the side. As expected, it had to be Professor Dracula. That old bat Snape needs to learn a lesson. Dracula turned to the twins, smirking. You wasted the favor I just granted on such a trivial matter. I've never seen wizards as extravagant as you two. No problem, Professor, Fred said carelessly. If you have something, you use it. Keeping it stored is meaningless. Then I hope you won't regret it later, Dracula said lightly, waving at the Weasleys and Harry before heading toward the hall's exit. At that moment, Malfoy, still sitting on the floor, could not stay silent. He felt he had to say something harsh in the end, or his pride would be completely ruined. As Dracula was about to leave, Malfoy suddenly shouted. Don't get too cocky. My father is a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. I'll make him have you expelled. Dracula paused mid-step and turned to look at him. Scared now? Seeing Dracula turn, Malfoy regained some courage, lifting his head. If you apologize to me now, I might not have my father expel you. Malfoy's previous months in defense against the dark arts had left a deep impression. Even with his pride shattered, he dared only demand an apology rather than anything more outrageous. Dracula, however, had no intention of apologizing. Instead, his eyes sparkled with amusement. Interesting. Hogwarts actually has a board of governors now. He curved his lips, bent down close to the seated Malfoy, and whispered. Do me a favor, Mr. Malfoy. Tell your father to bring the other board members to Hogwarts. Just tell them the landlord of Hogwarts wishes to meet them. Chapter 39, Chapter 39 The Board of Governors. Chapter 39 The Board of Governors. Snow drifted lightly around Hogwarts, falling in scattered flakes, adding a touch of homey charm to the young witches and wizards lined up across the pristine lawn. The Christmas holiday had finally arrived. Excitedly, the students carried their large and small bags toward the castle's main entrance, ready to board the carriages to Hogsmeade Station, and from there, to take the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross, just as they had at the start of term. Harry sat in the Gryffindor Tower dormitory, gazing out the window beside his bed. He watched the students winding their way toward the carriages and felt a faint pang of envy. Phew phew! A soft snore came from the dorm. Harry turned to see Ron still deep in sleep. A small smile curved Harry's lips. Suddenly, he realized there wasn't much to envy about students heading home for Christmas. Hogwarts was his home. This year, he would be spending Christmas at home. Suddenly, surprise flickered in his eyes. Across the snow-covered lawn, he spotted a young wizard walking against the flow of students, heading back toward the castle. By the distinct platinum hair, Harry recognized him as Draco Malfoy. Beside Draco walked an adult wizard with the same hair color, heading toward the castle together. Draco, are you sure the one bullying you is a defense against the dark arts professor? Walking across the snow-laden lawn, the platinum-haired man glanced at Draco and asked. It was Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, with long platinum hair matching his son's and cold grey eyes. In his hand, he carried an ornate snake-headed wand. Sensing that something significant was about to happen, Draco fidgeted uneasily. It's Professor Dracula, the defense against the dark arts teacher, Draco whispered. Father, are you really going to have him expelled? Of course, Lucius said, looking at Draco's anxious posture with a mix of exasperation and sternness. Draco, remember, we are the Malfoys, one of the 28 sacred houses. Anyone who dares provoke us must be met head-on. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the family. But his lessons are actually quite interesting, and he seems powerful. There are rumors around Hogwarts that he isn't afraid of the Dark Lord. Draco hesitated. At the mention of Dark Lord, Lucius's eyes twitched sharply. He had recently dealt with the very important diary the Dark Lord had left behind. Though he appeared calm, deep down he felt uneasy, fearing the return of the one whose name must not be spoken. Listen, Draco. The Dark Lord is dead. We must look forward, Lucius said quietly to his son and perhaps to himself as well. The rumors that your defense against the dark arts professor isn't afraid of the Dark Lord are likely false. Even if he isn't afraid, it's only because the Dark Lord is dead, giving him this unfounded confidence. Draco nodded, half understanding. At that moment, a man wearing a purple turban approached. When Lucius's eyes met his, he felt a tremor deep in his soul. Good morning, Professor Quirrell, Draco greeted politely in front of his father. Good morning, Malfoy, Quirrell's voice floated softly. May I ask what you two were discussing just now? That's none of your business. Lucius said coldly, suppressing the fear that churned inside him. Quirrell looked at him intently before turning toward the Hogwarts castle entrance. What Lucius did not notice was that within Quirrell's robe pocket lay a blank diary radiating a dense aura of darkness, seeping into Quirrell and controlling his consciousness. Strange. Professor Quirrell isn't stuttering anymore. Draco glanced back in surprise. Come on, Draco, Lucius urged, trembling slightly. Seeing this, Draco let go of his doubts and quickly followed his father. When the Malfoys arrived at the Hogwarts Board of Governors meeting room, all 12 governors were already present. They sat around a long, circular table in silence, exchanging wary glances. Lucius, so you've called us here today just to expel a professor, one governor broke the silence. Yes, Lucius said, placing his wand on the table and fixing his gaze on the speaking governor. I believe the current defense against the dark arts professor, Dracula, has serious issues with his teaching methods. His lessons frequently put students in danger, showing a disregard for their safety. If an accident were to occur, Hogwarts could not bear the responsibility. Additionally, I have surveyed several knowledgeable students. They all reported that Professor Dracula often punishes students physically. He produced a survey from his pocket and displayed it to everyone present. The surveys had been filled out by Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco's friend Pansy, along with other Slytherin students. The governors quickly skimmed the survey, frowning slightly. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what is your opinion on these actions by Professor Dracula?" one governor asked, glancing toward the dozing headmaster at the head of the table. Dumbledore looked up, then smiled warmly. "I believe Professor Dracula is the finest defense against the dark arts teacher in terms of skill and personal quality in decades." Hearing Dumbledore's praise, the 11 governors, excluding Lucius, were taken aback. Though advanced in age, Dumbledore's prestige and personal charm remained unmatched in the wizarding world. Decades after defeating Grindelwald, his influence had not waned. With such a glowing evaluation from such a prominent figure, the governors could not dismiss it lightly. "Headmaster Dumbledore, but you cannot deny that Professor Dracula physically punishes students, can you?" Lucius interjected, seeing the situation turn against him. "The Ministry of Magic's Education Act explicitly forbids any teacher from inflicting severe corporal punishment on underage students. And my child, Draco, suffered serious psychological trauma from Professor Dracula's punishment. That alone is enough grounds for expulsion." He fixed Dumbledore with a cold, mocking stare. Chapter 40, Expelling the Board of Governors. Chapter 40 Expelling the Board of Governors. "Lucius, perhaps you'd like to hear the opinion of the person involved." Dumbledore glanced absently toward the window and said casually. Seeing Dumbledore's attitude, Lucius frowned. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it seems you aren't particularly concerned about the fate of this defense against the dark arts professor, are you?" he asked, puzzled. Lucius still remembered that before calling the Board of Governors meeting, he had sent a letter to Dumbledore, hoping the headmaster would personally expel Dracula. But Dumbledore's reply politely declined his suggestion, which led to the very board meeting now in progress. "He really isn't concerned, and there's no need for him to be," a rich, clear voice came from the window. Lucius was startled and instinctively turned toward the window of the meeting room. A man with silver hair and wine-red eyes was leaning casually against the window, a bright red lollipop in his mouth, watching the governors around the table with obvious amusement. "Who are you, and how dare you eavesdrop on the school's board meeting?" An elderly governor slammed the table angrily, glaring at Dracula. "Eavesdrop? I don't think so. I was here before your meeting even started. Didn't you invite me to listen?" Dracula said with a playful smile. "Or is it that the governor's eyesight has become so poor? Hogwarts entrusted to you for management, even Slytherin's 4 wouldn't feel comfortable with that, right?" The elderly governor who had spoken in challenge ground his teeth in anger. "Young man, state your name. I will make sure you are expelled from Hogwarts." At the word young man, Dracula raised an eyebrow, his expression turning strangely peculiar. "You're quite the talker, old man." "I like that," he said cheerfully. The old governor didn't understand Dracula's strange words and was about to continue his outburst when Draco, standing behind Lucius, intervened. "Sir, this is our defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Dracula," Draco said quietly to the elder. "So this is the current defense against the dark arts professor," the elderly governor blinked, then slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Such a disrespectful fellow, there's no way he can teach students properly. I vote for expulsion." He was the first to take out his governor's badge and raise it above his head. Seeing this, Lucius smiled inwardly and also raised his badge above his head. Immediately, after a brief hesitation, 4 more governors raised their own badges one by one, casting their votes in agreement. Decisions in the Board of Governors were made by voting. Each governor possessed a badge connected to Hogwarts magical nodes. When a vote was successfully cast, a binding contract would form between the badges. If the majority 7 or more voted in favor, the resolution would pass. This system did not apply to the appointment or removal of the headmaster. Hogwarts headmasters had always been highly prestigious and powerful wizards, and their appointment or removal affected the entire British wizarding world. Therefore, any decision regarding the headmaster required unanimous approval from the board. But this vote on whether to expel Dracula clearly did not fall under that exception. 6 governors had already voted in favor. If just one more of the remaining 6 voted yes, Dracula would be expelled from Hogwarts. In other words, Professor Dracula's position was hanging by a thread. Yet Dracula showed no sense of crisis. Watching the voting process, his initially lively expression gradually turned bored. Such a simple thing as voting, why must it be made so complicated? And boring, to boot, he said, pouting. Why don't you all just skip the vote and expel me directly? Hearing this, Lucius instinctively looked over, eyes wide in disbelief. You mean, you're agreeing to let us expel you? He asked incredulously, not even noticing that the badge in his hand poked Draco in the face. Dracula removed the blood-flavored lollipop from his mouth, tilted his head toward Lucius, and snorted. I think you may have misunderstood, Mr. Malfoy, Dracula said. What I mean is I will expel the entire Board of Governors myself. The board members looked at Dracula in confusion, a ridiculous feeling rising in their minds. They could not comprehend how this professor could make such an absurd statement. You? Expel the Board of Governors? Ha ha ha. The elderly governor couldn't help laughing. Young people nowadays have no sense of limits. They always think they're in charge of everyone and end up making a laughingstock of themselves. Encouraged by one member's laughter, the rest of the board chuckled as well, watching Dracula with amusement. Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, watched Dracula and the board members with keen interest, occasionally giving them a pitying glance. Of course, none of the governors thought Dumbledore pitied them. They assumed he was simply pleading for Dracula. Amid the board's laughter, Dracula pulled out an old piece of parchment, the deed to Hogwarts. He infused his vampiric magic into the deed. The mysterious, obscure symbols on the parchment immediately came to life, revealing every magical node throughout Hogwarts. Dracula compared the governor badge raised by Lucius with the magical nodes and quickly located the node connected to that badge. The slapback came faster than anyone expected. Before the board could finish laughing, they suddenly found themselves unable to laugh at all. They had tried to use their badges to form a contract to expel Dracula, only to discover that every badge had lost its magic and all its functions at once. The governor badges seem broken, Lucius said, pounding his own badge. Seeing that it indeed had no effect, he asked Dumbledore, Headmaster Dumbledore, can you repair these badges? They suddenly stopped working. Dumbledore looked at him cheerfully but said nothing, then turned his gaze back to Dracula, who was enjoying the show, his expression one of eager anticipation. The next moment, Dracula's voice rang out. The Hogwarts Board of Governors' connection to the castle's magic has been severed. Congratulations, all of you are expelled. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, The Sanctimonious Malfoy. Chapter 41, The Sanctimonious Malfoy. Feeling the Hogwarts Board of Governors' badges losing their magic, the previously confident members of the board panicked. After all, why did they spend countless thousands of galleons and endless resources every year just to secure a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors? Wasn't it for this very badge? Hogwarts, the only wizarding school in all of England and one of the oldest magical schools in the world, had long been a cradle for countless exceptional witches and wizards, producing the elite across every sector of the magical world. Controlling a seat on the Hogwarts board was equivalent to holding a golden ticket to mingle with society's elite, offering each great family a continuous stream of hidden wealth and crucial support for expanding their social networks. This was also why so many top-tier wizards, at the height of their careers, chose to return to Hogwarts as professors not merely because it was their alma mater. The board badge was the symbol of authority on the board, intrinsically linked to the magical framework of Hogwarts Castle. It also had a unique function, the ability to make centralized decisions regarding the school's direction. In short, board members with the badge were the true behind-the-scenes managers of Hogwarts. Without it, the board members were just a group of money-spending, effort-giving, benefitless fools. Seeing the magical glow of their badges gradually fade, the board members were struck with fear. What's happening? This isn't right. Something must be wrong. Lucius watched the badge in his hand lose its glow, his panic growing, and then he suddenly looked up at the figure by the round table smiling faintly with an air of amusement. "Dracula, what have you done to our badges?" he asked, forcing himself to stay calm. "Apparently, you don't just have poor eyesight, you're also hard of hearing." Dracula's face held a faint, mocking smile as he replied to Lucius. "I made it very clear, the Hogwarts Board of Governors has been dismissed." "Why? I don't believe Hogwarts rules could be controlled by a single person." The irate elder board member looked at Dumbledore, who was observing silently, as if grasping at a lifeline. "Dumbledore, as headmaster, how can you allow someone else to control the only wizarding school in England?" He hoped the legendary wizard of the magical world would, as he had against Grindelwald, decisively step up and imprison Dracula in Azkaban just as Grindelwald had been confined to the tower in Nurmengard. But he was destined to be disappointed. Dumbledore simply smiled and spoke words that chilled the elder's heart. "Mr. Axley, I am merely an unremarkable headmaster wishing to enjoy my retirement at Hogwarts. Managing the school day-to-day, recruiting a few professors, that already keeps me busy. As for changes in the board, that is truly beyond my responsibilities." The man called Mr. Axley's expression grew colder. "Dumbledore, the rumors outside are not wrong. Hogwarts' ease and comfort have turned you into a coward who only seeks pleasure," he said indignantly. Then, he secretly reached behind him, signaling a few nearby board members with a subtle gesture. The other board members, who had immediately agreed to dismiss Dracula, exchanged obscure glances and quietly drew their wands. "If you refuse to uphold justice, then I will personally deal with this threat to Hogwarts' development," Axley declared. He raised his wand and moved first toward Dracula. "Seize the parchment from his hand. Only then will the Hogwarts board positions be ours again." The other board members eagerly followed Axley, launching a variety of spells at Dracula. Not just those who had voted yes, the few who had hesitated also raised their wands. Each had their own schemes. After all, anyone with eyes could see the key lay in the parchment Dracula held. Whoever defeated Dracula first would gain control of the parchment that severed the magical connection between the board badges and Hogwarts Castle, and thus, the power to divide the spoils. Lucius watched the scene, unable to resist, and lifted his wand toward Dracula. "Father, don't!" Draco urgently grabbed his father's arm, anxious. "Don't act rashly. Professor Dracula didn't even use any spells when he absorbed the full strength of an upper-year curse. None of you stand a chance against him." Hearing his son, Lucius hesitated despite his inner doubts. In that moment of hesitation, a dark-hued full moon quietly appeared in the room, absorbing every source of light and leaving only a faint, ethereal glow. The spells from the board members abruptly stalled in the dark moonlight. The next instant, the spells violently reflected back, their power doubled in the moonlight, striking every wand-wielding board member. A chorus of agonized screams filled the Hogwarts boardroom. Some had used extremely vicious dark magic, and they suffered even more. The most severely hit were near death. "So it turns out you wizards aren't just hard of sight and hearing, you're also lacking in skill." A scornful voice echoed through the pale moonlight. As the moonlight dissipated, Dracula's silver hair appeared once more before everyone. This time, the silver seemed like a distant, icy moonlight itself, extinguishing any hope of confrontation in the hearts of those present. Lucius gripped his wand, swallowing hard, completely forgetting he still pointed it at Dracula. Dracula glanced at him and gave a faintly amused smile. "Mr. Malfoy, do you have anything else to say?" Only then did Lucius realize his mistake and break into a cold sweat. However, as the heir to the long-standing Malfoy family, Lucius's composure was not to be underestimated. He immediately adjusted himself, holding his wand with both hands. "Dracula, this is a unique wand I had custom-made by a master wand maker. Today, I've brought it specially for your appraisal." He said this in the most sanctimonious tone he could muster. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Chairman of the Board of Governors. Chapter 42, Chairman of the Board of Governors. "Lucius Malfoy, you two-faced traitor!" In the Hogwarts boardroom, Axley, lying on the ground, shouted at Lucius in fury. Axley's strength was actually quite respectable. When struck by the reflected power of his own spell, he had managed, at the last moment, to cast an iron armor charm that absorbed most of the damage. That was why he still had the energy to berate Lucius. Hearing Axley's shouts, Lucius remained perfectly composed, speaking to Dracula with utmost seriousness. "Dracula, these people who attempted to attack you have committed grave offenses. I suggest we send them all to Azkaban for rehabilitation." Standing beside Lucius, Draco's mouth hung open, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that his father, always the picture of noble composure, could pull off something so audacious. Axley struggled to rise from the floor, intending to scold Lucius further. Yet with a mere wave of his hand, Dracula tossed him across the room like swatting a fly, flinging him into a corner alongside the other wailing, unfortunate board members, and casually placed them under a silence charm. "It's much quieter now," Dracula said with satisfaction, nodding as he turned to Lucius, who appeared outwardly calm but inwardly tense. "Tell me your thoughts, Mr. Malfoy." "Dracula, you can just call me Lucius," Lucius replied with a forced smile. "I propose that anyone who has offended you, or to put it another way, anyone who disrupted the normal proceedings of the board, be sent to Azkaban to reflect on their actions. I have ample evidence of their misconduct and can contribute to maintaining the purity and integrity of the Hogwarts Board of Governors." Lucius spoke with complete composure, his face calm, his heart unshaken. He was extremely familiar with betraying allies. Back when Voldemort fell and the Ministry of Magic purged the Death Eaters, he had betrayed many fellow Death Eaters, revealing all their secrets and donating large sums of galleons. From then on, the Malfoy family turned over a new leaf, remaining friends of the Ministry. Selling out Axley and the others today posed no problem. After all, Lucius had little genuine connection to them, and some were even rivals within pure-blood families. This was the perfect opportunity to manipulate competition. Dracula looked at Lucius, whose expression was all sanctimonious charm, and couldn't help but marvel this truly was a talented individual. "Your idea is quite impressive. I like you, Lucius," he said. "But I vaguely recall what you said when you first arrived. Something about me enjoying punishing students, and that you would have me expelled from Hogwarts." Lucius' expression remained unchanged as he spun around and slapped his son across the head. Draco, who had just been poked by the Hogwarts board badge in his father's hand, was now slapped heavily, staring at him in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes. "Dad! Why did you hit me? Listen to me, and don't speak!" Lucius quietly warned Draco before turning back to Dracula with his usual solemnity. "Dracula, I have conducted my investigation. Draco was dissatisfied with how you dealt with his own violation of school rules, so he, along with several Slytherin friends, wrote a complaint letter and an investigation survey. Both were filled with numerous slanders against you. After verification, I am certain that your actions were entirely correct. I retract my previous ungrateful words about expelling you," he said. "Draco speaks without thinking. Please do not take it personally, and show some understanding for a child in his rebellious phase. I am not a rebellious child. Draco protested loudly. But he was met with another resounding slap from Lucius, leaving him stunned. After a long moment of daze, he slumped into a chair at the round table, crying inconsolably. Dracula's face held an amused smile as he said to Lucius, "You are impressively efficient. In just a matter of minutes, you have uncovered the truth without even leaving the room." "Of course," Lucius said, completely ignoring the hidden implications in Dracula's words, continuing with his usual seriousness. "You can rest assured I handle things properly." Watching Lucius' solemn, composed expression, Dracula finally laughed. "Lucius, you are indeed an interesting man," he said, pulling up a chair and leaning casually into its soft backrest. "Now, help me think what should become of the Hogwarts Board of Governors." Hearing Dracula's question, Lucius' heart leapt with excitement, though his expression remained calm. "In my view, the Hogwarts Board still serves an important purpose." He paused, then continued slowly, "Hogwarts, as a fully functioning magical school, has many tasks that require a dedicated coordination body. The board, as the school's primary financiers and collective decision-making body, can provide funding and sensible advice for these complex projects. Of course, I know you would never lack for such trivial resources. But in a collective, each allocation must be meaningful and follow proper procedures, otherwise, internal staff can easily develop habits of embezzlement or misuse. All the signature, coordination, and bookkeeping work would otherwise consume your precious time." Lucius had hit the nail on the head. Dracula despised bureaucratic, repetitive tasks, yet these were absolutely essential for any well-run organization. "Therefore, I suggest that the board remain, with us managing the trivial affairs so that you are free to focus on what truly matters," Lucius continued. "Of course, as the one controlling the entire magical system of Hogwarts Castle, you would be the chairman of the board, possessing veto power over all matters." At the mention of veto power, Dracula's interest was finally piqued. "But as far as I know, there are 12 board badges in total," he said, looking at Lucius with curiosity. "Now that the ones piled in the corner are out of the way, there are only 7 remaining board members. How do you plan to distribute the 5 remaining badges?" "Dracula, the appointment of these board members, of course, will be up to you as chairman," Lucius said with a smile. Chapter 43, Big Mouth Hagrid. Chapter 43, Big Mouth Hagrid. With Lucius Malfoy's wholehearted support and Dracula's approval, the Hogwarts Board of Governors had completely transformed. The board, originally composed of 12 members, was temporarily reduced to 7, with the remaining 5 positions to be filled as needed. Dracula, as the holder of the Hogwarts land deed, assumed the newly established role of chairman of the board, possessing veto power over all board decisions and ultimate authority, as well as the right to appoint or remove board members. The petty power struggles within the board had disappeared entirely. Aside from Axley and 4 other board members from pure-blood families, Lucius, as a top-level opportunist, immediately aligned himself with Dracula's side. The wealthy Malfoy family single-handedly provided half of Hogwarts' operational funding, perfectly covering the financial gap left by the dismissal of the 5 board members. The other 6 members of the board, who had no intentions of opposing Dracula, were respectable individuals. They were genuinely dedicated to the development of Hogwarts. Among them were celebrated figures in the wizarding educational world, such as Giselda Marchbank from the Wizarding Examination Authority and former Hogwarts headmaster Armando Dippet. Dracula naturally had no intention of meddling with these venerable figures of the magical world. With a casual wave of his hand, he approved the final arrangements, then leapt out of the boardroom window. Nearly 200 years old, Madame Marchbank watched in shock as Dracula jumped from the window. She turned to Dumbledore and sighed. "Albus, the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is truly an extraordinary individual." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied with a helpless shrug, inwardly reflecting that Professor Dracula's habit of taking the unconventional path would be very hard to change. On the eve of Christmas, the remaining students at Hogwarts watched eagerly as the evening unfolded. The Great Hall had been decorated by the professors in a spectacular and beautiful display. The walls were draped with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees were arranged around the room. Some trees were adorned with sparkling icicles, others with hundreds of flickering candles. "Hey, Hagrid, could you help me hang this bag of gifts on the tree?" Professor Flitwick, tiny in stature, tiptoed and patted Hagrid's large belly. The gentle giant bent down with care, taking the surprise gifts from Flitwick's hands and effortlessly placing them on the highest branches of the Christmas tree. "Oh, thank you so much, Hagrid," Flitwick said, beaming up at him. "Good evening, Hagrid." 2 young students, wearing red scarves, ran into the Great Hall, immediately noticing the towering Hagrid. One of them, a boy with round glasses, then noticed that beside Hagrid, another small professor was using his wand to send streams of golden bubbles into the air, placing them carefully among the branches of a nearby Christmas tree. "Oh, Professor Flitwick! You're here too," he exclaimed. "Good evening, Harry, Ron." Flitwick replied warmly, not at all offended by being initially overlooked, instead greeting the 2 students with enthusiasm. Hagrid paused his work and waved his enormous hand at Harry and Ron. "Professor, are you decorating the Great Hall?" Ron asked, eyes wide with admiration at the streams of golden bubbles coming from Flitwick's wand. "Yes, indeed. Tomorrow is Christmas, after all. We want to make the Great Hall feel just as warm and joyful as home for the students who couldn't return," Flitwick said. Harry sniffled, touched by the sense of family Hogwarts provided. "Ron, let's go to the library later, okay?" Harry tossed his used tissue into a bin and gestured toward the Great Hall exit, pulling Ron along. "Don't be like that, Harry. Without Hermione, we won't get anything done anyway," Ron replied, frowning in frustration. "The library?" Hagrid asked, following them out of the Great Hall while preparing to fetch more Christmas decorations. "Tomorrow is Christmas, and you still want to read? That's a bit too hard-working, don't you think? Not really your style." "Oh, we're not reviewing for exams," Harry said cheerfully. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is." "What?" Hagrid looked genuinely alarmed. "Listen, I've told you before." "Stop. That thing the big dog is guarding has nothing to do with you. In fact, ever since Harry's first Quidditch match was sabotaged, he, Ron, and Hermione had been trying to figure out who was targeting him. Hermione had initially suspected Professor Snape, who had been casting spells toward Harry. But they had not realized that Snape was actually casting a counter-curse to protect him. The magical flames they used to interrupt the counter-curse nearly caused serious harm to Harry. Even though Snape had been trying to help, Harry's long-standing impression of Snape as antagonistic toward Gryffindor left him wary. Thus, Snape's actions only slightly improved Harry's opinion of him, they could not erase the negative image entirely. Moreover, after the Halloween feast, Harry had accidentally seen the bite marks on Snape's legs caused by the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor. So, over a month ago, after that confusing Quidditch match, the trio went to Hagrid's hut hoping someone could help them analyze the situation. Hagrid didn't know how they had learned about the 3-headed dog and didn't want to reveal Dumbledore's top-secret arrangements, so he sternly warned them. "Listen. You 3 must hear me, this is dangerous. Stay out of things that don't concern you. Forget that big dog and what it's guarding. This involves Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Aha!" Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. "So it involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, right?" And thus, on the eve of Christmas, this was how the conversation between Harry and Hagrid about Nicholas Flamel unfolded. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Remote Connection. Chapter 44, Remote Connection. "Hagrid, why don't you just tell us about Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore? It would save us all a lot of trouble." At the entrance to the Great Hall, Harry began trying to get Hagrid to speak, hoping to learn directly from him who Nicholas Flamel really was and what Dumbledore might be hiding. After all, with Hermione gone home for Christmas, Harry was well aware of his and Ron's limited research abilities as two academic weaklings. "We've gone through at least 100 books and haven't even found a trace of him. Just give us a tiny hint. I know I've seen his name somewhere before," Harry pleaded. "I'm not saying a thing," Hagrid replied, covering his mouth, his voice dry. "I promised Dumbledore I'd keep my mouth shut, and I intend to keep that promise." Just then, a silver-haired figure, balancing a glass of red wine, happened to pass by. He stepped into the corridor by the entrance courtyard and curiously looked at them. The moment they saw him, Harry, Ron, and Hagrid all froze in surprise. "Good evening, Professor Dracula," they said in unison. "Good evening, Hagrid and Potter and Weasley," Dracula said, taking a sip of the crimson liquid and giving them a small nod. Then, with a glint of interest in his eyes, he asked, "I believe I overheard you discussing Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dracula, do you know Nicholas Flamel?" Harry's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. "Hagrid said he would keep his mouth shut and refuses to tell us anything about Flamel. But we've clearly seen the name somewhere, we just can't remember where." "Dumbledore truly believes you'll keep your promise," Dracula said, glancing at Hagrid with a faint amusement, offering him reassurance. Still covering his mouth, Hagrid mumbled gratefully, "Professor Dracula, I'm so happy to hear you say that." "Yes, opening the bottle isn't the bottle's fault, but the opener's," Dracula said lightly. "Even if you've let a few things slip, there's no need to be upset." He drained his glass in one gulp, then let the empty goblet hover in midair. From his coat pocket, he retrieved an elegant bottle of red wine. With a flick of his finger, the cork popped out with a pff sound. Pouring himself another glass, Dracula raised his eyes toward Hagrid. Hagrid watched as Dracula replaced the cork in the bottle and thought again of the earlier mention of keeping secrets and the opener's fault, and couldn't help but sob quietly. "Professor, isn't this a bit much for Hagrid?" Harry whispered to Dracula, leaning closer. Ron, meanwhile, took a step back, watching Hagrid bury his face in a dirty handkerchief, instinctively keeping his distance from the intimidating Dracula. "Don't worry, Hagrid will be fine," Dracula said to Harry, ignoring Ron's nervous movements. "By the way, what are you looking for Nicholas Flamel for?" We. Harry stumbled over his words. All their knowledge about the three-headed dog and the restricted fourth-floor corridor had come from breaking school rules. How could he possibly explain that to a professor? But Dracula didn't seem to care about the reason. Without waiting for Harry to explain, he asked with interest. "Looks like you've been to the restricted fourth-floor corridor. How was it? Did you manage to pass Hagrid's little trial?" "What? Hagrid's little trial?" Harry's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Dracula, then turned to Hagrid, feeling completely blindsided. Ron, who had just stepped back, couldn't help but exclaim and then sneaked closer to Harry, scrutinizing Hagrid with a curious gaze. "So Hermione was right, the terrifying big dog really is guarding something under the trapdoor?" Ron asked. "The thing that Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore are helping to protect." "What do you mean terrifying big dog?" "That's Fluffy. He's gentle, he doesn't bite," Hagrid said, clearly annoyed by Ron's description. Harry and Ron stood side by side, giving him a dubious look. "Hey! That's the look of disbelief?" "I'm serious," Hagrid said loudly. "And Nicholas Flamel's things have nothing to do with you. Stop chasing after it. Why not put all that energy into studying instead?" Dracula sipped his wine and watched the trio's little display with amusement, enjoying the show. "Professor Dracula, these kids are far too curious," Hagrid said, looking to Dracula for help, unable to handle the pair of inquisitive students alone. "I don't understand why you'd tell them about Fluffy. I'm afraid I might let something slip." It's fine, Hagrid, Dracula said, smiling and raising his goblet. Even if you did let something slip, it's all still part of Dumbledore's plan. But I can't be sure I won't disrupt Dumbledore's plan. Hagrid mumbled quietly. Seeing Harry and Ron's expectant faces, Dracula considered for a moment, then lifted the goblet again. From his pocket, he produced a bronze mirror engraved with a phoenix relief. You two, if you want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, follow me, he said, twirling the mirror as he walked toward the marble steps at the Great Hall's entrance. The floating goblet followed steadily alongside him. Harry and Ron hurried after him. Professor Dracula, you can't. Hagrid began to protest, but his words were cut off by a single glance from Dracula. Don't worry, Hagrid, I'll be careful, Dracula said, smiling at him before turning and leading the two students around the stairwell corner. The three walked straight into the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor on the third floor. Dracula sank comfortably into the soft armchair, the floating wine glass gently landing on the desk. Harry and Ron stood awkwardly by the door, twisting the hems of their robes nervously. Sit anywhere you like, Dracula said, gesturing with his chin toward the office's sofa. Then he raised the bronze mirror in his hand, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Nicholas, two curious little fellows want to know who you are. Care to say hello? Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Harry and Ron's Gift. Chapter 45, Harry and Ron's Gift. Up until Christmas Day, Harry and Ron could hardly believe it. They had managed to find out who Nicholas Flamel was without Hermione's help, and had even spoken to him for a few moments. Ron, do you know what Mr. Flamel meant by the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked, sitting on the floor and tearing open the huge pile of gifts before him. I mean, you're a pure-blood wizard, so you should understand these things better than I do. Don't bring up pure-blood nonsense. That's exactly the kind of thing the obnoxious Malfoy family would say. Ron retorted. Then, as if remembering something, he let out a laugh. Speaking of Malfoy, do you remember the day we went on break, when Draco Malfoy was crying and throwing a fit, and his dad dragged him out of Hogwarts? Ha ha ha. Harry pictured Malfoy's ridiculous expression at the time and couldn't help laughing too. They laughed so hard they could barely stop. So, you don't actually know what the Philosopher's Stone is? Harry steered the conversation back on track, trying to compose himself. Well, I'm not really sure, Ron admitted with a sigh, realizing the topic shift had failed. We can just wait for Hermione to come back. She's read so many books, she'll know what the Philosopher's Stone is. That's all we can do, Harry nodded. Looking around at the sea of gift boxes scattered on the floor, he hesitated and asked, You think, since Professor Dracula helped us so much, maybe we should get him a Christmas gift too? We definitely should. He even saved you once on the Quidditch pitch, Ron agreed with a nod. For Harry, who had grown up with the Dursleys, with few friends and no pocket money, he'd never really had the chance to give Christmas gifts before. This year at Hogwarts, with the inheritance from his parents and a circle of friends at school, his Christmas felt warmer, fuller, and more meaningful. He finally got to experience the tradition of exchanging gifts. But it was his first complete Christmas, and instinctively he had only thought of gifts for friends, forgetting that he should also prepare something for the professor he admired most, Dracula. Just now, seeing the pile of Christmas boxes on the floor, and recalling yesterday's conversation with Nicholas Flamel, Harry realized he really should show a gesture of thanks to Professor Dracula. Ron, help me think, what should we give the professor? He said urgently, shaking Ron's shoulder. But soon Harry's excitement faded. Someone as powerful as him, he probably doesn't need anything. Don't think like that, Harry. Gifts are just a formality. The key is paying attention to the details. Ron said confidently, patting his chest. Think about it, what does Professor Dracula like in his daily life? Leaning against a wall and watching people have fun. Harry guessed uncertainly. That's not what I mean. Ron waved his fist. You need to think more specifically. Like, what little habits does he have? Harry thought hard for a long while, then hesitantly said, Professor Dracula seems to often have lollipops or a wine glass. That's it. Ron slapped his thigh. So Professor Dracula likes lollipops and also enjoys drinking. That's it. Harry looked puzzled. It didn't quite match the cold, elegant image of Dracula he had in mind. You just don't get it. Powerful wizards always have little quirks, Ron said confidently. Take Dumbledore, for example. My mum once told us that he eats sweets every day, which is why he has to go to St. Mungo's every year for cavities. Harry made a strange face, but thinking of Dumbledore's quirky little habits, he nodded in agreement. Ron, then I'll leave the gift planning to you. I trust you'll do great. Harry patted Ron's shoulder and pulled out a handful of galleons from his pocket. Make sure to get the best gift for Professor Dracula. If there's any left over, you can buy yourself some snacks. Ron had never seen so many galleons in his life. He swallowed hard, then patted his chest heavily and promised, Don't worry. I've got this gift thing completely covered. Then he bolted out of the dormitory. He planned to send letters to shops in Hogsmeade by Owl to prepare Professor Dracula's Christmas gift as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Harry, having received so many gifts from fans and admirers, could only tremble slightly as he continued opening the massive pile of presents in the dormitory. Hey! When he opened the last, lightweight gift, he couldn't help letting out a small exclamation. A silver-grey liquid-like substance slipped out onto the floor, pooling into a shiny heap. Hogsmeade, the wizarding village near Hogwarts, could be reached quickly by crossing the long wooden bridge on the west side of the castle. Because of the proximity, Dracula received the gift from Harry and Ron before the Christmas feast at noon that day. Looking at the crooked handwriting on the box. Merry Christmas! Includes your favorite lollipops and wine. And these two kids have potential. Well, this saves me a trip to do the shopping myself. He nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. The wrapping fell away from the box by itself. But the moment he saw the gift, Dracula's expression immediately darkened. Inside the box from Harry and Ron was a beautifully packaged bottle of vodka, standing at the center. Surrounding it was a circle of Ron's favorite sunshine orange lollipops, arranged in a cheerful pattern, radiating bright colors like sunlight. Dracula glumly pushed away the sunshine orange lollipops and the throat-burning vodka, then magically rewrapped the gift in the previously opened box. A bat appeared out of nowhere, lifted the gift, and flew it from the window to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, delivering it directly to Dumbledore. Still irritated, Dracula then vanished in a flash and appeared in Professor Quirrell's office. Assistant Quirrell, after school starts, find Harry Potter and Ron Weasley's holiday assignments and grade them according to the strictest standards. Chapter 46, Sorting Hat, Azkaban. Chapter 46, Sorting Hat, Azkaban. Unlike the Halloween feast, the grand Christmas feast took place at noon. Harry and Ron walked into the Great Hall, stunned by the spectacular sight of the Christmas banquet. The tables were laden with 100 plump roast turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, enormous platters of delicious sausages, bowls of buttered peas, and dishes of thick, rich gravies and cranberry sauce. Every few steps along the table, huge piles of Wizarding Party poppers were scattered. Fred and George were playing with the poppers, and with each loud bang like cannon fire a cloud of blue smoke engulfed the twins. They laughed joyfully, having the time of their lives. Harry and Ron could vaguely hear one of the twins talking about their future ambitions, to make a firework that could swallow the entire Hogwarts castle. Harry's gaze passed over the blue smoke conjured by Fred and George and lifted to the professor's table, where Dumbledore, wearing his pointed wizard hat transformed into a floral-decorated feminine hat, was chuckling happily after Professor Flitwick had told him a joke. Dracula, meanwhile, swirled the wine in his glass, his eyes fixed on Harry and Ron with a mischievous glint. "Ron, why do I feel like Professor Dracula is looking at us a bit strangely?" Harry whispered nervously to Ron, who was gnawing on a drumstick. Ron's mouth was still full as he mumbled, "Relax. He's probably just so pleased with the gift we sent that he wants to come over and thank us." Hearing this, Harry turned back to glance at Dracula and saw that he had indeed moved his gaze away. "Maybe you're right," Harry nodded and grabbed a drumstick himself. "Professor Dracula, why aren't you wearing a Christmas hat?" At the front of the Great Hall, Dumbledore, wearing a floral-decorated feminine hat, smiled warmly at Dracula. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, her tall black hat gently swaying with her movement. "No, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in Christmas," Dracula shrugged, his attention focused on the bowl of bright red pudding before him. "Come on, Professor Dracula, you should at least match the festive spirit a little." Professor Flitwick called from atop his high chair, selecting a party popper that contained a paper hat. With a wave of his wand, a thick pink smoke erupted from the popper in front of the professor's table. A pink paper hat adorned with tiny white hearts appeared in the smoke. "Oh, what a lively color combination!" Flitwick seemed surprised by his own luck and looked at Dracula. "Would you like to wear this as your Christmas hat?" Dracula shook his head disdainfully at the pink paper hat. "No need. After thinking it over, I suppose I can have a hat of my own." He then extended a hand toward the entrance of the Great Hall. Oxio! In moments, a brand new brown leather pointed hat flew in from the entrance and landed directly in Dracula's hand. Dumbledore blinked at the sight of it, then showed a look of helplessness. "Ah! Don't tell me who did this." Flying from the 8th floor to the 1st, my acrophobia nearly kicked in. The brand new brown pointed hat protested loudly, claiming it had to report the reckless wizard who summoned it to the headmaster. It then noticed Dracula looking at it with a half-smile. "Ah! Count, it's you," the Sorting Hat said awkwardly. "What did I just say?" "Oh, right, I meant the adult who can summon me from the 8th floor to the 1st floor. Your spell work is impressive. I must honestly report this to the headmaster so he will reward you." "You respond rather quickly," Dracula said teasingly. "Of course. I am the hat imbued with the wills of the 4 founders, possessing my own consciousness." The Sorting Hat's crown tilted back proudly, as if holding its head high. Hearing the Sorting Hat speak, the other professors all turned to look. "The Sorting Hat!" Flitwick exclaimed, eyes wide. "By Merlin's beard, it's so clean. I barely recognize it. Has this hat been reborn?" "Not a single patch." Professor Ketleben tapped his wooden leg as he hobbled over, curious about the newly refreshed Sorting Hat. Hearing the professor's astonishment, the Sorting Hat drooped again. "Wah! All these marks of my history are gone. Now I'm no different from an ordinary hat." "Quiet, Hat," Dracula said, tugging the Sorting Hat's tip. "It's Christmas, and I didn't get a Christmas hat, so I'll just use you instead." "Wait. I'm a magical hat. How can you compare me to ordinary Christmas hats? And you could have easily conjured one yourself." The Sorting Hat trailed off when it saw the cold flames dancing on Dracula's fingers. It quickly amended, "But of course, a conjured one wouldn't be as professional. I am honored to serve as your Christmas hat." Dracula withdrew the flames from his fingers and placed the Sorting Hat on his head, blending seamlessly into the festive Christmas atmosphere. At that moment, the Sorting Hat began muttering. Difficult, very difficult. I see enough." "What are you muttering about?" Dracula interrupted, frowning. The Sorting Hat realized this wasn't a sorting ceremony but a Christmas feast. "Sorry, Count." "Habit, professional habit." The mention of its habit piqued Dracula's interest. "When your habit kicked in just now, tell me which house you would have sorted me into." "Say it out loud," he said. I want to see which founder's thought process aligns most with mine. Well, that's... The Sorting Hat hesitated. Go ahead. Anything is fine, Dracula encouraged. All right then. The Sorting Hat took a deep breath, stirring the emotions deep in its brim, then shouted loudly. Azkaban. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Sorting Hat's Sense of Humor. Chapter 47, The Sorting Hat's Sense of Humor. When the Sorting Hat's crisp declaration of Azkaban echoed, the air at the professor's table fell silent for a moment. The professors stared at the Sorting Hat in astonishment. Their gazes flicked between Dracula and the hat atop his head, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. After all these years as headmaster, this is the first time I've heard of a fifth house at Hogwarts. Dumbledore spoke first, chuckling. Then let us congratulate Professor Dracula on becoming the first member of Azkaban House. Surely, the position of head of Azkaban awaits him in the near future. Dumbledore led the applause. Professor Kettleban, who was down to just one arm and half a leg, happily joined in on the spectacle, hobbling over with his cane to Severus Snape's side. Severus, now that Azkaban exists, your Slytherin students don't need to go through the usual process. Just send them straight to Azkaban, he said cheerfully, patting Snape on the shoulder with his remaining hand. 7 years of schooling just to end up in Azkaban, what a hassle. As an old Hufflepuff, Kettleban naturally enjoyed teasing Slytherins. After all, Slytherin's historical disdain for Hufflepuff's little wizards had been around for ages. Snape scowled, but as a young 30-year-old compared to Kettleburn's 60 or 70 years of experience, he could hardly retort. Dracula's lips twitched as he listened to the surrounding professor's banter. Are you itching to get burned again? He said darkly, removing the Sorting Hat from his head. Don't think I don't know you're still hung up on me cleaning you last time and now want revenge. See Count, I didn't, the Sorting Hat protested in a tone of wronged indignation. It's Christmas, after all. I just wanted to add a bit of humor and liven up the atmosphere. All right then, the Christmas feast could indeed use some entertainment, Dracula said, his lips curling into a mischievous smile as he looked at the hat. I'm going to perform a fire hoop act with the Sorting Hat, and you'll cooperate with me. Dracula spun the Sorting Hat with one hand, watching its panicked little expression, while his other hand snapped his fingers. A ring of blazing fire appeared in front of the hat. Wait, Count. I haven't finished explaining, the Sorting Hat stammered, lowering its voice. I have my reasons, it involves the 4 founders. It deliberately lowered its voice so only Dracula could hear. Dracula's eyes flickered. The next moment, the fire hoop suddenly vanished, and the Sorting Hat stopped spinning, drooping listlessly in Dracula's hand. This hat needs a little scare every now and then, otherwise, it comes up with all sorts of nonsense, Dracula said to the curious professors around him, smiling elegantly as he placed the Sorting Hat back on his head. Now my Christmas hat is perfectly in place. Professors, enjoy your meal while you can before the main course is taken away. Once the other professors' attention drifted elsewhere, Dracula adjusted the brim of the Sorting Hat. Let's start. Show me what reasoning you've come up with this time, he said. Wearing the hat, he began to communicate silently with it, using the Sorting Hat's legilimency as a bridge. Count, it's too much for me, the Sorting Hat's voice echoed in Dracula's mind, immediately launching into a complaint. You know, your life spans 1,000 years. Even subtracting your dormant periods, that's 700 or 800 years. Even if you lift your mental barriers, I simply cannot judge, across such a long stretch of time, which founder's temperament truly matches yours. So I'm making things difficult for you? Dracula asked, stuffing a mouthful of blood pudding as he spoke in his mind. Not exactly, the Sorting Hat replied honestly. It's just that my abilities are limited. I must strive to improve. I actually thought you'd just make up a house for me, at least to handle it casually, Dracula chuckled. I would have liked to do that, but I can't," the Sorting Hat said. "1,000 years ago, the 4 great founders of Hogwarts imbued their thoughts into me, granting me a unique ability to sort students into houses according to their talents and qualities. But their consciousness remained in me all this time. Their memories and feelings toward you, Count Dracula, have persisted for centuries. And if that weren't enough, the real challenge is this: the founders argue with each other." "Wait, you mean Salazar, Godric, and the other 2 founders' thoughts argue with each other?" Dracula's interest was piqued. He stopped eating and sat up straight, ready to listen to the Sorting Hat's story. "Exactly. When I'm placed on your head, the remaining consciousness of the 4 founders each wants to sort you into their own house. You see, Ravenclaw has always held a fondness for you, while Gryffindor and Slytherin both wanted to prove who had the greatest influence over you. They really are something," Dracula chuckled, shaking his head. Memories flickered in his eyes. At that time, he was far from the fearsome vampire count he would later become. The 4 Hogwarts founders were all young, inexperienced wizards. 5 like-minded companions, 4 founders and a vampire friend who joined midway, walked across the frozen Black Lake. That was a tender memory from 1,000 years ago. Lost in his recollections, Dracula suddenly had a question. "Why didn't you mention Helga? Didn't she want to stop me from going to Hufflepuff?" he asked the Sorting Hat in his mind. "Count, wake up," the Sorting Hat couldn't help but tease. "Look at you, where do you have fairness, loyalty, honesty, or diligence? Helga gave up hope a long time ago. She didn't join the squabble among the other 3 founders, she just played peacemaker." Dracula's face darkened. "After all that, still one question remains," his tone turned mischievous. "Why did you shout out Azkaban?" "Well, that, maybe you should blame Gryffindor," the Sorting Hat said nervously. "As Gryffindor's hat, I must have inherited his ill-timed sense of humor. Yes, that must be it." Chapter 48, Chapter 48, What Dumbledore Saw in the Erased Mirror. Chapter 48, What Dumbledore Saw in the Erased Mirror. As time passed, the main courses and desserts of the Christmas feast were gradually consumed. The banquet didn't conclude until the afternoon sun was halfway down, and though the Great Hall was left in disarray, household magic from the resident house elves soon restored it to pristine condition. Both professors and students had enjoyed themselves immensely during the feast. After the meal, a fully stuffed Harry and the Weasley brothers went out to the grounds to play a snowball fight, working off their meal. They played like mad all afternoon, laughing and running about until the sun had fully set and the cold forced them to retreat. Shivering and soaked from snow, they returned to the common room, panting, and gathered around the warmth of the fireplace. It had been the happiest Christmas Harry had ever experienced, but there was still one thought lingering in his mind. It wasn't until he went to bed that he had the time to think about it properly. That silver glimmering, seemingly water-woven invisibility cloak, and the person who had sent it to him. Harry carefully pulled the cloak out from its simple wrapping again, letting it slide through his hands. It felt smoother than silk, lighter than light itself. A note accompanied the cloak, written in elegant, flowing handwriting, explaining that the cloak had once belonged to his father and urging Harry to use it well. Use it well. Harry's heart pounded. An invisibility cloak, there was no way it wasn't meant for mischief. It was a perfect tool for sneaking around, stealing a bit of fun, or exploring the castle at night. Who would be so eager to encourage him to break school rules and go so far as to provide such a remarkable item? Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. He realized that with this cloak, all of Hogwarts would be completely open to him. He and Ron could roam the castle at night without being seen. With the invisibility cloak, they could go anywhere, and Filch or Snape would never know. Harry made a silent decision and acted immediately. While his roommates slept, he donned the invisibility cloak and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. In a long abandoned classroom, piles of broken desks and chairs were stacked against the walls, casting dark, indistinct shadows in the dim candlelight. An overturned wastebasket spilled scraps of paper into the thick dust covering the floor. It seemed this room had not been cleaned in a very long time. Yet at the wall directly opposite the entrance, an object stood out, seemingly out of place, as if someone had put it there temporarily because there was nowhere else to store it. A magnificent mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, framed in ornate gold, supported at its base by 2 clawed feet. Before the mirror stood 2 silver-haired figures. One appeared very elderly, the other looked far younger, though in truth their ages were exactly the opposite. "May I ask why I was summoned here, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Dracula cast a sideways glance at the mirror, which displayed images of a world in chaos, and stepped slightly out of its reflection, a trace of discomfort in his expression. "And wasn't the mirror of Ariste the final test guarding your magical stone? Why has it been moved to this abandoned classroom?" Dumbledore stood before the mirror of Ariste, his gaze distant as he studied the scenes reflected within it. "Before Harry ventures to the restricted 4th floor area, I need to test a way to see what he desires most in his heart," he said softly. "It will determine whether he can make the best use of his unique gifts, and thus harness the power needed to defeat his adversary." So all those nights of Snape staying up, patrolling with Filch, it was purely to guide Potter to this classroom so he could encounter the mirror of Ariste? Dracula asked, surprised. For some reason, he felt a pang of sympathy for Snape, the tool in Dumbledore's plan. Dumbledore simply nodded, his eyes still fixed on the mirror. Seeing Dumbledore's concentration, Dracula's curiosity was piqued. A faint, translucent energy emanated from his fingertip, entwining itself around the runic inscriptions etched into the mirror of Ariste. He then slowly focused his gaze on the pristine glass surface. Several figures appeared in the mirror, one by one: a middle-aged man with auburn hair and a full beard, a young woman with similar coloring, and an elegant lady. Their expressions were affectionate, it was clear they were Dumbledore's family. What surprised Dracula, however, was a young man standing slightly apart from Dumbledore's 3 relatives. He had golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and a handsome face twisted into a confident, almost arrogant smile, staring mockingly at the older man across the mirror. Before Dracula could scrutinize further, the image in the mirror abruptly vanished. "Professor Dracula, I think it's impolite to spy on someone else's private matters, don't you agree?" Dumbledore turned his head to speak softly. "Ah well, I was just curious," Dracula said, his expression stiffening as he coughed awkwardly, caught in the act. Yet he couldn't resist asking, "So, who is that golden-haired young man? He seems to have a rather unusual connection with you." Dumbledore paused, a sudden melancholy crossing his face. "He was just a boy enchanted by the summer," he said quietly. Dumbledore's uncharacteristic response made Dracula even more curious. He stepped forward, intending to inquire further about the golden-haired youth. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to notice something. With a wave, he conjured a transparent barrier, hiding both their forms behind the mirror, and added a silencing spell so they could converse without being overheard. Dracula frowned, glancing toward the slightly ajar classroom door. It was empty, except for faint, almost imperceptible footsteps slowly moving deeper into the abandoned classroom. Beyond the corridor, 2 sticky, faintly squelching sounds receded Filch and Snape. With his keen hearing, Dracula sensed that someone had quietly entered the classroom where he and Dumbledore stood. A gleam appeared in his wine-red eyes as he detected a small figure approaching the mirror of Ariste, cloaked in invisibility. "That's Potter," Dracula murmured, eyes narrowing at the indistinct shape beneath the cloak, turning toward Dumbledore. "Potter's invisibility cloak, does it have anything to do with Ignotus Peveril's?" Normally, invisibility cloaks are woven from the hide of invisibility beasts or created using sophisticated runic illusions. Such cloaks had little effect on Dracula, he could usually see through them with ease. But the cloak Harry wore was different. Dracula had not initially noticed Harry beneath the cloak, so he focused his magical energy through his eyes. Yet even so, Harry's figure remained faint, elusive. "Yes, that is indeed the legendary Deathly Hallows cloak," Dumbledore said calmly, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary garment. "Harry's father had lent it to me for research some time ago, and now it has been returned to its rightful owner." "Impressive, Dumbledore," Dracula murmured, shaking his head. "Setting trials, wielding the Deathly Hallows, even using the Mirror of Eris to test his heart. When did the wizarding world fall so low?" he muttered, his voice growing colder, "that no one dares speak a dark wizard's name, and yet a poor child who has lost his parents must be the one to defeat him." His gaze locked on Dumbledore, his tone hardening. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, The Power of Bonds. Chapter 49, The Power of Bonds. "Almost forgot, Professor Dracula, you're not just a vampire, you're a bona fide count as well." Dumbledore paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "And what does that noble spirit demand?" "To treat women and children with special favor. I recall in my time it was about grace, dignity, and responsibility," Dracula said, arms crossed casually. "Even if I care little for such so-called noble ideals, it doesn't mean I'm willing to shove this kind of responsibility onto a mere child who just enrolled." Dumbledore watched as Harry's attention remained fixed on the Mirror of Eris, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Professor Dracula, do not underestimate the threat Voldemort poses," he said softly, observing Harry's behavior. "No one can survive the killing curse except for two, Voldemort himself and Harry." But in truth, Harry was never truly struck by Voldemort's killing curse. Lily's love for Harry unleashed a powerful protective magic, reflecting the curse back upon Voldemort. So the one who was actually affected by the killing curse was the caster Voldemort himself. Dumbledore spoke of Voldemort's terrifying nature, but Dracula's attention was caught by another point. "Do you mean that Harry's mother, simply through the emotion of love, possessed the power to resist Voldemort?" Dracula's brows furrowed. "Headmaster, don't you find that absurd? Never underestimate the potential of any individual, Professor Dracula," Dumbledore said earnestly. "Human potential is limitless. Especially in moments of extreme danger, people can unleash unprecedented power for the sake of those they hold most dear. Professor Dracula, this is the power of bonds." Dracula stared at Dumbledore's serious expression, feeling increasingly incredulous. Had Dumbledore lost his mind, or had Dracula been asleep for 100 years and fallen out of touch with the times? Since when could a wizard's strength be influenced by mere emotion? If that were true, then lovers in passion, devoted parents, and their children, wouldn't they all be capable of threatening the power of a full-fledged wizard? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Dracula knew well that the gap in magical ability between wizards could sometimes be like an impassable chasm. Thus, Dracula refused to accept Dumbledore's explanation for Harry surviving the killing curse. He preferred to seek answers for himself. "Let's skip that question. I'm not interested in studying the emotional lives of wizards," Dracula said dismissively. "Tell me why you think Voldemort survived his own killing curse." Dumbledore sighed in resignation. "At first, I too believed Voldemort was truly dead, and I felt a sense of relief for quite some time. Until I realized that the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position still persisted. You see, one of the conditions for a curse to exist is the survival of its caster. This year, with Quirrell's arrival and the various attempts on the Philosopher's Stone, it all confirmed this point," Dumbledore said gravely. "Voldemort never truly left. He's merely waiting for the right moment to return." "So you used the Philosopher's Stone to set a trap and incidentally create an opportunity to train Potter with Voldemort?" Dracula asked. "Exactly. As I suspected, Voldemort is still weak and can only operate through others," Dumbledore said. "Given his prideful nature, if he were at full strength, he would never rely on Quirrell. He would have entered Gringotts himself to seize the stone. You should know that the stone is Nicholas Flamel's life," Dumbledore continued. Dracula's expression darkened slightly. "If Voldemort were at full strength, he would not return empty-handed and Nicholas's elixir of life would have no chance of continuing. You put Nicholas in extreme danger. He doesn't care for his life, and you? Dracula questioned. Do not worry, Professor Dracula. There is no need for such a risk, Dumbledore said with a calm, gentle smile. The Philosopher's Stone at Gringotts has always been fake. The real one has been safely in my possession all along. Dracula looked at him in surprise, then nodded slightly. Nicholas told me about your discussions at the Garni Opera House, Dumbledore said warmly. He no longer wishes to court death. Once this is over, the stone will be entrusted to you. Professor Dracula, you see, you haven't abandoned sentimentality either, have you? Bonds between friends are also a form of strength. I said I'm not interested in your theory of bonds, Dracula replied, averting his gaze and changing the subject. Now, you haven't explained how, in your estimation, did Voldemort survive the killing curse? Dumbledore turned to Dracula, his eyes deep and serious. Have you heard of an extremely evil and forbidden form of black magic, Professor Dracula? Horcruxes. And Hogwarts contained an active Horcrux. The diary Horcrux had taken on the form of a young Voldemort Tom Riddle prowling the Forbidden Forest in search of sustenance. He extended a ghostly hand, seizing a passing rabbit. The rabbit thrashed wildly with its hind legs. A wave of black energy surged, and the rabbit soon went still, its struggle drained, its body shriveled and dry. The spectral form of Voldemort seemed to solidify slightly. He frowned and opened the blank diary he held. Absorbing only the life energy of animals is useless. You need the life force of wizards. 2 neat lines of ink appeared on the diary's pages. I know perfectly well. There's no need for your reminder, Voldemort said impatiently. Dumbledore and even Dracula still suspect Quirrell, and guard against me. How am I supposed to siphon the life of a wizard? The ink on the diary rearranged itself. Give me to any student, and I can entice them to offer their life force. No need. Did you think I didn't know? You just want me to leave the diary, Voldemort sneered. Remember, you are merely a Horcrux. Everything about you is nothing more than fragments of my memory before I turned 16. Your only task is obedience to me, your master soul. With a sharp snap, Voldemort closed the diary and moved deeper into the forest. There, a pure white, horse-like creature grazed, its elegant unicorn horn lowered to drink from a forest stream. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 50, The Fallen Unicorn. Chapter 50, The Fallen Unicorn. At dawn, the silent forbidden forest was shattered by a deafening, heart-wrenching wail. A more than 3-meter-tall half-giant knelt in the clearing, tear-blurred eyes fixed on the pristine, white corpse of an animal by the stream. Dracula stood nearby, covering his ears helplessly, shutting out Hagrid's piercing cries. Time rewinds to an hour and a half earlier. It was February, and Hogwarts had just begun a new term. At the turn of winter to spring, the sun lingered lazily below the horizon, reluctant to show itself. Yet the world without sunlight did not feel dim. The thick, soft snow from winter, yet to melt, reflected the starlight from the sky, casting a gentle white glow. Dracula favored this kind of bright day without a trace of sunlight. Early in the morning, he leaped from his office window, landing in the snow to wander, admiring the snow-dusted Hogwarts castle under the night sky. After a short stroll, a massive figure caught his attention. "Good morning, Professor Dracula," Hagrid greeted hastily upon seeing Dracula in the snow, then hurried toward the castle. Dracula noticed his expression was filled with urgency, so much so that he didn't even bother to wipe the dew off his large face. "Going to the castle so early, Hagrid? What's the hurry?" Dracula asked curiously. "There's an emergency in the Forbidden Forest. I need to report it to Headmaster Dumbledore immediately," Hagrid replied, striding toward the castle without slowing. "Oh, go on then. Dumbledore's probably still asleep. Make sure to knock hard," Don't let him sleep too soundly, Dracula said, showing little interest in the forest situation itself, but evidently intrigued by the idea of waking the headmaster. If he refuses to wake no matter how you knock, I'll gladly assist. Like a creature with wings, he floated alongside Hagrid, his black and crimson robes trailing behind. He picked up a snowball roughly the size of Hagrid's head. I could fly straight to the top tower of the castle and toss this snowball through the headmaster's office window. That would definitely wake him, Dracula said earnestly. There's no need to go that far, Hagrid said, eyeing the head-sized snowball nervously. It's just that there are traces of what seems like a vampire in the forest. To keep the young wizards safe, I need to inform Dumbledore right away. Dracula's floating form came to an abrupt stop. Hagrid turned, puzzled, and saw Dracula standing in the snow with an unreadable expression. A shiver ran down his spine. Perhaps we shouldn't disturb the headmaster, Hagrid, Dracula said, casually tossing the snowball aside, letting it shatter into scattered flakes. Wouldn't it be simpler to just catch the rogue vampire in the forest ourselves? That would save the headmaster a lot of worry. He snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound that cut through the silent night. The next moment, Hagrid felt as if a dark-colored moon had struck him, passing through his massive body. When he opened his eyes again, he was at the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid looked at the familiar huts, vegetable gardens, and the deep, shadowy forest before him, utterly astonished. He had run for half the morning to approach Hogwarts Castle, only to be brought back to the same spot in an instant. He felt like crying. What kind of magic is this? Hagrid wiped his face, unsure if it was dew or cold sweat, and asked. Consider it a form of apparition, Dracula replied casually. Now, show me the traces of the vampire. Having been instantly returned to the forest, Hagrid didn't want to spend another half-hour trudging back to report to Dumbledore. Not worth it. Resigned, he led Dracula into the forbidden forest. Professor Dracula, look at this poor rabbit, Hagrid said as they ventured deeper, pointing to a shriveled rabbit corpse beside a bush. Its blood has been completely drained, leaving only dry flesh and skin. I can't imagine any creature besides a vampire would do this. Dracula frowned and levitated the rabbit's body to inspect it carefully. This isn't the work of a vampire, he said, shaking his head. The rabbit has no wounds. A vampire can't suck blood from a living creature without leaving marks. Then, what magical creature could drain blood without leaving a trace? Hagrid racked his brain, recalling all the magical creatures he had seen, but came up empty. Maybe we should ask Professor Ketleben? He's taught care of magical creatures for 60 years, he might have some insight. Dracula said nothing, his wine-red eyes fixed on the intact rabbit corpse. Hagrid, in your opinion, how long has this rabbit been dead? He asked suddenly. Judging from the body, 2 or 3 days, I'd say. I've been a gamekeeper for years, I won't be wrong. Hagrid patted his chest confidently. Just after speaking, he seemed to realize something and stared at the rabbit in shock. How can this rabbit remain intact for 2 or 3 days? He exclaimed. This is not right. In this season, other predators in the forest would have dragged it away to eat it. Not even a single day would leave it untouched, let alone 3. Exactly my point, Dracula nodded lightly. The most likely scenario is that this rabbit died under a curse of dark magic. The surrounding animals instinctively avoid any corpse carrying such an evil aura. Professor Dracula, you mean, the evil creature in the forest isn't a vampire, but a dark wizard? Hagrid looked around nervously and lowered his voice. Just a hypothesis, Dracula replied. Let's see if there are other blood-drained animals. Hagrid, taking the lead and familiar with the surroundings, ventured deeper into the forest. He soon found several more shriveled animal corpses. Seeing so many small creatures meet such a tragic fate filled him with sorrow. That sorrow peaked when they reached a stream deep in the forest. By the bank lay a pure white, horse-like creature with a single horn on its forehead. It sprawled across the pebbled shore, stream water flowing over its golden forehooves, wetting its pure white mane. Even after 2 or 3 days since its death, the body had shriveled, yet its coat remained brilliantly white, so much so that the surrounding snow seemed grey by contrast. It was a sacred unicorn. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, The Centaur in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 51, The Centaur in the Forbidden Forest. How could this happen? Hagrid knelt by the stream, wailing in grief. Who could be so heartless as to slaughter such a pure, gentle, helpless life? Don't they fear the curse that comes with taking a life? Dracula sighed, covering his ears, and stepped into the clear stream, approaching the unicorn's half-submerged body. The water automatically parted around his legs, never wetting the hem of his trailing robes. He studied the unicorn's body, shriveled like the earlier animals, and furrowed his brows slightly. Hagrid continued to sniffle and blow his nose on a filthy handkerchief. Dracula, irritated by both the noise and the lack of hygiene, lightly tapped Hagrid on the bent-over shoulder. In an instant, an icy, bone-deep chill seeped from Dracula's shoulder into Hagrid's body, like a basin of mid-December black lake water being mercilessly poured over him. Hagrid immediately calmed, and much of his grief was extinguished along with it. This sudden shift in emotion left Hagrid feeling strangely unsettled, as if he had swallowed a heavy weight. "Quiet! Listen to me," Dracula said in a detached voice. Hagrid shivered involuntarily and turned to look at the figure beside the unicorn, holding his breath. "This blood-draining dark magic is most likely a sacrificial spell, designed to steal the life force of other creatures by absorbing their blood," Dracula said, gazing at the unicorn's body. Perhaps the ordinary animals did not provide enough life energy, so the dark wizard in the forest targeted the unicorn, a creature with a strong life force, to drain her blood and power. But, using unicorn blood brings a curse. Hagrid whispered, the thought of the fallen unicorn bringing tears back to his eyes. Who would want a half-dead life, cursed from the start? Dracula paused to consider. Suddenly, he recalled the forbidden dark magic Dumbledore had mentioned in that abandoned classroom. A look of understanding flickered in his eyes. If it were Voldemort, surviving through Horcruxes, he would not care in the slightest about the curse of unicorn blood. Perhaps, the dark wizard himself only has a half-dead life to begin with. Dracula murmured. Suddenly, the twang of a taut bowstring rang from deep in the trees, followed by the whistling sound of an arrow slicing through the air. Dracula raised a hand with lightning reflexes, catching a sharply fired bolt between 2 fingers. "Hagrid, get away from that evil creature immediately," a deep voice called from the depths of the forest. A man, or rather, a centaur, sprang from the dense undergrowth, hooves hitting the forest floor. He had red hair and a beard, but from the waist down, his body was that of a chestnut-brown horse, a long red tail trailing behind him. He galloped to the stream and raised his forehooves to halt his movement. Then, he drew a large bow and aimed it at Dracula, eyes tense. "You in black and crimson, don't move. I can sense the darkness within you," the centaur said, locking his gaze on Dracula. "Wait, Ronan, isn't there some misunderstanding here?" Hagrid stammered, stunned by the sudden appearance. "This is Professor Dracula, Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts teacher. We came into the forest to investigate the mysterious deaths of the animals. Don't let this dark being fool you, Hagrid." Ronan's voice was low and firm. "Listen, the unicorn was attacked, and he appeared in the forest afterward. Perhaps he is responsible for the unicorn's death." At that moment, another centaur emerged from the trees. He had black hair, dark skin, and looked even wilder than Ronan. "Bane, you came too." Hagrid was about to greet him, but then his expression turned sharply wary. "Wait, what are you two trying to do?" More centaurs appeared, surrounding Hagrid and Dracula along the stream bank, bows raised and arrows at the ready. "Hold on!" Hagrid shouted, seeing the increasing number of centaurs. Everyone, stop! There must be a misunderstanding. Ronan, Bane. Control your people, don't let them act recklessly. Hagrid yelled at the two, anger rising. But the centaurs did not pause. The twang of bowstrings rang out as arrows were readied to fire. Hagrid, you are our friend. We won't allow you to be deceived by this dark being. Ronan said. He gestured to the other centaurs around him. Arrows flew from all directions, filling Hagrid and Dracula's sight, momentarily blotting out the starlight. The centaur's aim was precise, each arrow carefully avoided Hagrid's massive frame, targeting Dracula to kill him. Damn it, these centaurs never learned to communicate properly. Hagrid cursed under his breath, stepping in front of Dracula, trying to shield him with his thick frame. Seeing this, Dracula raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Take care of yourself first, he murmured. I don't need you blocking arrows for me, Hagrid. Hagrid thought he detected a subtle change in Dracula's tone, softer than the cold detachment from before. Dracula lifted a hand. Every arrow froze midair as if suspended by invisible strings. Centaurs, right, he said with a mocking smirk. Perfect timing, I still have an account to settle with you all. In the next moment, the arrows lost all momentum, dropping limply into the white snow, some splashing gently into the clear stream by the pebble-strewn bank. At the same time, Dracula's figure vanished from beside Hagrid. What? Where did he go? Ronan's face darkened as he looked along the stream, then toward the other side of the centaur circle. Bane, can you see him? We can't let him escape the forest. Yet he suddenly noticed the centaurs opposite him wearing stunned expressions, staring in shock. Ronan seemed to realize something. His body froze as he turned, seeing a silver-haired figure standing playfully at his side. Around him, numerous centaurs had collapsed, unconscious. Don't bother looking. I'm right next to you. Dracula's voice was clear, rich, and pleasant. Yet to Ronan, it carried the chill of a deathly whisper, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, The Vampire and the Centaur Grudge. Chapter 52, The Vampire and the Centaur Grudge. Seeing Dracula so close, Ronan suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and thrust it toward his heart. Dracula's eyes flickered. He lightly extended his left hand, yet his movement anticipated Ronan's. With a snap of his fingers, he struck the dagger. The centaur-crafted, resilient dagger met Dracula's long, pale fingers, yet it was like a wooden splinter striking steel. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared first, then the blade shattered bit by bit, leaving only the hilt in Ronan's grasp. Ronan stiffened in shock and instinctively tried to retreat on all four hooves, moving out of Dracula's attack range. Dracula stepped forward, vanished in a flash, and was suddenly at Ronan's side, his hand firmly clamped around the centaur's neck. In the next instant, a pair of large, black wings, supported by several sharp, skeletal struts, unfurled behind Dracula, casting a broad shadow on the snowy ground. The wings flapped, whipping up a bitter wind, lifting both Dracula and Ronan from the ground. Dracula's grip tightened around Ronan's neck as he revealed a chilling, cold smile. His two sharp fangs gleamed without restraint, and his wine-red eyes glimmered like blood. Why, you're a vampire. I didn't misjudge. Ronan gasped, his voice dry and hoarse, barely audible even to a third person. Snow swirled around them, caught in the storm of wind, shredding the morning mist of the forest. Dracula's form and Ronan's panic were hidden, and the vision of Hagrid and the other centaurs was obstructed. Behind the swirling snow, Dracula flew forward with Ronan still in his grasp, ignoring any obstacles. In an instant, several massive trees in the forbidden forest snapped in succession, crashing to the ground with deafening thuds. Finally, when they reached a clearing devoid of trees, Dracula stopped and tossed Ronan to the ground as casually as one discards trash. I've been displeased with your kind for far too long, centaurs, Dracula said coldly, descending from the air to stand beside Ronan. I've never understood how your species thinks. Living under the shadow of wizards, yet so arrogant, believing you can rise above all else. Cough, 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 you will be punished. Ronan clutched his neck, already turning shades of purple and blue. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he coughed violently. I will not. Only the weak face retribution, Dracula replied, retracting his black wings and crouching. Didn't you notice? During our flight, I put multiple protective wards on you, fearing your frail body might die too easily. If your body isn't strong, and your magic is lacking, then where does your arrogance come from? From the stars? Look closely. Today, the vampire you have always looked down on is the one standing above you. And the forbidden forest your kind relies on for survival? It has been my private domain for 1,000 years. Ronan's eyes widened as a century-old legend of his people resurfaced in his mind. In 1811, the then Minister of Magic, Grogan Stomp, redefined the term human. The magical community agreed, grouping humans including wizards and muggles along with fairies, vampires, yakshas, giants, house elves, mermaids, and humanoid werewolves, under this category. However, centaurs and mermaids, refusing to share the label human with vampires and yakshas, rejected the classification, willingly being categorized as beasts. These proud species soon paid the price. It is said that after the meeting defining human and beast, a powerful vampire, disgusted by their arrogance, single-handedly invaded the territories of the centaurs and mermaids. Ignoring the combined forces of both species, he effortlessly broke through all defenses and approached the two leaders. Even mermaids hiding deep in lakes were not spared. No one knows the exact details, but afterward, the two leaders besides retaining their species traits also acquired characteristics of another being. They began drinking blood, fearing sunlight, and hating garlic. This vampire seemed to force them to choose. If their leaders became the creatures they despised, vampires would their people silently accept it, or utterly abandon their leaders. Cough, you are Count Dracula? Ronan asked in shock. Looks like after more than 100 years, my story has not been completely forgotten, Dracula said with a light laugh. Cough, so what? Our centaur kind will never ally with you half-dead evil creatures. Ronan's chestnut horse body lay sprawled in the snow, his forehooves struggling weakly but unable to rise. He looked miserable. Yet, coughing blood, he still spoke with feeble but resolute defiance, refusing to side with vampires. He was ready to repeat the tragic fate of his ancestor, the centaur leader who had once died beneath the stars. At that moment, the sound of loud, chaotic footsteps approached from afar. More centaurs surrounded them, not only male warriors but also topless female centaurs and elderly members. They gripped bows of varying sizes tightly, strings taut, aiming at Dracula. Their knuckles widened with effort, as if these primitive weapons could somehow grant them safety against him. Bringing out the entire nest, are we? Dracula said, arms crossed, a half-smile on his lips. Evil creature! Let go of Ronan! Bane, the dark-skinned centaur, stepped forward and shouted. If he is harmed in the slightest, our entire tribe will use every ounce of strength to purge you. Ha, still the same as back then, so eager to risk total annihilation. Dracula smiled, completely indifferent. Bane, don't worry about me, get your people out of here. Dracula suddenly lifted half of Ronan's human torso with one hand, shouting to Bane. Ronan, now aware of Dracula's true identity, felt extreme anxiety, not wanting his people to repeat the failures of over a century ago. Bane looked at him, about to speak, when a massive figure appeared, panting heavily, forcing a path through the centaur crowd to reach Bane. Bane! Do you centaurs not understand words? He shouted angrily. I said, this is Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor. He had nothing to do with the unicorn attacks, this is all a misunderstanding. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, The Centaur Firans. Chapter 53, the centaur Firenze. At dawn, the night sky above Hogwarts Castle gradually faded, and the light of the stars dimmed. A shaft of sunlight quietly pierced through the clouds on the horizon, slanting down onto the dense forbidden forest. Yet the forest was far from peaceful. Deep within, the atmosphere was tense, bristling with hostility. Hagrid, look down at your friend. Look at how much Ronan is suffering. Bane's eyes locked onto Hagrid's scruffy face as he barked, do you still think that such a cruel being is just a harmless Hogwarts professor? Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then realized that Dracula was the one whom Dumbledore trusted his ally while the centaurs were, in fact, outsiders. His eyes hardened. He wanted to speak in defense of Dracula. Hagrid and Bane quarreled, but Hagrid struggled with words, his neck flushed bright red, unable to respond properly. In the end, he gave up trying to communicate with the centaurs and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Bane. At that moment, the centaur circle silently parted, creating a path. Enough, Bane. A centaur with striking features stepped forward from the path, his voice calm yet tinged with restrained anger. His hair was platinum, and he had the body of a silver-maned horse. Why are you here, Firenze? Bane asked, puzzled. Firenze, the platinum-haired centaur, did not answer the question but went straight to the point. We were the first to act, Bane. There's no need to show bravado if you are outmatched. War is coming, and we cannot let long-held prejudices force the sins of others onto the innocent. That only benefits our true enemies. Do you know what you're saying, Firenze? Bane snapped. Remember, Firenze, we swore an oath. We cannot defy fate. Do you think I haven't seen the signs the planet's movements have shown? Ronan, still lying on the ground, glanced at Dracula with unease, nervously pawing at the snow. It seemed that Bane's words had triggered something. Firenze's expression darkened instantly. Furious, he reared up on his hind legs. Didn't you see the unicorn? He roared at Bane, his tone shifting from calm to explosive. Do you not understand why it was killed? I now truly doubt your intelligence if you cannot see the secrets hidden in the planetary paths. I will resist that lurking presence in our forest, Bane. Yes, if necessary, I will stand alongside any group that might be connected to it. Having said this, Firenze ignored Bane and walked directly toward Dracula, who was surrounded by centaurs in the center. Professor, please spare Ronan. I guarantee you will leave the forest safely. He bowed slightly to Dracula, then looked thoughtfully into his crimson eyes. Firenze, you better know what you're doing. Bane continued sternly. What does this have to do with us? Centaurs have always been neutral, only concerned with the prophecies of the stars. There's no need to ally with such evil beings to oppose wizard enemies, against our own principles. But Firenze ignored him entirely, his eyes astonishingly blue, like pale sapphires locked on Dracula's crimson gaze. Dracula let out a soft laugh, observing this unusual centaur. I didn't expect someone like you in this stubborn, old-fashioned species, he said, scanning the nervous centaurs around them. For your sake, I'll let this matter slide today. Of course, if there's a next time, I will show no mercy. At the final words, Dracula's tone became icy cold. Bane, furious and humiliated, opened his mouth to hurl more scolding and mockery but suddenly noticed a small, sharp-toothed bat flapping its wings and flying toward the sunlit forest above. From the bat's fangs, he sensed an aura of utter darkness and danger, something he hadn't perceived before. As the first tiny bat flew away, more followed, their wing beats forming a continuous hum. Countless bats, all smiling in their own sinister way, flew toward the sunlit sky above the forest and, in the sunlight, disintegrated into powder. Bane noticed that each bat had emerged from beside a centaur's ear. No centaur was left out, each had a corresponding bat. He looked at their sharp fangs and felt the dark aura emanating from them, shuddering instinctively as his gaze flicked to Ronan lying on the ground. Ronan's expression was serious, and he shook his head. Bane raised his hand, halting the centaur tribe from pursuing. He watched as Firenze led Dracula and Hagrid away into a shadowed area partially blocked by trees. Ronan, earlier you stopped me from acting rashly because you recognized those evil bats. Bane asked, hurrying to Ronan's side as they disappeared. Yes. If I'm correct, those small bats are the same ones the vampire lord used over 100 years ago on the two tribal leaders, Ronan said laboriously. If it weren't for Firenze's arrival, he would have turned all of us centaurs into vampires. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Dracula bade farewell to Firenze and Hagrid. He opened an umbrella against the sunlight and strolled leisurely across the Hogwarts grounds under the gentle spring sun. It was Wednesday, and he had a class that afternoon, a defense against the dark arts lesson for first-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students. When Dracula entered the classroom, all the first-year students were seated properly, attentively focusing on their defense against the dark arts professor. Dracula nodded in satisfaction and picked up the lesson plan and textbooks that Ketlaban had meticulously prepared. For once, he followed the schedule and flipped to the section for that day's lesson. At that moment, Harry raised his hand. "Mr. Potter?" Dracula asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Professor, Hagrid told us at lunch that some animals in the Forbidden Forest had been found drained of blood, and warned us to stay away," Harry said. "Hermione said only a vampire could do something like that. We want to know, are there really vampires in the forest?" Dracula twitched at Harry's question. He hadn't expected that Hagrid, usually so secretive, had revealed the forest's situation to the 3 first-year wizards in less than half a day. Of course, Hagrid meant well. He didn't want the 3 mischievous students approaching the dangerous forest, so he revealed just enough to instill caution. But he didn't consider that such danger would hardly deter Gryffindors from tempting fate and might even provoke their curiosity further. Additionally, the innocent vampire was once again dragged into trouble, much to the Count's displeasure. Dracula gestured for Harry to sit and abruptly disrupted the lesson plan, tossing Kettleburn's notes aside. He flipped the Defense Against the Dark Arts, a self-protection guide textbook, to nearly the last chapter. "Since Mr. Potter mentioned vampires, today we will discuss them," he told the students. "Open your books to the penultimate chapter." The students, accustomed to Dracula's unconventional teaching, quickly found the section. The classroom filled with the rustle of flipping pages. "Before we begin, who among you has prepared this lesson and can tell me how the magical world defines a vampire?" Since Dracula himself had never read the chapter, he thought this was a quick way to gauge the textbook's content. He looked toward a small girl in the front row with messy hair. Hermione did not disappoint. She had thoroughly studied this chapter multiple times and promptly raised her hand. "A vampire is a dark creature that feeds on the blood of living beings. They fear sunlight, cannot go out during the day, and often roam and hunt at night. They use their sharp fangs to pierce the throat of their victims in an extremely evil manner." Dracula had been listening with interest to how the textbook portrayed vampires, but the longer he listened, the more uneasy he felt, his expression darkening. He quickly skimmed the textbook and saw the words. "Vampires are dark humanoid magical beings, known for biting human necks to drink blood. They are categorized with zombies as undead creatures, highly infectious and extremely dangerous." Dracula exhaled, suppressing his growing irritation. "Good recitation. Gryffindor, 1 point. He interrupted Hermione, who had been enthusiastically reading, and gave her a barely sufficient reward. Hermione, interrupted mid-flow, felt unfulfilled, and the point seemed stingy, like being brushed off. But Dracula's authority was such that she dared not protest, pouting slightly as she returned to her seat. "Now, everyone, close your books." Dracula paused for a moment, then spoke. The students, recently flipping through their books, looked up in surprise.